usually take care of to make sure that those corners are going to be cleared out and to
Hello.
put some pressure down onto Shaiko, who is here on the back line, just swinging time and time again.
Early.
Punished for it by not using that verticality.
Their game started an hour early.
Just momentarily earlier. So a bit of a questionable move there coming in from Wolves, but either way, well done by BDS. Well punished onto those mistakes and find themselves extending their lead 1-4. As mentioned, the last couple of times these two teams played, BDS has always won it, and for now, seemingly running away with it.
It's Wolves have a caution to their game. They're sort of struggling to get the true connection, whether it's the weight of being in a position they know has often gone away from them, whether it's the game being played against them by BDS, whether it's some of the sparking to life for some of these players that, to be honest, if we talk about how this pressure might impact Wolves, it's almost the opposite side for BDS. A couple of their big names struggled to get in. They only really made it here because of 2 rounds that were taken by another team in a showdown. It is this sort of split of an idea of, oh, this is common ground. This is a common taste. I'm familiar with this. I know how to play against these teams. It allows players like Renshiro, like Shaiko, who have struggled to connect with this tournament so far to reset.
Yeah, they played each other over 14 maps in the last 2 years, so you know, if there is 2 teams that know each other, it's definitely going to be D's. Of course, next together with the LATAM teams coming through. By the way, the tower's being droned out, hoping to see if it is going to be clear. Of course, the basement again under attack. This time no blitz coming out from Wolves. They want to go for a bit more of a standard take. So the 0 coming out, I think that might be useful for potential flame camps to be set up as well when they are actually working on opening up these hatches, for example.
These are the first games were 2-0s.
As well, maybe Falcon canisters or other piece of utility as Rise.
Games, yeah.
Challenging the pillar, but not quite finding anything just yet.
Yeah, there's still a familiar
it's the
hold
worst
here.
fucking
The
bracket.
BDS don't change too much.
So sad.
Well, for that and the side of Wolves, they're not going to go for the change take they had the second time around. Mowgli's still watching onto Freezer. They've had some attention paid here towards Laundry. BDS don't really like to swing out on this map. They sort of say, well, we've got the hold, we've got the handle, we've got that sort of rotation from Shaiko possibly, and we can try and pull ourselves back to Freezer if we need to. They're happy to trust what they have. Here's where the difference might be made. They're sort of trying to bait the swing and saying, come on, try and take them off. There's at least 1 that gets caught out. 2, but now that still makes it a bit awkward for Shaiko.
Yeah, they can now bounce a grenade through or any other piece of utility like flashbangs, which will desperately blind him and allow the players on the staircase to actually start pushing him. Shaiko's feeling the pressure as well. There's 2 players in barrels, 2 on the back stairs, and 1 is eyeing up the hatch drop. So surely within seconds now, the execute is coming through.
That's it, the swing goes out onto barrel. Shaiko gets one just before he sees nothing. Rise with a pre-spay, but it's round the back of Renshiro. Gets 2, Shaiko gets his second. Bibu finds 1, but he's got a lot ahead of him to get the rest of this round, and they have rotated close. There's the first fight, the smoke canister. It's a Lems though, and BDS sit 5-1 up after the first half of Wolves' map.
The aggression coming out there as soon as they realized, okay, there is going to be that small gap in the Shaiko corner now. Flashbangs will start to come through. And as soon as they do, Shaiko knew he would be screwed because they'd be coming down from the hatch drop, they would be coming down from the stairs and from the barrels all at the same time.
I feel like the timing of that...
An executive decision. And he's like, you know what, I'll just swing into barrels. I'll just make sure that those players are not going to be able to push me. I suddenly have an extra wall between myself.
The timing of that whole execute seemed off. Because somebody dropped for Shaiko, but it was too late. He was already in blue killing people.
Who picked this map with the knowledge that, historically speaking, they are quite good on this versus BDS. Now they're trailing by a massive amount. Over to the defense they go. They will be headed towards the basement themselves, hoping to turn the tide here and start the comeback.
They really have no other option. They've got to try and take as much as possible before BDS even have a whiff of a round here. They want to see if they can try and force it to OT. Obviously, for the record in the recent sprint, BDS has generally been able to take care of Wolves, even when there was 1 difference, maybe 2, depending on how far you decide to keep your records. It was an OT that game. It was a stretch and a stress, and you know, Wolves have bit back from behind before. It's just tough when you only have the game ahead of you. Alems He's set up potentially to get a bit of a drive here towards the top of T3. He knows that a player might be around there though, and as soon as he gets a whiff of P4, I think he's going to opt not to go for it. There's P4 with the fight, and you assume you're not going to hear the zip up from Alems anytime soon.
Yeah, he needs a bit of support before he decides to head up towards Tower 3, or at least have the
I'm just so bored of watching Wolves versus BDS.
Able to challenge him. Actually, just goes for it. Realizes they are downstairs. Now he's going to be able to put up the pressure truly upon these players that are at the bottom of the tower.
Every event.
If anybody chooses to go there.
Yeah, not sure if he got a call just on the perfect timing there of when the players came down or not, but either way, it worked very much in his favor. From the second they're on the swing to going all the way back up. Likefak, here's some pressure put on him, and there's the drop of the Razor Bloom. Doesn't quite get him through. They're on the hunt for these loose players. And the reveal will still say, well, they're kind of around the place you thought they were. It does give away a lot of that utility they'd put. The very far extent of those mirror windows, the sort of exploration of the rest of the map is cut away quite quickly. Likefak's just going to dig his way through here, but with the open hatches now, they're around the same pace as what was put on them before, with what seems like all of the players shepherded downstairs.
Now, there was quite a bit of a mid-floor roam, as you just saw, and normally that does waste quite a lot of time. I mean, it's 1 minute 20 left now compared to 2 minutes that Wolves had earlier. However, hatches have been opened up for them already, so they do not need
I look
to
like a
open
wildcat.
What
does that mean?
Just the other two on the map. And that basically leaves them in the same place as they were before. Nothing really lost, nothing gained. I mean, some mirror windows already out of play because they were on that middle floor, so less utility eventually to worry about here for BDS.
Yeah, they're just always playing each other.
Minute on, and the pressure and the calls start to come on the rotation down on Freezer. There's Shaiko. He's about to go for a swing. He's been having a great connection so far, but Rise. I don't know if he just went for the adventure for the drum, and he's able to punish it. Ranshiro, he's tucked above with 2 grenades. Whether he tries to sort of cut one close, it doesn't seem like he's intent on doing that as of this moment. Oh no. So I'm wrong. And he's instead going to utilize that as cover for the rotation. 30 seconds. And we start to hear the smoke canisters pop. The single player place just tucked onto blue. The fight of EFAC on the backstairs. Here's the drop, and they pull back. He steps back in.
Oh, they TK'd
with a team kill, but he does get dropped on the opposite end. They're downed inside. Round on the swing, and they hit the ground. But
there you go, boys.
Well done there. They got the pieces indeed. They managed to take the control back, which they lost earlier. And basically, Rise started that off already in the freezer, right? I mean, you said, not sure if he went for the drone or if he just meant to do that.
It's my favorite part of the game, between the rounds.
They needed to lean back into that fight. Do not give them everything for free. See if you can maybe make life difficult a bit. And that gives them that second round. Now, round differential isn't anything anymore.
What's that thermite?
It is literally going to be.
What is that, Iana? God, what are these skins?
You will be out. It doesn't matter if it is.
I texted her and I was like, my favorite part of the game is the tack timeout.
It's all treated the same here now.
That is how it works.
It's my favorite part of the game.
So there's also that points move for 6. You know, I'm just saying, like, it's a different.
Not a large pool of pros though for this game.
There is now. There's always the next game because if you lose,
I mean, there's. This tournament started with 4 teams for each region. Or no. Yeah, 4 teams for each region, 16 teams. And that wasn't even, I mean, those are only the top 4 from each region, so.
So I think that's where they hope BDS will be attacking from, because you have that little bit of extra security out
It's just
there,
the way the bracket was drawn.
which makes it more difficult. And it's in such a position
First in
where
the Charlotte major, they were in the same group, which is
Happy Friday.
sucks, but it happens.
So maybe they hope to force them to go for a different approach that way.
And now they're on the same, they're literally in the same quarterfinals.
BDS, they were quite quick on their close down in terms of, as we said,
This is my eyes.
It's a little bit of a different story now, because, well, there's technically more to clear. There's more
I woke up at
there's more of a reason
I woke up at 6,
to try and bite back and
thinking that I would have time to walk my dog before this game started, because it was only supposed to start at 7:30. And then I started walking around and I checked my phone to see how the other games were going, and then I saw that it was round 1 of this game, and I was like, alright. So I turned around. So I'm not fully awake yet. I drink my coffee.
Second grenade to be used. Waiting for some good pings to come in. Realizes, hey, the hatch is open. I can just arc it in that way. Don't have to bounce back off the floorboards. That goes through, but explodes a bit too early.
Damage.
Oh. Yeah, a bit too sharp there, and you can see a little bit of a panic movement of the player inside. As I said, this is where they take the drop. Goodbye P4. They didn't have anyone in the position, but they do force this, the fight all the way up to the top of white. They're hitting the Banshee. There'll be the call, and there's a strike right back. The grenade goes.
Well, the first two games were super fast.
He's swinging, and he pulls out the gun just in time. P4 gets one off the back of it. P4 gets the second. Shaiko's on the
Oh god, he has no health. He was walking through the fire. Nice.
One more for Bibu. Brede. He's looking for the fight. He can't find the angle.
God.
Gets the freebie
Brede,
fighting
stop.
his way out, but the reveal is he's now outside of the site, and the remaining 3 Wolves players, they're tucked in.
They know where he is too.
Exactly
They know
where he is, where he's been, and what he's going
I like
to do.
you can see
And
all
that
the silhouettes. They are all
situation
pointed
of
at those white stairs.
Now Brede, we've seen him in many clutch situations before. And he's about to find a first.
If anybody's gonna clutch it, it's Brede. So I don't feel good right now. He has full health.
They are just trying to stall
Good.
time.
Don't peek.
With
Don't
everything
peek.
they
Good.
have, now playing
Good.
on contact of each
Good.
other, Brede runs
Nice.
through. It's gonna get
Nice.
doesn't hit the shot right. We'll find him, and that puts us up
Nice
to
discipline on that one.
3 Wolves
That
climbing
whoever
back
was
into
in
the game
kids,
here,
I was like, they're gonna
realizing
fucking
this is
peek.
their
They're gonna
map. They've chosen this for a reason.
turn it into a 2v1.
It's one of the things that, you know, you want to look back and see a little bit later on is just how that triple kill came about. Was it the drop down the hatch, the rotate round on the back end?
This is
The
Oregon,
strike
yeah.
maybe around Zulu where
They
didn't
did
expect it.
a rework of this one.
A combination from multiple
So
different
that's
factors.
why
I
it
mean, Shaiko
probably looks
went down
different to you.
first on his attempted take towards the white stairs, and
It was the last to be put down.
he was the last to be put down. That's for sure. Then at the same time, you have the repel in from Alems, which definitely caused some chaos. So there was really fights going on everywhere at the side at once.
I think it was.
Yeah, the loop around indeed.
The loop around. I did a physical gesture, which you can't see.
Yeah, so I'll translate the words.
Yeah. Right. Wolves. This is the hardest one. As we said at the start of this half, being 5-1 down on a map like Oregon, it's going to be the tertiary sites. These are going to be the make or break ones that sort of pull things away. BDS were technically successful. Okay, they played all 4. It's hard to sort of dictate which one is, and they lost their very open opener. But then since then took it back a couple more times. So you have that sort of room of growth. Here though, if you take the first 2, this is where you sort of, whether you want to or not, have expectations.
P4 hiding near small tower. Hoping to find some drones on the way out. 9 left, so plenty of information here for BDS to work with. Together with the RC Reteros, of course, it's going to be making another 4, but those will blow up at some point. That's a spot down on a player headed back towards the attic, so they know Rise is out here, or has been out there. Potentially the entire tower now abandoned, so remaining drones will confirm that. And that's kind of the danger, right, of this hold that they need to come up against. There is an offside. The offside will be going into tower. This is exactly what BDS wants. You've just abandoned it. You're not going to try and hold on to it.
Well, that's it. Remember when I sort of said this is that default take, that default bit of pressure, the one that we did not see from Wolves, and they almost seemed a little bit surprised as to how they could approach the rest of the site. At least BDS have this, a step-by-step basis, and this. Renshiro watching at the top of the stairs, making sure they have some clearance over attic, then they can try and go for the drive here. There's nobody immediately swinging into the fight as Shaiko's done this, tucked himself close. He's hoping they try and go for a trick and he goes unchecked, but they know they're not going to. Is he going to go for a break and a broach? He's so curious about what he wants to do because he's like, how did I get here and how do they not know? Do they know?
Might have heard that jump in, but now the big question is, will they find the player, Bibu, in the corner just hiding with that shotgun, potentially being able to swing out at whatever given second? Because there is a drone that will be more bordering his position. That's a grenade to fly through, but won't find a keeper barrier, and that keeps BDS guessing for now.
Jinka gets the first, Shaiko fights back, EFAC gone, and that was around the kitchen door coverage. Brede, he's going to try and stick the plant. They have the C4 over the top, and it gets caught on the corner, so Brede, he's able to stick it out. They don't have the cover, but they do get a lens on the backboard, and Jinka finds Brede. The kit's cold though,
nice.
And it is a no man's land. They've got to try and maybe put some pressure onto attic, go for a long rotate, or this. Force the fight directly across the board. That's dangerous.
Shaiko's
They
way
have
outside.
The stretch. Renshiro, he's above. He's thinking about whether he goes for the take. There's the movement. It should be watched in coverage. He pre-fires the wrong place. They're just able to get it
Nice,
off.
nice, nice, nice. Good.
Verticality not prepared there by BDS.
Oh man.
Mistake. They've got the attic under control. They've got the pre-plan done. The shield was set up to watch the attic as well. As the howls come out once more.
That's cute.
Dang furries.
Furries.
It's called all their fans furries. Is that
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
Oh man.
BDS is taking a timeout. As makes sense, as I said, the importance in that tertiary site. It's not just the expectation of Wolves if this will be our biggest bit of pressure. It's a BDS's, this should be the one that we take. This should be the one that puts us onto map point and sort of changes up the face of the game. You want to have it as early as possible, don't get me wrong. But you have to look at, you know, it's like the graph. It's like the...
Where the fuck did that go?
Something meets find out. I'm not going to swear on broadcast. That's the tertiary site.
The word that Hibana uses for making a breach.
Look at that. Look at the cute little mascot.
Little mascot, come down.
Unbranded.
Time about to be running out. That means we're getting back into the game. Both these teams suffered from the same issue on the meeting take. Neither used attic to their advantage.
Nope.
And if BDS did earlier, they would have also been able to clear out Bibu, who was able to put up some good shots on the board. So, again, not quite sure what's going on. Maybe they didn't have time to drone it. Maybe they didn't have time or pressure or confidence to take it fully under control. But it cost them, and it cost Wolves themselves as well. So, if we do head back there, I surely hope that BDS is going to be able to make some better use of that attic, because it is just crucial for a take like that. You cannot just leave it to the side. You need to give us some love. Helps you out so much.
It does. Now, as I sort of highlighted at the time, you know, there was an assumption of sights. Yes, BDS, I would say, in their infinite wisdom, tried to throw themselves away from it. Same sort of thing, except they've played into it. Wolves, they're not going to sort of try and change things up. They know that they need to keep on course. Why sort of alter that for now? They won this last time round. It was scrappy. It came down to a hot drop on the site and a fight around Pillar itself, but it often does, so...
Very heavy roam here currently from Wolves. I mean, we even have a roaming Mirror. It's not often you see that happen.
They're not quick, Mirror.
It's not very quick, no. It's going to take a long time to get back towards the site. But what BDS has also realized, okay, if there's that many roamers, that means we have a free opportunity to clear as much utility as we want on the site. Not having to worry about it. Now, League Effect has a Twitch drone ready in the kitchen. Could pop the Mirror window if they want to. You just heard it popped as well, but we're first trying to figure out, is there going to be a player here? Answer is no. However, there seems to be one going aggressive towards green right now.
That was it. So roughly 30 seconds later, when we last saw this, all of the Wolves players had dropped back to the site. They'd pulled away from the fight. EFAC, oh, he's caught out almost there by the Razor Bloom, but the audio is the most important part. They cannot swing directly onto the fight. It buys this. Bibu time to drop. He's not going to take the engagement. He's not there to do that.
They need to fix that 4v5 thing. That's been messed up for like
have to
2 stages.
Make a little bit of noise and a little bit of noise.
Not sure what the noise was for, but keep it going.
Probably cosplayers.
Probably. As
my assumption is a cosplay did something.
Shaka pushing through, hoping to take control of Freezer. The drone will give away the information of Rise this time.
Borjas, Nargov, and Limehead, thanks for the resubs.
Finds him, puts BDS up one leg ahead as they are about to reach match point.
Puts a lot of pressure onto Freezer because it also puts a lot of pressure onto Pillar. They now don't have a proper true rotate out of there. P4, you got to get a little bit of a shift on. They're watching though. Still played, still in play. Salems is holding it as a very tight angle. They would have heard the drop of the Mirror at 1 speed, making that movement. Well, look at the movement down in Freezer. It's Shaiko. He's trying to drive it, and as I said, Pillar's such a dangerous place. EFAC suffers next, but they're inside. Gets the spray run. Shiro and Shaiko and EFAC rounded out. And all across the board, BDS, they dug themselves in, drove to the site, and drive themselves on to potential points.
Flawless round coming through. That is going to be painful for Wolves, especially as they managed to hold on to it.
That
and that very
statue
and again,
looks weird.
Up on that middle floor, even all the way up.
Why is it like that?
But not maybe giving themselves enough opportunities to get back out. Not quite sure. A lot of the utility taken out. Rise by the grenade and Freezer. That starts to add up altogether.
2-teen wants some music.
2-teen.
Even when they don't win tactically.
Abavus, thank you for the 1 year.
They just pull that trigger. They just go for it. They just manage.
Looks gross. It's like all
stick. And if they win
covered
and they
stuff.
still pull that trigger the same way, there's no way you're going to be winning that round.
Did you see the music?
No, I didn't hear music.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
So
match.
I look very confused. I'm like,
I look very confused.
I think that was like match point music. I heard that too. It was like, wah. I think it's probably in the like stadium.
Maybe I just love the siege sound so much. Okay. Now we're on map point. Now we're on that precious situation. Wolves technically have every single site open to them apart from meeting, but that is, you know, unlikely to be the one that they entirely drive themselves to. Dorms is the follow-up. If they want to and they're successful here, they can go back down underneath. Whether they do or not is down to them. Wolves, as you said, they went for a wider play. They went for a wider extension. BDS knew that. They picked up on it and they put the pressure back in. Here, I guess they'll see if they can try and maybe close down a little bit more. Alems is ripped and ready to go. There's currently a drone working its way around from EFAC. Rise is target. He's maybe hoping for an engagement. The play's on the far end. They're sort of getting the full test. It's a very noisy zip up. There's the play. There's the blinds. They think he's on the second story. He moves in on the back of it. Just gets caught out by that. The flash, they're over the top.
Oh, God, Rise.
He cannot get through. Whether he was still blinded or not, either way, Alems gets an easy pickup. Shaiko, he's knocking on the door. He's slipped his way through right up against Trophy. They've got the pings down towards Mowgli as well inside. The bulletproof is going to make sure Mowgli's a little bit safe with some of the coverage that might come across.
Suna can set themselves up a crossfire towards the pit, which means that it's going to be very difficult for the remaining defenders to hold on to the bedroom side, because the tower has fallen. That is under control. In the meantime, you see Shaiko taking games as well. That's the pickup.
The timing, he looked the other way.
3-on-5 situation. BDS, they have the opportunity, they have the resources to lock this up right now, and they're making sure they're getting themselves in the best position to do so.
I mean, it has been so sharp this round from BDS. They knew when they wanted to put engagement. You can almost hear the countdown towards the actual fight itself from their side. They have the control with the E1Ds, EFAC offering that support, but look at this, P4. What is he tempted by here? There is no claymores on the boards. There's nothing that's going to directly stop a jump out, but there may be somebody watching. That's always the worry. He needs to do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, he's
finding a fight itself. They're waiting for the call that somebody's out
there.
There's
only 2 on site, so you got to get in there. There's nobody there. Now now they know he's off site. Oh!
Pings one
I don't know, you got one somehow?
But they now know he is in Narnia. He needs to rotate towards
nice.
Bibu waits for the second follow-up, but the kit's being planted
by
Frida,
fuck.
There's the cat on the far end. The spray just connects loose. Post plant, and they know where he is and how he's locked down. He's trying to get a little lucky escape route catch. He's gonna break himself away, but it is leading nowhere. BDS take Wolves' map the first.
Kirsten, thanks for the 41 months. Welcome back.
From the semis.
A painful last round there for Wolves. I mean, Rise, he tried to hold on to the tower for as long as possible. Got flashbanged out, knew people were about to be swinging in, hoped to find a kill before he died. But instead, it cost them the control. And after that, the pit fell as well. BDS had everything they needed to make that one stick, and they did. But this is also the experience that BDS carries along with them. They are a team that has played at the highest of levels at the international stage, and that is starting to come back into it now together with League Effect as a new pickup.
It was always going to be the toughest game for Wolves. There's a weird sort of statement and idea about that, where there's the most pressure in this, a derby, and in a strange way, the least for BDS. If any of the opponents here, this is who BDS has beat the most. And this is the tournament where they've struggled to sort of get that mojo going. Wolves now, they have to take a timeout. They have to take that team talk and see what they can do, what they can bring to the map that we have ahead of us. In a weird way, Wolves treated like a best of one, where you find success, because best of threes, you don't want it to become the haunt that hovers over you.
No, for sure. They haven't quite been able to find that success yet. When they do reach the playoffs, and that kind of just continues going, and you start wondering, what exactly is it? Because on paper, this map should have been a good opportunity for them. Maybe
they lost too many of their attack rounds.
Of the first half, which put them in that
coming into the side swap 5-1 is like, that's so fucking hard to pull it back.
What we can do,
because all the other team needs is 2 rounds to win it. Meanwhile, you need 6. So. What is this? Stressing me out. Oh. Yeah, I can pull up the bracket for you. Oops, sorry, I went to the wrong scene. I don't know how to use my computer. I'm not awake. Okay, 6 major. Okay, so this is, let me zoom in. This is where we're at right now. So earlier this morning, Liquid 2-0'd FaZe, W7M 2-0'd Black Dragons, which means they'll play tomorrow in the semifinals. These are the 4 LATAM teams, by the way. And Wolves and BDS right here. So
but you know me as I'm a
after this will be Sonics versus TSM, and then yeah, so that's it. And then these games, these 2 will be tomorrow, and then this one will be on the grand final, 6 a.m. Fucking Christ. Best of 3, yeah, these are all best of 3s. These matches are all best of 1s. These are the group stage matches. These are all best of 1s. But then in the playoffs, it's a best of 3. Yeah. Dang, I didn't realize. Look how BDS only qualified by 2 rounds. If Space Station had won 3 more of their rounds, well, first, if Space Station had won 2 more of their rounds, or lost 2 less, or whatever, you know, then they would have had to play a tiebreaker match. They really only qualified by 2 rounds because it goes by points first, and then round differential. That was really freaking close. Dang. Okay. The final is a best of 5, yeah. Oh, oops.
Welcome back, friends, to the studio. Hello, everybody. Noah Stamatic, your host, and we are back after a BDS victory on map 1. How will we break things down here on the desk with my wonderful 2 analysts, and Alpha Ma. Friends, expectations after this BDS victory?
I mean, I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, to see the way
Looks like it.
Yeah, because the thing is, looking at Wolf's attacks and why it didn't work is mainly because it was super slow, steady, zone-by-zone control, and then at the last minute 5v5 execution without winning an opening engagement. The only attack rounds they won was the first one when they actually get the opening kill. Otherwise, they always fail to beat BDS because BDS abused the defender-sided map, they abused the natural crossfires, and always won that 5v5 execute.
Yeah, and we talked in the pre-show about the opportunity seeking that Wolves do a lot. But then with this map, it feels like they didn't really have any opportunities for themselves. They didn't really create them as we are used to seeing from them. They tried to get map control, they tried to contest things, but eventually they were left with no time and no real opportunities to go for, which then led BDS into thinking, oh, well, if they're just going to take their time, then we're going to go sit in our corners, we're going to wait out, because Wolves play it out that slow that we can swing, but we don't have to. We can just play passive, and it's going to work perfectly in our favor. We saw it being very defensive favored, and it turned out very well for BDS.
That's the unusual part, is that it wasn't just defense favored, it was 5-1 on the defense for BDS.
And this was Wolves' map pick,
yeah.
right? If you want this to be your map pick, you have to come up with something, because you know you're going to start out on the attack. BDS would be crazy if they pick attack to start out with.
It's the most 50-50 map that we have nowadays. Like, everybody should know how this functions, but this just is a testament to BDS, Alpha Ma.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the end, what made BDS win this is 2 things. Either one, you're playing against a passive defense, then you've got to be disruptive. Either you bring Amaru, you bring Captao, you create movement, you break the lines, you punish that, get the opening engagement, win the execute. If you play against an extended setup, then there's way much more room to get that opening pick. And Wolves actually went for 2 extended setups, 2 more attacking rounds for BDS to be won.
That Azami statue is so gross looking. What is that?
Deal with that, whereas we saw BDS bring a lot of Flores to deal with that type of utility. We see on the side of BDS, Shaiko, Leak Effect on the top of the scoreboard. Something I really wanted to talk about in the pre-show was that we see Bride do a little bit less planting, which we're actually used to seeing from him more. Even BDS is the team in the playoffs that has the least amount of plants.
What? I can hear you yelling in the back.
Right? You're used to BDS planting, right? They plant a lot with BJ and everything, but this right now they are the team in the playoffs with the least amount of plants. But they don't have to. If you look at Shaiko, if you look at Leak Effect, they will just run in, they will get the kills, and it puts you in a better situation. You don't need the plant to convert that round into a win condition for you.
Absolutely. I mean, the opening pick, like I said, was the winning factor, the winning condition here, and Shaiko has done an amazing job.
I never know how to get to the VODs, so I have to do this like weird thing.
That was the difference maker.
Another concern I had was seeing Shinka on the top of the scoreboard. Shinka having a little bit of a worse game. Sorry, it's not always the greatest either. If your support player can't help you with setting up the execute and really enabling your team to go for a push. And whereas they didn't really deal with the utility as well as BDS deal with the utility of Wolves, I think especially going into that second map, knowing how good of a map it was for BDS and how Wolves, it was the only map they lost during groups, might be a really bad prospect for them.
Yeah, people talk about utility and reinforcements and all that functions even more on Cafe Dostoevsky because of how the map is. And this is where I turn to you both as my expert, especially at Fama, because you've played the Cafe, 3 times in your career?
Oh, I think you can multiply that by 10, at least, or 100.
Fair enough. But how do you think this will work between BDS and Wolves? Because Wolves are notoriously under pressure.
What is that? Why is it like covered in barnacles?
I think first thing, obviously,
it's freaking me out every time they do the transition. I'm just like, what is that? It's so gross looking.
Right? Wolf isn't a bad Cafe team either. The biggest problem I see here is that Wolves struggle to be disruptive to BDS. And on Cafe, at least on free bomb side, to take top, mining, reading, you have windows to be disruptive. You have windows to create movement and then punish. This is what I need to see them doing, because right now there is no way they're going to win.
No, I don't know why they
really
made it like that. I don't. There's like no.
And in order to do that, they need to be disruptive. Like I said, bring a Monty, bring a Capitao, bring an Amaru. Maybe try some.
We saw your strats.
Like they do now.
We saw your laptop.
Will BDS give them the opportunity or the whole?
No, text Fromage right now.
Yeah, and in the past 4 months, it's also one of Wolves'
the team that Fromage coaches. Yeah, that's Fromage right there.
Map with the defensive side.
That's Bibu. That's not Fromage.
It's not maybe going to be the easiest for Wolves. Something we have also seen on
look at it
specifically is that BDS they did win against Fury and they did win against SSG.
It's like in ice, but
Wolves have a 75% win rate.
Why does it
for the past 4 months really? But I hope they can come back and find some.
Oh, I think it's supposed to be like crystals.
All right, Wolves.
It does not look like that.
Can they actually do it? What's kind of the X factor that they need to work out here?
Well, like I said, it's going to be creating movement about the mentally resetting stage. You know, they've been with this score for 2 years.
Yeah, I feel like if they're trying to do like frost or ice, they kind of miss the mark a bit on that one.
World. I mean, he knows how to drive these people. Lilu knows how to drive these people. I'm sure they're one of the best team when you take it mentally. When, in terms of comeback potential, they're one of the best team in the world. So I'm not afraid.
So map 3 or not, that's all I'll leave it to.
I'm up for the team take each other's map pick and then go to the final map, but it's also a little bit of copia because I love seeing a matchup like this and I just want to see it go all the way in the distance.
Fair enough. Fama?
As much as I'd like it to go to BO3, I think Cafe suits BDS much more, but I'd like to see them make me lie.
There you go. I can't wait to see then. Will we get a map 3 in this series? That's all the question that we have. Cafe Dostoevsky is up and ready to go. BDS and Wolves are on the stage, and it's for the best in Europe to make it to the semifinals. Take a quick break. Back to with our casters.
The fuck?
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation
Was I the only one who heard it like that?
Link together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool.
Chat,
now, for
hello.
crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge.
Why
these
is the
two
chat not
communities
working?
right now?
The
But
fuck?
we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through
No, the
both
music is
first-party platforms.
fucky in the background.
Voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime.
Oh
So
god.
for credits and
All
renown,
your
they can
data
be
now
added
lives in
together.
the cloud.
So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values.
I don't
Skill,
want
in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the
Don't worry,
placement
chat. We
matches, because
uploaded
the
your
only
brain
value
waves
that
to
will
the
be
cloud.
listed is the rank. You will start your rank progression
sure
at
no
the beginning of the ladder. From now on,
large
there will
corporate
be rank points.
body will take
There will be
advantage of
also
that for
5 divisions
any
per rank.
nefarious
Each division will
purposes.
have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the demotion shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5,
Jesus
you will get
Christ.
as well the
Copper,
rewards from
bronze,
Silver
silver,
1,
gold,
Silver
platinum,
2,
emerald, diamond,
bronze,
champion.
and copper. We are removing the squad
They're doing
restriction
5 ranks
and including
per-
a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
Nice.
Amazon stores
I
all your
heard
chat
42
against your
is a
Amazon
magic
profile.
number or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. When did they add Emerald? Just this. That's the new. They haven't added it yet, but it's like the rank 2.0 thing that they're gonna. I don't know what they're. I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw people talking about it on Twitter. It's like instead of champion, there's Emerald. I don't know why they changed it, but jokes on them. Not that interesting that I need to be uploaded to any clouds. Oh, you watched it, but they never said anything about it? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know where it was then. Oh my god, how to scare Americans. A roundabout. I've told chat this before. Somebody, they put in a roundabout, like, near me. And then they, several months later, added a one-way sign that, like... They had to put in a sign so that people knew you can't go left on the roundabout. You gotta, it's a one-way circle. Was this like Ring of Snow? They just left it there. Roundabouts are great, yeah, I agree. Fromage taught me how to properly signal in a roundabout. I didn't know how to use my turn signal properly. I always just signaled when I was leaving the roundabout, but there's like a whole thing. It's a ring of salt. So one thing people can't do here What, signal? Or... Yeah, no one signals. Even when they're leaving the roundabout, nobody signals. So it's always just a guessing game about whether or not you can get in front of them. Luckily, it's not a super busy roundabout. I think people, like, don't realize that you need to signal. I think they just don't know. It's not like we have a lot of roundabouts, so it's not something that comes up super often. Every time you ask, we will postpone this match by 1 minute, so stop spamming the chat. Yeah, that's like driving through France with fromage. It was like every intersection was a roundabout. It was like straight, roundabout, straight, roundabout, straight, roundabout, straight, roundabout, just like every single one.
Now it's time for, I guess, BDS to see if they can lock it out 2-2-0, or if we go for the first time today to a third map.
I kind of want to get a third map, right?
Me too. I also want a third map.
I want to see these two teams go up towards the absolute limit between themselves. Take each other's map picks. I mean, we've said it before. It happens quite often in majors. It happens quite often in tournaments. Why would today be different?
I don't know.
Personal reflexes and keeping some distance are key here. I just always assume that people are going to pull in front of me or do something stupid, so...
They had a period of time where they really started to bite rounds back. But
France doesn't have normal intersection anymore. Nope.
They cracked the solution, found the two they needed, and now they might find the second they need to progress for the first time to semis.
Vas-y, vas-y, vas-y!
All right. Let's see what they have to bring here as we continue.
Milos has come to visit us.
I like that we can hear their mics. We will sanction the 42 months.
Are we gonna have the cheers for
cafe?
The band?
Yeah.
Oh.
I can hear us.
There we go.
Still going.
And if it's a chanker, it gets booed.
Number one rule of the asphalt jungle, always assume everyone else is stupid. Yeah. Always expect people to do something unexpected.
There's a Valkyrie cos... I think that screaming was the Valkyrie cosplayer. There's a really good Valkyrie cosplayer here. And I think I just heard them go, no! There they are.
And it's the Cade.
And they ban out Milos at the end there. Alright, Nook Twitch Valk Cade. This is very standard for this map, very standard for this approach. It's cafe, it's a lockdown, it's a good BDS map. It's not a horrible Wolves map, I would say.
It's not horrible.
It's still
not their best.
It's still a positive technical win rate over the past 3 months.
That's the thing, right? Like Wolves has a very broad map range. Like they like to play every single map. They win on them as well. It's just that the playoffs is always, there's just something different about them. Doesn't quite connect with them. So I hope to see that change, and I hope to see that Wolves brings us to a third map.
I don't know, there's a lot of weird skins now in this game that...
As we start off. What? Sorry?
I thought that was it.
No.
The third map.
That's it, that's it. I say Castler stop talking, start game.
Wolves starting on the defense.
During a break, so I'm not really sure what they expect.
We weren't even talking, we just sitting still, crying.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously had 2 showdowns where it's been 2 maps.
What in the Stranger Things is happening?
Be a little bit clear about it. Heavy-handed second map.
Yeah, there's just a lot of weird.
I would say for
a lot of weird skins now.
That have got here on their second sort of showdown. At least there was obviously an OT.
I'm gonna sound like a boomer, but I really miss I missed how Siege was when I started playing. There've been a lot of like really good improvements, and so I don't think it's all like negative. I just have a lot more nostalgia for that era of Siege because that's when I started playing. But everything has to evolve,
and try and take control at the top of the stairs.
It's only natural for them to have evolved things. I have no thoughts on Solus because I don't know what they do. I didn't watch anything about it, so I don't know. I don't know what it is. It looks like a defensive IQ.
That even if they do not really get what they want under control, especially
that's as much as I was able to glean from the thing they were showing.
Run in. Shaika will get like a 3K on his way out.
Yeah,
That's
it looks
just
like
that
defense
dangerous factor
IQ
they have
and
about them here.
that's as
If
much as I know.
Shaiko is on, if Likafak is on, Wolves is going to have a really tough battle on the defense here to try
I need
and hold on
Mowgli
to it.
A lot
to
of pressure towards 90 there.
show
Gonna see
up.
if they can try and force
because
that
they've got
swing player
two
on the
really
pixel
heavy
angle.
fraggers on
But it's
BDS,
otherwise still
and if
currently caught
Mowgli
out.
and
Mowgli's got
Bibu
shield
are
protection.
struggling
There is
to
some
hit their
ADSs
shots,
to
then
keep
it's kind of
safe.
a
There is obviously the disc that caught the burn there. Otherwise, they've got everything to hold onto this position for as long as
IQ
possible.
for defenders,
The thing
but
on
no
the bubble,
pistol.
you know, there's
Interesting.
some
Okay, so
awareness,
she could
but
just
you sort of do
ping.
this like this. A bit of long arm. Shaiko finds the burst fight, takes the draw up on the hatch itself, looks for any sort of swing on the engagement. He's trying to force a bit of movement, tucks himself round to the opposite side of the long overwatch they've got, but it's tricky to get through. As I said, it starts like this. Take control of the top of the stairs, and Cigar, now they really have to try and force this.
Shinka has been really good. Yeah, he struggled the first map, but I think the entire team was struggling, so...
And usually when the first falls on Cocktail, it's slowly but steadily will snowball in favor of the attackers, because now they can play that trade game, and it isn't really like back and forth times a sight. Like, you can start walking in, there's only limited angles you will really have to cover. The next person they need to worry about is going to be Mowgli around on the pixel, and I think Shaiko might be wanting to pay him a bit of a visit here as he's sending some bullets down range. Drops come through from the skylight. Renshiro,
Shaiko down. Good.
Fights back down.
Nice, good. Mowgli on that pixel. They know he's bathroom, they got him. They treated him out.
He
can't get through there.
Well, he doesn't take much more. With the body down to his side, the pings on the player,
Know
the
where he
pre-fire in the
is. They
angle.
both
There's
know
a
where
bit
he
of a
is.
stack up here and a bit of traffic.
Leaky Fac's down.
Huge take by Lems on the back end. Renshiro finds one as well. Suddenly, it's just Bibu left. He's looking for the fight across the bow. The two remaining players have got the pings coming against them, but it's also a reverse two-way.
Oh, nice!
Bibu finds a connection. 10 seconds left. It's all
They got a plant.
The drive is all the way back to the front. Renshiro.
Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. He's coming. Why did you swing him?
And as I said, even if they do not open up,
why did you swing him?
Utility,
just stay alive. He could have.
Fuck,
he could have left.
Here, they were kind of stuck. They were surrounded by 4
Why did you
players.
fucking swing him?
But what do? They just start dropping the hatch and they just go for it because they know.
If he had just stayed alive,
here,
that
exactly
last player had to go pick up the
BDS
kit
is
and
currently
plant.
putting on that board. So well done.
Fuck.
Almost a clutch around though. Almost able to. Well,
all he had to
permanently
do was stay alive there.
Without it being able to be used, but just not completely enough, not far enough. Time just too much on the board. And that's going to be hurting Wolves. That's their first round gone.
It is. It was the same on the opposite map.
That was a really close round though, which is much. I mean, I feel like on Oregon there was a lot of rounds that were very one-sided, so it's good to see that that was like closer. But really,
try and put in a bit of distance. There was
I mean, I'm not a professional player,
based on the work of Mowgli, tucked in on the corner.
but really, I mean, he needed to stay alive for like 2 seconds. That was it. And they would have won that round.
Back up. But BDS, they're able to drive themselves back through. Caught right in the middle. Obviously, the bit of the scratch fight.
He had to have heard him like running up to him too, you know, so he knows that he doesn't have the diffuser. He's not planting.
Alrighty, we move on towards that bottom floor, and as I was just saying as well, the site we just saw has a 73% win rate for the defense. The kitchen is a lot worse. Oh no, 40% overall this tournament. So attacks have been quite successful here overall. I believe Anne also mentioned it though, Wolves did struggle on the defense on this map in general, so you know, they're just trying to get 2-3 rounds in total, I think, to see what they can do. As Shinka, not quite aggressive, deals a little bit amount of damage to Alems, but stays alive most importantly.
Yeah, both had a massive awareness of each other in that fight, and the pressure is kind of on both of them for now. Shinka, he's hoping that there's still at least a bit of a call out in case somebody tries to get a collapse
SSG had a really tough event.
He's playing this very top aggressive position.
We talked about it earlier, they missed qualifying over BDS by 3 rounds.
His route isn't to try and take the kill there onto the player, it's to try and catch the rotation down over the top if they took it. They didn't.
And G2 is falling off there pretty bad now.
He's still tucked, but he's pushed further back.
Has the hatch opened up for him now, though, so he can drop down into laundry if he needs to. Was asking for a bit of support to come over, and that was going to be the shotgun that
Stage 3, they finished.
The way Liquefact's coming around, he might actually
7th
soon cut
out
off
of
this
10
whole
teams.
opportunity to rotate around. He spots a player, somehow finds him on that last bullet, but
Nice, good
instantly traded
refrags.
out by P4's Rise. Just found the entry a little bit earlier.
Shaiko fights back, keeps things balanced down Brown, and pulls himself for the rotate over the top. They got to do some structural work, and they almost catch P4 on the tail end of it. Ranchiro still has the hammer, and it starts to hit there. They're going to try and get themselves this. A bit of clarity. Limit the places that Wolves can bury
SSG
themselves
thought they
in,
won.
limit the rotations
I mean, they
that
have
can
won
sort of
tournaments in
make
the
and see if they can
past,
try and
yeah,
catch up
but
some of
they
these.
are not
have
in this one
time.
anymore.
Time's a bit on their favor, and
They got knocked out in the group
was
stages.
most important part there, which is Shaiko sort of let himself down and pulled himself quickly back up here. They could not escape with that advantage in 50 seconds. There's still the drive, the hard breach in pocket. They might have lost some of the pocket utility, but there's still more than enough to make it work.
Wherever the player in VIP, that is usually the pain point if you want to be dropping down the hatch here. The
spectator camera gets so confused when they switch to someone who's like rappelling into the building.
Left in Rise's pockets. After that, it's just going to be the SMG.
Don't peek,
They're
don't
trying
peek,
to go for
don't
a bit
peek.
of a vertical angle out here, hoping to find the top of his
here
head
comes the
above the shield, but not quite successful at
Nice,
that.
nice
There's a big
Jaeger.
force of the play.
Oh,
Ranchiro
damn.
took so much through
That
the
took
top.
so much
One more
damage
player
off of him.
in.
Nice.
Look at the swing.
He knows.
Oh, pop your
He
head,
knows he's there.
Ranchiro, and have it taken off. There's only 10
Okay, white
seconds.
stairs, and they know
Brown
one's
to
in
the
freezer.
stairs,
You know
set
where they are.
himself. Shaiko, he's
Nice.
driving through. P4
Nice,
one more,
P4.
one more.
2 pistol kills.
Wolves find the quick response for the first round loss.
Locked BDS up in the freezer out there, and I mentioned it,
Nice.
it is going to be that pain point, a player that is inside of VIP.
Nasir,
just
thank you so much
able
for the
to toss
gifted
these
subs.
smoke
Thank
canisters in,
you.
really limit
Kumu,
your
thank you for the
movement.
68
But when you
months.
drop down and you do not have the freedom of VIP, you cannot use that double window as well that's right next to you, and that gives the freedom to the Wolves players to just rotate around that, use that to their advantage and lock off the round. So we're 1-1. Going towards a reading, the next site. And Wolves,
Yeah, I don't know what you mean when you say
rounds, and I think
TSM
they'll be
barely
all
won.
sort of
Like,
happy
won
with
what?
that. They prefer more, of course. But at least that is a good start for their attack later on. And they got one on the board, so quite early on and quite convincing there as well. So plenty of opportunities for them to bring this one into their own hands.
Back and forth. Is that going to be a bit of a
They
tale
played
of
6
fold
matches
here?
in the group stages.
This is BDS's map.
They haven't played in the
Last time,
quarterfinals yet,
how
so
often
I
actually we've
just don't know
cast
what you're.
teams, maps
When you
have
say
sort of
they
drifted
won
away from
this,
each other.
they
I
won
believe it
that.
happened
You have to
when we
be
did the
more
semis
specific, so I don't know what
for
you're
the
talking
other
about.
team
With
that was able to maybe take the throne. Whether they remember it or not on Twitter is a different story, but them and X set was a brawl on each other's surface, and it only really separated in the final map.
It did. And again, hoping that we see a third map here. Wolves definitely will as well. Bride pushing
Well, they
up.
have to.
But they have to. I mean, otherwise they're knocked out, right? So
I mean, they would be weird if they were like...
you know
It's
what,
so
no,
weird
we
now
move
that some of
on,
the
that's
attackers,
okay.
they have
No,
2
yeah,
claymores instead of
definitely
just
won't
the
have that
one.
mentality.
No, they will not.
Every
They
time
will break
they
through this more than anything,
go
I
put
would
2 of
say,
them
but
down, I'm like, what?
break through this comes from
Oh, here
this.
comes the Ying.
Liquefac getting a quick burn. And
All
a blind
3.
Over the top. There's a bit
Okay.
of a grenade throw. Ranchiro's going
4.
for the hot hop right down to the fight. He
And
gets blinded
he's
as well,
in.
but he's able to take care of Mowgli. Does not see the second man. P4's waiting for the Candelas. There's Alems to get a couple back, but Bibu at least stems the flow of blood. Shaiko, does he know truly where there's a player maybe waiting underneath in pillars? There's a drone that's going to steady its way around. P4 is still a bit curious of the angle. They've otherwise pulled themselves to the roof. They're out of there. They took some of the aggression onto the top, but with Bibu holding onto it for now, BDS, whilst they have the man advantage, is going to see if they can expend it elsewhere.
Gonna have that, well, you know, double entry kill. One was returned, but I need to be careful now because as you just saw, a C4 has been prepped underneath the skylight. It is a usual drop that BDS likes to, well, take control of every now and then. So they need to find different ways in, or at least get the information there might be a C4 there as a grenade flies through. Shaiko back on his drone, checks his own flank, knows that nothing is going to be there. But reading is the eventual sight, and that is a good use of the Gemini, let's say it like that.
I don't think he expected it, but
Definitely did.
it does work perfectly. Alem's able to pick off one more. Bibu, he's on the top, and now he's the only one left. Another body lost from the verticality here, and BDS have been able to dispatch almost every single Wolves player without even entering the floor. Now, though, they're flooding in the site. Bride, they took the drop over the top, and Bibu's going to try and do the same. The rotate will be watched. You can see the player on the white window. Just heard a shuffle. There's the spray. I mean, may as well be revealed. It's got ground to make up. Takes a bit of damage with it being watched on the top as well. This is the first fight
Oh.
Doesn't quite go, though. BDS.
Surprise.
Round for round.
Joko waiting patiently there behind a bar, hoping to pop up at the exact right moment. It's 2-1.
First plant.
First plant as well for
The
now.
showdown.
No, we had one in round 9 actually.
Oh, did we?
I think we did. That was the meeting room, which had no attic play.
Oh, yeah, it just got down. I recall now.
So,
Yeah, it's
as
been
we
a lot
push
of
on,
a frag-heavy
BDS in the
game,
league
of course,
Wolves, they
instead of
know they
objective
need to
based.
find 2 or 3. That's their aim, that's their goal, and they are running it back down towards reading,
Okay.
which was quite convincingly BDS's just momentarily ago, I'd say.
Yeah, that's that sort of thing, because bar was a scrap, and it sort of boiled down to an aggressive drop. You think that maybe there's something there that they think they can tweak, or maybe they're worried that BDS will think the same, and they hope here that there's something else that they can sort of stack up inside of a site that was so one-sided and heavy-handed that BDS won't think to check or change. Maybe if you take care of the potential of a Candelas that aren't there currently, maybe if you take change of the potential drop of the Skylight that might come, we don't know until later, well, that 1C4, instead of being popped under a single player, gets the guy that got 2. It's a different round and a different story. There is changes, though. As we said, the Candelas will not be picked up. Instead, Gridlock will find her first showing of the showdown.
Of course, Gridlock is an operator that doesn't get used quite often, but the kit that she brings is very useful at that. Have the opportunity, of course, to basically stop any staircase from being used by those defenders, unless they use a lot of ammunition to get rid of it. More importantly, that gives away their position, and that is something you often do not want to be known if you're going on a bit of a flank. So Leak Effect, of course, having the opportunity to shut those down, as well as, for example, the brown stairs that are headed towards the basement. That's often where you have a defender creeping as well to provide some support to the hatch drops that might be coming through. We just spotted out the Gemini replicator there, sort of knowing to not use a Nitrocell for that. Not this time.
The spray round to the opposite end of the long overwatch of P4. There's the E1D, which is the control of the space here of BDS. Across both maps has been great, and they're punishing on the back of it. P4 was caught out. Now they're going to see if they can try and swing around. The pre-fire connects with Rise. They knew somebody was on Lumber, regardless of the fact that Bulletproof was picking things up. EFAC, he's putting a bit of a scrap and a scrape in. Look at this BDS. They're surrounding and circling the hole on the back end. They've got to try and fight for a route out, but every single one is watched, and the drones are giving even more. Bibu buys himself a second. They're both tucked tail over the top. They're waiting for some movement. EFAC finds one. They're inside the site, and well, if the last round was powerful and in control, this weirdly feels even worse. 5-1, Mowgli all that's left, and if it was a gambit and a gamble to double down on Library, the only thing that's been red is this hold.
This is going to be a tactical timeout coming out from Wolves right after this, because everything is falling apart. It's a flawless round for BDS. They extend their lead to a total of 2 rounds. And they are looking to continue their tradition against not losing from Wolves. Again, the last 6 times they played, it was them who won it. BDS.
The last 6 times.
To make that 7.
Jesus.
No tech timeout coming out, actually. I was thinking that round is very defining in terms of that everything is going wrong. Like, your plays are being picked up, and they just don't even realize from where. They just seem to be in the wrong
You wonder why
every single time.
I wasn't excited to see BDS playing Wolves in the quarterfinals.
So they have the opportunity to, of course, reset
because of that.
without using
Every time they have like a mental block with
see what they can do.
BDS. I don't know what it is. They always struggle. They can beat every other team
they need to make sure they connect now. Because again, I mentioned it, BDS doesn't
in
clear out
EU
all the
League,
utility.
and for whatever
Pixel
reason,
Shield, for example, they don't mind leaving that up. They will just go for the side directly. They just push through the cigar door, through the new hatch area. And
I'm just so bored of it. I'm so bored of
They've done that so many
UB
times
always
before.
putting them in the
That's what makes them such a
same
scary team
bracket,
to play on
same
Cafe.
whatever.
This
Like,
top floor is just difficult to hold against them.
tired of it.
Wolves.
So it's boring. It's just the same thing
This is
over
tricky.
and over.
As you said, there was the chance of attack timeout with how things went on the previous round, but they want to sort of, in the server, they want to see if they can try and pull and play their way back. They've done it before, and sometimes that's kind of what you need rather than a team talk. Get your heads on and see if you can try and make it happen. The first sight and the first time we saw this, as I said, you kind of had a moment there when you think it might have gone Wolves' way, apart from the heroic double drop death.
Yeah, they drew the
remaining
like
BDS
matchup
players,
on
but
stream.
here, once again, striking their way over the top. BDS might have lessons learned. They might have themselves with a little
I don't
bit
know when
more
they started
control.
doing
Control
that.
has been almost their MO for this show.
They haven't always
so
done
far.
that.
They have been right over the route that Wolves want to run.
Piano being opened up now as well by Brede. They're giving themselves some width to try and take and to control multiple areas of that map. Of course, the pixel shield that Mowgli is playing behind is going to be that crucial point.
I know that it was like random, whatever, but it was horrible.
Well.
Like that
so
was.
A lot of piece of utility need to be expended here by BDS if they want to remove Mowgli from his
It's
spot.
just the
And
most boring possible matchups they could have picked.
A massive important factor for Wolves' run to get to this point.
Everyone could have just stayed home. Nobody needs to be in Sweden. They could just play all these matches from home because that's everybody's playing their own region anyway.
Last time round, Mowgli was able to do some damage on the swings either side of it.
I mean, BDS is good for sure, but like Wolves are also good. I feel like they struggle mentally, which has a significant issue where I see them making more mistakes than they normally would.
As the gate got reactivated, Alems finds Mowgli on the connection of the white window. Wants to see if another might come, but with a minute, they've got the pressure of time.
The other thing is that BDS just picked up the KFAC before this stage, I think, and so now they're like kind of in this like honeymoon phase. All 4 LATAM teams on the same side.
Yeah, Shaiko, he's buried himself in.
It's not even just that they have to, all the LATAM teams are playing each other, it's that they're on the same side of the bracket too. Like,
they're circling and Shaiko fights, well, the wrong person.
Man, they can just like not get the mana advantage. There you go.
They're trying to find the kill, and Rice is the one that has the coverage.
Nice, good.
He's just watching from the hatch until he
Jesus Christ.
takes the first.
Jesus Christ.
And finds it, gets the kit back, a single fight ahead of him. Does he know there's a down?
Fucking thank God.
Doesn't matter, Shinka.
A 3v1 and suddenly a 1v1.
Camera out there, information was there, but he still needed to pull that trigger in time. Well done. Wolves hang on. They find that second round.
Because I mean, BDS was like, let's see.
Is what they would aim for. They have that second. Now looking to see if they can find a third. To find
in stage 2, BDS was 6th of 10 teams in the
they are a better attack team on Cafe than they are on the defense, and you can
in the
see
EU
that
League.
here and there, as BDS
They were second
at these given
this
spots.
stage.
So maybe that's also what
But like I said, they just changed players. They were behind Wolves by 6 rounds because they had the same number of points.
BDS. It is still their map. It is still where they wanted to go, and obviously the side.
They also changed their coach or analyst or whatever, because it used to be Bios, now it's this guy Stuplex, I think his name is.
That is a two-way street in BDS. They're just as
So I mean, they're good. Yeah, they're like consistently top 4 most of the time. You know, last stage they struggled, but
away from them. But it's the growth.
I feel like Wolves always has a problem playing them.
We'll be able to have at least
they're like undefeated this stage, except for playing BDS and like one other team, I think.
Will it be an even hand? Will it almost be like a set and a reset?
I don't know.
Possibly. We might even end this on like an even footing, right? Where both these teams are on 3. It's basically becoming a sprint in that half. See who finds more. Bibu being droned out. It's not going to be too worried about that. Just quickly dispatches of that drone. Flashbang's coming in from Wedding, though.
If you want to... Yeah, all the NA teams are on the same side. Yep. Oh, God, there was a drone there. He didn't see it.
They are trying to put up the pressure around him as that is the Wedding wall opened up.
Yeah, there's that drone just tucked on the inside. P4's trying to offer some support, but it's smoked off, and this is once again, BDS playing a very good connection, actually. They were able to get rid of the Kairos, unless they popped on a different wall than what I thought they were trying to breach through. There it is, the second set, and there's the impact. That's the
tiny hole.
That comes a little bit across. Shinka, he's rotated his way around. BB, I think, had a moment where he wanted to ditch it out, but the support structure started to show up, and that's actually bit back here against BDS. People heard the break-in. EFAC has the ability to try and find some feet, though. Has he stepped on that place recently? EFAC goes one way, P4 gets Shaiko the other, fights his way back down to site, goes for some support, and the structure comes through. This is it.
Okay, the zombie barricade just broke up, just covered that hole for Bibu so he can hold Bakery.
Himself back down. The First swing's the drone, the second's the feet, and the third, some attention paid to all 5 players now down on the kitchen floor.
Was a slight miss drone you had there, meaning that P4 able to get away with that first kill instantly back towards the side. It wasn't the double prone pressure that you would like to see from an attacking team like that. But now the verticality starts. Renshiro can swing the camera around and see how much he can open up. And
last game was pretty rough.
Of the defending setup. Of course, this usually will be
so BDS are up 1-0. Of the best of 3, Wolves have to win this one, basically.
Which allows BDS to actually start cutting down these angles one by one.
Well, now as the drive comes together, they've got themselves eyeing up the
I think Cafe is more defense-sided, so I'm a bit worried about them switching to the defensive side on a 3-3 scoreline. But their attacks have been really solid this stage, too. I think they have like a pretty... It's like a 65% attack win rate or something like that. Nice. Nope, not nice. Never mind. I thought that he won that
able to get a big kill. The rotate comes through. There's the shot.
Good refrag.
No, it's Shinker actually with the pocket SMG, but the drop is onto the hatch itself. They've cut past the player. P4's tucked, ready for the swing round. They want to hit the chassis. There's a watch.
Oh my god, he's
above,
right there.
So nobody can rotate on the opposite side. Rise has to take a direct route through, but Renshiro's actually handed it over. The fight on the back end. P4 puts
last
the kick
one's in the freezer.
There's the pop round. They've got to get
nice.
back, but it's Wolves.
Nice. Okay. 3-3 even scoreline, switching sides. Now they're going to be on attack.
And again, that first kill, crucial. Able to fall back towards the side instantly afterwards. That is important because then you can restructure yourselves. Everything they just
JSI, thanks for the 51 months.
That is going to be outdated. That keeps BDS guessing. You saw when Likafak went in, he gets the kill into Wedding. He's afraid someone is still up in Kojak. There was no one there, but you know, they didn't know if that changed over the last time they checked it. And that means he was too worried about set position rather than the actual area where the defenders were coming from. And that just like that divided attention, that is really what Wolves needs to play into here.
Oh boy.
But they're up for the attack now. They get to choose their own path. As BDS is tossing up the hurdles. The top floor is first. Mira on the board, that is going to be difficult to deal with in some of these situations. Probably going to be a wide opening up towards the piano with the Mira on the plate near planks on that double door. Basically rendering the entirety of piano, well, dangerous to threat to.
5 seconds left.
At least that's what it looks like in terms of the opening made.
It's like Brede, can you move? I need to get this reinforced.
Opening up slightly further just to remove any visions that might have been blocked. Yeah, but this is the mirror window I was talking about. So this is just to make sure that piano is not going to be as safe for the Wolves as they might want it to be, no matter what they do.
All right, what's the take here? You always see a thinker nowadays and you're thinking, what's the take here? Because she fell a little bit out of favor from being pretty frequent, and a reason one of the majors went the way it did with so much of a dramatic rise in her usage. They've got themselves eyeing up maybe an eastern front, the Nomad, just to keep some of the control of the jump out, but usually before the air jab gets hit, they can get a spray down to at least one of the players, and then they just become a little bit more of a sitting duck. The pressure over the top, it's always pretty familiar, regardless of whether you're trying to take fully over on the right-hand side or onto east and the fight on heaven and hell. It's Mowgli that might try and force the play. The drop in, the reveal, all the way across, get all of this yummy, delicious intel, and see what happens next. Mowgli might find a fight sooner than he thinks, and he does. Halems was watching just on the bottom. The drone rolls a second too late, but Mowgli can now just watch from behind the scenes.
See you on that drone.
Mowgli on 2-7. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I need you to pick it up, man.
Information wasn't coming quite through yet.
They're supposed to be the entry fragger.
Will be more than happy with, because now they can just fall back towards the side slightly. Just hold on to it, because they know that Wolves, they need to work together now. C4s are being prepped for an eventual jump, and there's 2 players stacked up on that window.
EFAC is underneath it as well, waiting with open arms. Brede wants to just hit this onto the windowsill and pop it, see if he can get them. The rotate comes around, and I don't think they're going to back it up with a push.
Oh yeah, that's true. It was a double kill on 1 round, which means out of 5 other rounds, he has not picked up a kill.
Be in the back end of the trades. There's still a player underneath inside reading. There's only a minute left, and Wolves really haven't got control of anything in that time.
There's actually a pre-placed C4 on that window jump in now, so P4 cannot really go for the window that he's about to be, well, looking at. So instead he's going to go down below, see what he can clear out, maybe even swap completely
40
from
seconds.
the position they want to go from. As you see, complete rotation coming down towards the southern side. They need to go for something else, but again, Piano is relatively unsafe due to the mirror windows being out there, so they need to think of something, and that something is P4 just quickly trying to push up the white stairs.
He knows that someone was here, and, well, he's able to get the kill there and drive the further push. The prox is pointless. They know he's there. He's not being subtle, but behind him is EFAC.
15
he's
seconds.
To make a bit of a movement, and Shaiko gets the connection onto Bibu. P4 finds Brede. They got to fight through the site. P4's doing everything he can.
Nice. Good.
For P4. The last is
Shit.
in front of him, but
he was
EFAC
reloading.
stops the ace. It's a 2 versus 1. They got to see if
okay, they know where he is. He's planting. He has to push. Cover the plant. Cover the plant.
He's looking wrong.
He doesn't know where they're planting.
Situation 2 versus 1. EFAC has a huge
nice.
And he cannot find it. Wolves, after a
huge round from P4.
Finally find themselves a foot ahead.
They already pulled themselves back into that round. The white stairs push was really
man. If he hadn't been reloading right there, he might have got the ace on that one too.
And that puts them back into the lead. Slowly calming down, having a chat between themselves as they head on to the next attack.
Okay, they are leading. Let's go.
Not in terms of the fact
4-3.
Potential man count. Yes, it was also close.
3 more rounds.
However, it was the fact that they did not really manage to cut through the actual site like they intended to, but had to go for that last second round-winning call.
I was like, it's 40 seconds, and like 3 of you are not in the building. I am stressed. They play such late round executes in Pro League. Not just Wolves, but like in general.
Stick to the plan that you had at hand.
It's the thing about
you know, like when you play ranked, you just gotta get through there quickly, and you know,
a little bit negative. He was, you know, just a little bit positive.
Or trying to execute before, like when there's like a minute remaining, and they're like spending the first 2.5 minutes figuring out where everyone is, and then it's like 3, 2, 1, go, and then just like everything goes like hell breaks loose.
Cause a problem. We need to send somebody in to what seems like a little bit of a fruitless situation without ground, and at least try and take it. He's a great name to have in that slot, as proven there. There was really nothing Wolves had taken control of at that point. Their take was one that was built around a sort of quick break and breach. So instead, sending P4 up the stairs. He won the first. He doesn't always win the second. This time he found 4. You couldn't really ask for any more here. Wolves, as I said, the first time they have been in the lead, and look at this. Round the back line, gets the shield.
I was like, is that too far for the shield? I'm worried about that.
Like the R-Series hero is starting to push through. That is headed towards VIP. So maybe a slight slow miscommunication coming out there from BDS. At least some damage done back.
Almost took Rise's head off.
Is about to be flying through. ADS will save Alem's life. No second one being tossed out because they have no clue if there is going to be a second piece of utility out there. Quick check up. Is that just not going to fall down? Yeah. Still gets it though.
Still gets it. That grenade cache was almost like an advert for the ADSs. That was perfect.
Oh.
How was that? Shaiko locks out Mowgli, who is, if I said he didn't really quite have the full connection in the first game here, he's struggling even more. But
he's really struggling.
Built on the back of them losing that first body, losing that first engagement.
Come on, Mowgli.
They have a little bit less time to try and work out something, and have done a little bit of the structural work this time around at least. But here still, there's a lot to be done on this floor. There's been nothing done on the floor above. Sometimes Wolves do this. They don't try and take the vertical. They don't try and put too much of a focus on it. Instead, go for this flat fight. They've got somebody on the door, a coat check, and Shaiko is trying to say, sorry, we're closed. But it's P4 round on the back. Will he be able to get this surprise strike? It does seem likely. And it is.
Nice. Oof.
Just
in time to save Rise's life.
Quite deep, close to the wall now as well. So I believe that is Alems. If he steps a little bit out of line, he's going to be picked up by either of those two Wolves players. P4 wanted to go for a bit of a swing as well. He's holding it very tight here around the bar. Should be safe from P4's position, at least for now. A drone needs to come in to give them that information.
Yeah, as soon as they get the read on Alems, you know there's going to be a bit of pressure, but Bibu in the meantime, he's trying to swing his way through. Renshiro, he's able to take care of one. The bandit charge gets placed, and EFAC and Renshiro get themselves one more on the board. Shinka, in the blink of an eye on what seemed like the start of a Wolf strike, suddenly all that's left, there's the blind, but there's the swing.
Yeah.
BDS just sort of locked the door on the site itself.
It was a good bit of teamwork coming down there from Wolves to get rid of the player in coat, but after that, you mentioned it, they didn't have any verticality, so there's no pressure onto the site. this gives BDS the opportunity to just play the site, right? And that's the issue. That's why you open up above, because there's so many angles, so many corners they can just hide in. You see it out there. It's like 3 players all around. It's usually not what you see that late into a round. Usually it's 1 hiding, maybe 2 if you're lucky.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
But now
as many
the
bombs
entirety of BDS had the opportunity to just sit back and relax due to the lack of verticality.
Whoever loses this round, I assume might call attack timeout. It's always a tricky one, because the game is still close. And obviously, if BDS go ahead, it's a lot worse for Wolves. If Wolves go ahead, it's not the end of the world for BDS, because they still technically have that buffer, that safety map. This is their map, though. And if Wolves have the momentum, they want to break it up. If Wolves aren't on map point, they want to keep it that way for as long as possible, regardless of whether they're building momentum or not, I would say. I could be wrong. It's down to the team, but that's based on assumptions, based on watching them week in, week out for a very long time.
5 seconds to insertion.
No, it's definitely going to be more problematic for Wolves, especially if you start considering Bank as well. Statistically, better map for BDS as well between the 2 of them. So that is something that's on the back of their minds as well, right? They kind of relied on taking that first.
I will say in recent play, it's been 2 each.
Yeah.
They're both 100% on recent play. And it's always the tricky thing when we talk about long stats, because, okay, yeah,
Dynamics.
the Wolves project is one that's built on a while. They've had Mowgli as the fresh pickup, and EFAC has been defining. Look, EFAC has sort of shown up and added a new resurgence to BDS, so that becomes tricky. It will be spicy, though. That is a guarantee.
It for sure should be spicy, but we first have this spice at hand. Level 2 of the game coming in. BDS, of course, only need a couple more rounds, and they're on that defense. They will feel confident on it, because it's just a very confident team, and they have been finding their strides the last couple of, matches that they are playing. And yes, of course, it did come down eventually to a bit of help as Rise just drops in, gets the kill onto Breed, and is looking to go even more aggressive now.
Look at this, the blinds come on the back end. Rise has tucked himself super
my
deep,
God.
but gets caught by the Candelas of his own player. EFAC finds Mowgli, Renshiro finds Rise, and that is a bit of a tragedy, but Bibu's there. But look at the cigar rotate, and they can't quite get it. They're in the fire. P4, a little too late to the party. There's
The
player,
timing!
and there's one more for Alem.
The timing of that.
BDS, they instantly responded, stepped back
Fucking
into
hell,
what was
dude. The
supposed to be a bit
Ying
of a
blinding
quick strike
Rise.
there
And
from
I don't know what happened to
Wolves, and
Mowgli.
outdoors, a
Mowgli
successful
blinded Rise
lead
and then died.
An unfortunate bit
And then Rise died.
of a second of misplay or mistiming, and it goes against them, as is how Siege likes to work.
Again, they feel confident on the side of BDS. They will lean into a gunfight if you give them the opportunity to. That's exactly what they did. Yes, the first kill goes to Wolves, but after that, they are coming through the fire together with Shaiko.
He got C4'd. Okay, so I think he probably dropped in and then...
5v4. And I still see the microphones being down, so attack timeout has not been called yet. They might be waiting up until the actual
that moment,
round
that was pain.
when the 6 does get hit.
Tried to adjust his angle and got peeked right at that exact
The
moment.
fireplace and mining. So we're not headed to cocktail, not kitchen, which is locked. We're headed towards mining. The other side on that first floor that BDS is going to be defending. Again, they want to be showing, hey, we can win every single site on this map right here. We want to defend every single one of them.
That's a BDS special.
Yeah, that's what they like to do every now and then. I mean, it is a way of showing that you are feeling confident on this map and comfortable.
Wolves, 2 rounds separate you from, once again, falling out inside this. They have technically a route of growth over the majors they've been at this year, one of only 2 teams that have been at every single major, and whereas W7M have absolutely exploded throughout this tournament and gone flawless for now.
They've become the main favorite, I think.
Wolves haven't quite had that connection, but there has been growth. The first was, oh, is this going to be a suffer? They know that there was a swing out on 1. They'll now know that there was a swing out on the 2nd. As I was saying, though, they couldn't get out of groups in Charlotte. They couldn't get out of quarters in Berlin. Will that happen again?
Well, they hope not. They hope that they are able to bring this back. And again, you mentioned it, they are very close. It's just a single round. It's just a single entry kill, snowballing into a little bit more for the attack of Wolves to truly put themselves back into the driver's seat of this game and find that confidence with Shaiko. Talking about confidence. is close to the window. He's getting some pings from the Prisma, knows that the window has been swapped upon. This might be a double jump out because you see Elem's going up towards the white stairs. Finding some support, actually backing off now, doesn't want to stick around.
The pressure's coming now onto Shaiko. He's waiting for a swing in either side, but you can't do it by just yourself. The impact will sort of say, I'm watching you. And that grenade will sort of say, we know. The flashes, the blinds, the cover on both sides. EFAC with the rotate, but it's scrappy. And Mowgli does find Shaiko in the mean end. Renshiro finds Rise, though. And Mowgli finds
Nice.
Lems.
Mowgli got 2.
And
man, the man count is just constantly even.
And some of the players that, as I said at the start of this
EFAC should have died there. That's crazy. He's got
a little bit better. Mowgli, he's tucked himself inside reading.
He's got
just
5 HP.
They have the reveal on a single player. They know that Renshiro is up there. He's caused them enough drama and made sure that Wolves weren't able to run away with the control. He pulls back. There's pings on this, and there's 2 players, 2 stories, and a pre-fire. There's the fight. There's the second. Mowgli didn't maybe expect the second player to be there. The impact puts him to 1 HP, and the rest is finished by EFAC. The rotation over the back end. There's the
good. Okay, play together.
Tucked behind the chassis and the table, hoping he goes unchecked for at least a single kill. But there is a minute. They have the time to be able to maybe structure something here. There's a swing and a fight, and Pre-Day takes out 1.
Nice. Oh, fuck my heart.
Wolves bring it back.
Oh my god,
again,
my
we're
heart.
keeping it even. We're making sure we're trading rounds.
Come on.
And this was a very, very traded round.
Yeah.
Because it just continued swinging back and forth. I don't think we've had a single point where one team had 2 players over the other. Just every single time it was 1.
Yeah.
Before
It's constantly like 5-5, 4-5, 4-4,
no tech timeout.
4-3, 3-3. Jesus.
That will probably come onto the next round. No.
I guess everything I said about the previous round.
Yeah, that's now, right? I mean, there's no points.
It's so close. I hate it. I'm so stressed out.
Usually, if a team calls timeouts in groups, they do it on round 5 if they want to wait as long as possible. Like when your opponent has 5. When you're in playoffs, the 6th round doesn't mean anything, right? To some extent. Yes, if you lose the next, you're done.
Chaotic Badger, thank you for the 6-month resub. Yeah, Fromage used to. She played in the past,
out of your opponents,
but she's been coaching for like 4 years now.
Oh, close the gap to overtime. I think that after this we will get to see that, but it is the bottom floor to be defended.
I like when it's close. I don't like when it's close for Wolves. I want it to just be us, you know.
Don't get me wrong. You know,
I want it to be one-sided in their favor.
That works well for them, but Wolves sort of resistance.
I'm happy that it's close now because they need to win this. I wish that they had more of a round advantage.
Drive through. It cost them before. Renshiro playing in what is an easy to stop position.
Here we are.
Just by opening up a bit of the pressure above. Could have revolutionized their round. They lost 3 bodies to what was just a swing round that you'd see on a standard take here. They're still going to go for the same.
Yeah, I like the drama of it when it's teams that I care less about, but right now I'm
they
not.
might not have heard the breach. They probably will hear that though.
Yeah. But now I'm not excited.
There is verticality plans for Wolves. There is at least someone to hinder the process. Shaiko playing rank code. He's aware that last time someone played out there, he was double teamed. So he's making sure to check his corners occasionally just to make sure no one is actually coming through. RC Roteros are in though. Just trying to make sure to take out some of that utility. Quite sure what he's hunting for. Maybe some bulletproof gadgets. Eventually gets lost, and that keeps the Bennett wire on the wall, making sure they cannot actually open it without dispatching it with an EMP.
Yeah, it looked like they were just trying to find out everything inside that room, and now they're going to try and find everything in the room above. It does seem like EFAC has pulled himself away. For now, so BDS, they're just going to sort of hold on to the angle and get themselves the stretch and sort of eye up the site itself. Maybe EFAC thought, okay, well, they're not doing vertical again. They're doing a standard Wolves take. Let's drop back and give the support into the site. And Shaiko finds Mowgli to give them all the support that they need, hops back into coat check, gives them that width, that angle across the board now, and as they start to pressure where they lost bodies before, will they actually try and pressure above it this time?
It's something they haven't done over the last map either, so wouldn't be surprised if they don't go for it. Waiting for the EMP to come through so they can start opening up onto the actual bakery wall, but you have to be careful because it's a bandit you're playing against, and Renshiro still has one in pocket, playing close to the wall as well, so he has the opportunity to go for the trick, but Bibu has the opportunity to go aggressive. That seems what he wants to do when the Nitro comes out. Stops that from happening, and that means that BDS have a really good opportunity to bring themselves to 6 now.
I mean, that was it, just locked in. EFAX playing it aggressive, caught out at the worst possible time. They're inside the site though. P4 took the drop on the hatch itself, is looking for another body, but Renshiro was aware, and Shinka bites back. A 3 versus 2 with Kochak still away from them. It's not an easy entrance here for Shinka. He's sort of expecting a swing, but there's so many places it can come from. He needs support to come from the opposite pinged player.
They're
he needs
everywhere.
someone else to give him
They're
just
so
a little
spread
bit
out.
more. It's Rise.
Good.
He takes a great fight down the main corridor, but 10 seconds. They gotta go for the drop, and as I said, Shaiko, he's still cashing checks inside the Kochak zone. They're spread out. BDS are on opposite ends of the site. They're refusing to give him anything. Rise can't find anybody he wants to. BDS sit on map and series point.
One more round and they'll see themselves go up to the semis to play against a NA team yet to be disclosed. Wolves have the opportunity to bring it back, of course. They're just a single round away from overtime. And this one did come quite close, but this time no co-check control. Also no verticality.
This is BDS's map.
And also,
BDS
no
won Oregon.
timeout again to be called. So they're not going for it. They think they have what
which
it
was
takes
Wolves'
to bring it
pick,
back now.
and now we're on
Lilun
BDS's
has
map
nothing
pick.
to add currently. The team does not
It's
necessarily
close,
need
but
to talk. They feel
it's
confident.
they
know
have to
they
win
can
this
do it.
round. They have
They
to.
just need to put the pieces together one last time at least.
They have to win this round to send it into overtime, 6-6, and then
So
one team has to get to 8.
5v5.
So they'll have to win the next 2 rounds.
The top floor to be attacked.
If they lose this, they're out of the tournament completely.
Wolves. What are they going to go for? Last time, a bit of a Hail Mary push up the white stairs. Again, you cannot keep on
Again,
relying on such a
Mowgli
thing,
on
so
4 and
they need to
11.
make sure that they're
He's
actually
had 2
doing this,
rounds where
taking
he's
the
gotten a
control
double
they
kill,
need, and set this push up methodically.
and 9 rounds where he hasn't been able to find anything.
If the rounds were pressure before,
It's really tough.
this is the most. One of the only teams to break at the top of the group. One of the only EU teams to break out of the
Really
groups.
struggling.
Could this be another bit of heartache?
It's always hard to
another
know why, though, because it's like, is he
another
struggling because he's losing his
best of 3
gunfights, or is he
curse?
struggling because they're,
BDS
as a
have stepped
team,
up
are
massively
having
throughout
a
this
hard
showdown,
time,
seeing
like, giving
performances
him the
they weren't
intel
quite
that he
able to put
needs?
together here, especially from
I don't know.
Munition and Shaiko.
Could be a lot of different things. It's
He's
hard.
tucked
It's hard
around
to
whiskey,
to
he's waiting
know
for a bit
from
of an
the
approach. He's hoping he's gone unsuspected, and
outside
he
perspective.
obviously does have the chance
but-
at doing something.
But he's
for a bit of a
definitely
big
not
breakout.
getting
There
the
is
kills
support
that
from the back end,
they
and they're
need,
concerned
you know,
about the breakout
they need
from
him to
underneath
be
as the
getting more
pressure starts to
kills,
come
for
across
sure.
EFAC. He's suffering a bit of a spray over the top, whether that was just a cursory check or not. They're almost baiting a fight. He just has to time this in his favor. I'm not entirely convinced they know he's back there.
They definitely don't. The Lems is coming in as well to provide some extra support in the piano. Wolves are going to struggle taking down the control. There's some verticality from below seems to be the solution. You have 2 sets of grenades to, well,
So much
try
fucking
and find
pressure.
a
I don't know how
player
they play like this.
From below, Mowgli in a good opportunity to do so.
There's so much
He's
pressure.
pushing up
Oh
the
god,
white
there's one right
stairs
there.
instead, hoping to find
Come
the
on,
entry
Mowgli.
because they need that entry so desperately. Whenever BDS takes that, it is difficult to come back in it because they like to play that trade game, but
Okay,
they
good.
get it. Rise.
Good,
On
good.
Renshiro.
Support.
Leak effect
2
down
of
in a
you could
difficult
double team
position.
him.
The phone calls come through. He's being watched from
Nice. Good timing, Twitch.
2 windows and below the stairs. Somehow escapes with his live as Lems finds one before Mowgli trades out. 4v3, counting down. Mowgli gets picked up. Back to 3. 80 seconds on the clock as Shinka falls. It's only up to P4 now in a 1v3 situation. Will he catch it? No, he doesn't.
Man.
BDS, they are going to the semis yet again. They are a successful
Damn.
team from Europe.
Doya, what's up? Thanks for the 20-month resub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 20 months.
In the top 4.
Wolves fought so well throughout this year, so well throughout this season, and so well throughout these groups. But unfortunately, there is one French curse that is still real and still present and prevalent, which is that they cannot break their way out of a best of 3, beaten by maybe the one team that has consistently taken them to the boards.
Yeah.
However, if we talk of French curses, there is one more. And that is when BDS enter a major, EU often isn't. Now they are the only ones that can disprove that.
There was always going to be one team to come out on top here, one European team to continue down, according to the bracket. And it is going to be BDS. They set out the Berlin Major. They made some changes because they knew there was a change needed. And it worked out for now. But will it work out in the semis?
They're two teams that know each other very well. EU, technically, we're sending the best of our best. It's got to be. It was an EU versus EU showdown based on how things came together. And it is Wolves that won't be progressing any further. But as we said, they're a team that has shown so much
I really
growth.
wanted
They're
them
one
to
of
get
the
out of
only
the
teams
quarterfinals.
every single major, and
But
they're
it had to be
really
BDS. Like that, as soon as I saw that, I was like, fuck. Out of any of the fucking teams at this stupid tournament, it's gotta be BDS. You have to be fucking kidding me. There's 3 other teams they could have been playing. Nope. BDS every fucking time. So sick of it. Alright, well, now what? It's 8 a.m. There's still the Sonics vs TSM match, which we could watch. No, everyone is pissed about the brackets. Everyone's pissed. The players are not happy about it. The viewers are not happy about it. No one's happy. Bolo's still on TSM, yeah. TSM, they changed someone, but I think they still have Achieved and Bolo at the very least, and I don't remember the rest of the team. And then Sonics. I don't remember who's on Sonics. They changed up their team a little bit too, but
It's still a 2-0. They'll still be happy with that. Now, up to the next challenge.
Now the next challenge is actually Ian Chambers.
Oh, the
He's going to have an interview with our victors. We'll throw to him.
Yeah, the entire bracket sucks ass. Merc's still there? Okay. Stayed widely the same core players for like a few years now. I mean, not more than any other team, I think. Let's see. TSM. They had Geo from 2019 to 2022. They had Shala from 2020 to 2022. So they have 2 new players this season. This stage, actually. They joined in September. Gasher and Snake. They had Pojo Man and Jarvis in 2019, who both left in 2020 when they were replaced by Shala and I don't know who else. Bio in 2019, he was only on the team for Biologic, not Bio, for a couple months. So, no. I mean, I guess Achieved, Bolo, and Merc. Those 3 have been on since 2019. But I feel like that's kind of standard for most teams. I don't feel like that's anything outside of the norm. Like most teams have a core of like a couple players, and then like Rampy and Bosco have been in SSG since 2018. Fault since 2019. Yeah. I'm really disappointed. I just really wish that the bracket weren't so fucking bad. Yeah. The same thing with, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like most teams have been the same couple players for a long time. Long hair guy that was IGL for SSG at one point. long hair guy. IGL for SSG. Long hair guy. I don't know. I'm trying to think of any players on SSG that have long hair. Thinking Nade? Oh, he has like a an afro? Is that what you mean by long hair? It's me. Next match, soon. They're doing the interview with BDS right now. TSM versus Sonics will be, I don't know, in probably I'd say probably like more like 15 minutes. They're gonna do ads, and then they'll do the analysts talking about the game, and then they'll do more ads, and then they'll do the analysts talking about the next game, and then they'll probably do more ads. So, So, yeah. Well, I mean, we could watch the Sonics versus TSM match, I guess, since it's coming up next. Since we're already here, we could watch the NA matchup, which is coming up. It was supposed to be at 10:30, but it's going to be like 2 hours early. That's crazy. I don't know how they plan for that, because, like, when do you warm up? You know, if you're like, okay, well, let's warm up at 9, because our matchup is at 10:30. They stay there, yeah. The flights... That's what sucks, is that once they're out, like, first they're in a city that does not have a lot of stuff for them to explore. Because Jönköping is, like, pretty small, I guess. And, yeah. So. Can we watch the World Cup? No, fuck the World Cup. Dull Knife, thanks for the 61 months. Boxer, thank you for the 32 months. I appreciate that, thank you. All my homies are boycotting the World Cup. Okay, well, I gotta feed Nova.
In the end, you're
her
still
breakfast.
BDS. Everybody except
So I'm gonna leave this stream up for y'all, even though the game's not starting soon.
But I'm trying to process was the game
and I'm gonna go feed Nova, and actually I gotta feed Rhea too. So I'll be right back, everybody.
Definitely were. Wolves were showing a little bit more of that playmaking that we were so wanting to see from them. Specifically round 7, P4 walked up the white stairs, contested a lot of control there, got a quad kill as well, and that was actually something that I really wanted to see more from them. We've seen them have good positions in Christmas as well when it came down to the kitchen drop from BDS. We saw them have good positioning on the fusers and everything. It's just unfortunate that it didn't really go their way eventually. We saw them being very flexible. One thing that may have to do with it as well, unfortunately, if you look at the side of Mowgli, a 0% survival rate as a fragger is not something you're looking for.
That kind of hurts.
Yeah, I think the problem is for him, he's an amazing player, but right now he's been so used in sub-top to be so good mechanically wise that he could take unfavorable gunfights and always win them. But then when you come to the best stages and best teams in the world, then it's harder to decide, you know, are you going to go and win that gunfight, even though you've got like a 20% chance to win it, right? And I think it's a learning process for Mowgli. He's only been playing at the top level for a year. I think he's got plenty of experience next to him to teach him that. It's just a matter now of learning really when to take those opening engagements and win them.
And when you talk about gunfights and taking them, there was one player on the side of BDS, Shaiko, that was taking them with so much confidence. He was peeking. I remember this one round where he was stood in bar or in piano, and he was peeking towards cocktail, towards freezer, towards top white stairs, and no one would contest him. It even was maybe a little bit of overconfidence that we talked about when he walked up into the white hallway and meleeed the bulletproof chem, eventually died as well. But that's just so much confidence, and also really knowing when to take a gunfight and when not.
He's our MVP for this game. Who would have believed it? Who would have thunk it? But here is 27-14 in this 2-map series. Takes it all. It's pretty important with those 7 entry kills in 2 maps. It's really opened things up for BDS.
I mean, BDS is looking extremely scary with this new lineup, right? I think Liquefact was the perfect plug and play, and it was one of the hottest French prospects they could have had, right? But the guy has everything they need. He brought not only a fragging potential that's huge, but also comms, energy, new vision, all this stuff that revamped the roster and put them in a new direction, also aligned with the new meta.
You heard Elem say in the interview, right? He's helping him with the IGLing, helping him with bringing up those fresh ideas, getting those playmaking moments in that we would so want to see from Wolves, but are now seeing from BDS. So it's a really good change for them. People have been saying, oh, BDS, they need to win a major. This is their time. I'm not trying to jinx them here, but maybe this is their time.
Well, will we get a map 3 today is the question on my mind, because so far we've gone through 3 series, and here's what they all look like in our bracket update. We saw it first, W7M went up against Black Dragons, and while W7M, their experience is in comparison to the other new kids on the block, well, that wins it out. Liquid took down FaZe Clan, also a 2-0 handily for Team Liquid. Now, BDS crowned themselves as the #1 team in Europe, especially since we're counting this as being a LAN event for it all. Well, now they're set in the semifinals. We've guaranteed an EU team, not too bad. But you know what? We're also guaranteed another NA team in the semifinals. Sorry, APAC, you don't get the 4th spot, but that's kind of how it works. But it's Sonic versus TSM. And just to tease it here, because these are the top 2 teams of the region. And you two will be here with me on the desk to discuss it in just a moment. But how are you feeling this one will go? Because LMs, every big team, every big player will say, oh, I don't really care who I'm playing against as long as the big team. But is that the reality of it?
I mean, TSM is still the first hit from NA, so one could think, you know, they're the favorites here. I think it's a bit different than that, right? If you look at the group stage, TSM barely made it out.
Yeah.
Sonics was the first one, and by far. So I think it's a bit different here. I think they're going to be on stage. They've got new players, first time on stage too. So lots of factors to take in, and I'm really excited to see who's the best.
Which of TSM or Sonics could beat BDS in your mind then?
Ooh.
Putting you on the spot, sorry for that, but...
I'd like to see a team like TSM do it, also with the young players coming in. It would be the young and new ideas against the young and new ideas. I'd like it.
Well, there you go. There's a lot of newcomers that are coming in. We're going to discuss that in just a moment once we go into our All-NA matchup. Thank you very much, FMI and Anne. It'll be time for All-NA again. Sonics versus TSM after the break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, both the pets have been fed.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
Nah, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
It's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good.
Oh, they have still 15 minutes? Damn. This is back in 1558. Jesus Christ.
Kanto. Yeah, chug boy.
What am I supposed to do? Do I go to the next one? Fire bolt. Look at that. I'm not smelling it, bro. I'm not gonna want to eat. I'm not smelling it.
It kind of gives you like an anticipation. It doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. What was that? Is that good?
Yeah, that one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10?
2.
Really?
This is put in. Cafe? No. Yeah.
Cafe?
Villa.
Skyscraper?
What?
Hello?
Yeah, we both gotta go.
Next up we have Vulcan Heat.
I think the Villa music used to be the Ave
I
Maria.
think we're gonna like this
and then they changed it to that one, I think.
They want us to eat the whole meatball.
I can smell this one already.
Yeah, that one's pretty.
Ready?
All right, 3.
1, 2, 3.
You said 3, 2, 3.
Is that good? Oh yeah.
Why are they eating it with meatballs? Oh, I guess like Swedish meatballs.
That's like a sip. Ooh boy, why didn't you warn me?
Oh my god, my tongue. Is your tongue on fire?
Oh yeah, that's it's the weakest one, he said.
My god.
Not that bad. 6 out of 10.
That's a 7, bro. You're being too nice.
Amateur team participated in the DreamHack Winter 2018 event held in Jönköping.
It's the same.
SSG?
What? If I'm honest, I have no idea.
I didn't even know they had a DreamHack.
Golfy, yeah, I give up. There's no way.
What?
No way in hell. We have got
What even is
fire
that?
in the hole. Hey, this is your special.
Oh, they said which amateur
This is your
team.
special.
The color says otherwise, but I don't think so.
That one looks horrible. Dude,
What
are you doing?
Come on, man.
What are you doing?
No mercy.
Oh my god.
No, I can't eat spicy food.
A little bit more, come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. The aftertaste is coming a little bit.
I just don't like the meatballs, boy.
That one was way worse.
Yeah, this was way.
That wasn't that bad. Okay. Cafe. What? No, you're lying, dude. We're being sabotaged.
Consulate?
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse.
Eat that shit.
I was gonna say consulate, but then I realized that it's not in the.
It's also Cafe Whitehall. The top.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Remember? That's why I misdrove the guy. That's how I knew. That's how I knew. Got
Nimbus, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I remembered that consolate's not in Pro League anymore. Kraken, thank you for the 22 months.
Boy.
Thank you, thank you.
You better stop.
That was it. Chug it.
Chug it.
It could be worse. Well, that's how you know it's bad when it's not liquidy. It's like, just, let's go, Pablo, Pablo, Pa. You gotta finish the pork. It's like, on that shit. I'm gonna eat.
Wow.
It's not that
It
bad.
is.
Is it bad? I'm sure I got it right.
That one's ass, bro.
Ass is it bad or ass is...
Like 8.
Oh my god.
my god!
Console's done in Pro League. It's just...
Oh, first.
Wait, that's first? That's first, right?
No, what?
Kvass is
I think
in
I have to know the answer.
Tarkov.
Milosh.
Milan.
I'm gonna prepare this one for you.
No.
Yeah.
No, what? What is it called?
They kind of like rotate the map, like the map pool for comp.
A little bit. Because I'm not gonna shit in you the thing's so bad.
Okay, split it then.
I'll split it and then you can drench it. That's enough. Dude, what? That's ridiculous. No.
Eat it, bro. Eat it.
No, bro. I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh no.
I hope it kills him, man. I hope it kills him.
I hope it kills him, Jesus.
Oh.
I know, they're making me hungry. I mean, obviously, it's only 8:30, so I haven't had breakfast.
No, I'm good.
I gotta go walk that dog. She got like
she's cried. Yes.
a very abbreviated walk this morning because they started the game so early. AnneMunition, thank you for the gifted sub for Sergeant McNuggets. Oh, I couldn't read that. It's too big.
Go ahead, you try.
Be my guest.
Go first.
You know? Come on, hey, you know.
No.
What is it?
You go first. I'm still recovering.
It's this one. It's none of them. I knew it. I knew it. I knew there was a catch. Try it.
You try it, bro.
Try it with me.
I'm recovering. I'm still burning.
I'll do it with you.
No, dude. I'm still dying.
That looks scary.
This one's beat me down. That one's definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Of course.
Dynamic setting options in the game. What? The drone?
3. It's hi-fi night mode TV.
Oh,
that's what I thought.
Audio dynamic settings.
I
never heard anyone call it dynamic.
I thought there was like a video setting that was like dynamic.
That's what I thought. I was thinking like.
That's a weird question.
Like,
I am gonna play Miles Morales. Yep.
So I gotta do this one now. Is that how?
Is that
it? Is this the first one? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We could probably.
I wish we could. Recruits overpowered.
You gotta tell me what it tastes like.
I don't know what my plan is actually. I was hoping that Wolves were gonna qualify and then we'd watch the games tomorrow and stuff, but I kind of don't really care about it anymore now that Wolves is out. What's the first team that TSM played against after picking up Bolo? No freaking clue.
SSG.
I'll guess.
He said that so confidently, and then it was like dun dun, and he was like,
"What?
Wait a minute."
Was it on Villa?
That wasn't his first Pro League game. I think we both just have to do it. I think
we both do the math.
Both correct.
We both do this first.
No, I don't think I'll 100% Ragnarok.
We both knew exactly what was up.
I don't know. It's too difficult trying to like find stuff that I have already haven't.
Haven't like anything to me.
Seen already. I don't know.
It's like there and it just goes away.
That one was very not spicy.
It was rigged. Yeah, that one was rigged. Theme park.
Tower.
That's what I was thinking.
I thought
the
it was
other
a
map
trick
I
question.
could think would be theme park.
Yeah. Dude, it's too obvious. Now.
Yeah.
Here we go, the orange.
Oh, you get to try it.
I love when they say it's too obvious, but then they didn't freaking guess it. It's too obvious. Well, then why didn't you say that?
What's it taste like? It tastes like glory.
It's got a little bit more heat to it.
What's it taste like though? Just heat?
No, it's kind of like it's like just a hot sauce. Is it getting too spicy for you? Is that why?
I'm just bored.
Oh, you're
I want
putting
some taste. Yeah. You got some honey milk?
Yeah. Get some boba going here. Yeah, throw some on.
Oh, yeah. Let's have the boba.
A little bit of looking at a guide to find all the things.
was a
It's
little
mostly just that I don't want to like. I don't know if I want to dedicate that much time streaming to like going to try to find. I don't know. 2?
I believe 2.
1.
Wow.
They were right again.
What show?
Okay, but who was right? You said they were right.
And we get to have fire in the hole.
Which one? They said one of them said 1 and the other one said 2. So what's the actual answer?
Hopefully just the mouth holes, all that the sauce will be.
Might be fire in the hole at the hotel toilet. Oh my God! You just fired in the hole.
Fire in the hole at the hotel toilet. Jesus.
I did not get taste of that.
Because I just feel like it's kind of tedious, like trying to find all the stuff in God of War, you know, and this is the same reason that I played a lot of Spider-Man off stream. Where's this music played?
Console garage.
No. Oh really? Okay.
I had to shoot that radio.
Yeah,
that was only like in my strat sheet. Shoot stupid garage
yeah,
radio.
I don't know. I mean, I'm still enjoying God of War. I'm not sure. I haven't really decided yet, I guess. I feel like recently I don't know what to play anymore.
Ghost with a knife. Oh, and this is Ontario improved. This is a Parky sauce.
It's gonna be.
It's gonna be terrible. See, I can't even see. It's so thick. I can't even shake.
Give me that.
Look at that.
So I do like I'm gonna play Miles Morales for sure.
This is straight up.
And I don't know, I'm still down to play more of God of War on stream because there's some stuff that's like...
I have an empty soul, it tastes like nothing. It's pure emptiness.
This is garbage.
It is, I mean...
There's some stuff that I'm still, like story things that I'm curious to play. I just don't know if I'm gonna try to 100% or not. I don't know, we'll play more, for sure. You always remember the talent lineup.
I'm gonna guess. You know, because we said his name. We'll go with Demo. Mandy.
21.
Oh, from 21. What is
the Lord?
Licks your ears.
Yep.
Oh my God, that comes out.
Oh yeah. Don't have it all.
Doesn't smell great. It's gonna be real like a chief.
Let's make my nose run.
Nimbus, thank you for the gifted sub for Alyssa Steele.
Well, you did put it in your mouth. Ours is definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, same.
That really sucked.
I'm honestly.
Taros.
It's either that one or that one. Like, there's no way.
That one. 100%.
The trick question.
You guys are liars.
Alright, now it's time to look at the pot.
Yeah, what do we got? This is the last.
Friendly fire.
Dude, your plate is just a mosh pit of sauces. I would like to invite you to look at the sauce for a second.
I'm looking at it.
When you put it on,
I put it on.
It started to spread, but the edges
yeah, this is the trick question again.
Separated.
Just a different duo.
I have no idea what that means.
So that looks scary.
You want to do a little final cheers?
Yeah, we could do a little. Don't put so much on mine.
All right, ready?
Get away from me.
3,
yeah,
2, 1. Oh, it's coming. It's coming, all right. This is like a 6 foot, 300-pound man coming to tackle me. But he's as fast as Usain Bolt.
So like plump.
Yeah, it's like plump, but like human form.
Man.
Okay, yeah, that's concerning because it's not that spicy.
It's in my throat.
Is it gonna get bad?
It's getting pretty bad.
We're gonna be
this
dying.
This one's beating me down.
Really?
Yeah.
This is doing nothing for me.
How do I get it out?
So, what we have here now is there's still a meatball. There's only 6 sauces.
Oh God!
So you guys are really
what did you just do?
Here.
Toilet time together. We hook arms. We
oh, that
away.
was.
Yeah, we can go blast
the
porcelain
honey.
together.
He just like poured honey in his mouth.
Toilet time.
I think we'll do that. Let's get out of here.
Now what? Two and a half minutes, so they come back. See you later, Kraken. Yeah, I'm sure she's disappointed. It's always tough. Yeah, I can't. I get really sick if I try to eat spicy food, so I just don't. Because, yeah, it does not agree with me.
Hello and welcome back once again to the Rainbow Six Siege Jönköping Major. Thank you at home for watching, and thank you everybody here at Dreamcast Winter. We are live in Sweden, and I cannot believe it. Let me just check my watch. This is flying by. We've already had 3 quarterfinals completed in 2 maps apiece. Will the third be a little bit different? I got a feeling that this one could potentially go all the way. Are we ready for our final quarterfinal on play day 1? I think the answer is yes. It's an all NA battle, and I'm about to bring both of our teams out onto the stage right now. Rolling onto the big stage for the first time this year, with a new blend of youth and experience, can they reach boss level? It's Sonics!
No, because Fromage doesn't like spicy foods either. It's music.
The current world champions finally
with
back
desserts
on the big stage. Yeah. When does Bolo play? How about now? It's TSM!
This is the... You know what I imagine is the Pepe D. Pepe D. This is like the perfect music for this emote.
I can see both of our teams glancing across the stage into each other's eyes. This NA battle is moments away from commencing, but before it does, let's see these 2 teams facing off.
TSM's favorite here? I don't really know, to be honest. Sonics have been kind of crushing it. I think TSM might be the fan favorite. But I'm not sure stats-wise.
It's a long time coming. I think we deserve to be here, and
I don't really pay attention to the NA
League. Gotta be careful for what we're gonna bring.
They cover FTX on their jerseys. Yes, they did.
Yeah, I mean, our opponents in the group says that we beat. I think they're very deserved wins. You know, I think those teams are very talented for sure. But I think at the end of the day, you know, playing our game, we're definitely.
Sonics got second this past stage. TSM got first.
Y'all better be ready, because this Sonics iteration is gonna fuck y'all up.
I feel good. I feel good. We made it out of groups. What's not good to feel about? We're back in Sweden, back in a major, back in playoffs. That's how it all starts. Looking forward to the end. Whoever you may be, the quarterfinalists versus TSM, hide the meat, because I'm coming for it. I'm coming for the meat, boy.
I appreciate all your guys' support. Keep supporting us because we're definitely going to show up for you fans this major.
We're back to a major, we got two new faces, and we're ready to win it. For you, of course, and the SI points that aren't meaningful for us anymore, but for you.
The SI points that aren't meaningful for us anymore. Okay.
And here we are back again at the studio on the analyst desk. Thank you very much, Ian, Steve, for introducing both of our teams on the stage. We're going to talk details here. Hello, Anne. Hello, Alfama. Welcome back. We still have one more game to go through today. Fancy best of 3, and now it's all NA. The top 2 teams in the region. First, I want to talk about the Sonics. And Alfama, we call you Mr. Worldwide for a reason. Because you've been to NA, you've played with even some of the players on this squad. So what can you tell me about them?
Well, actually, when we were revamping the E United roster, Kansan and Rexen were both our first big choice for prospects. And for many reasons. I mean, Richie is an incredible, Rexen is an incredible opener, and Kansan had huge mechanical skill and would be an amazing anchor. So that's a core roster that has lived up to expectations and beyond. Last year, actually reaching, I think, top 8 or top 5, 6 at SI. So
TSM is not qualified for
but then
the
they hit the slump and
invitationals. That's
the
why he was saying that.
And I think the roster change that brought 2 new players to Sonics was really well thought, because Super left and retired, right? That's your IGL.
They
and then
can't
they removed
qualify.
Yeti, who had great shot calling, to bring in a new IGL and new blood that you can mold.
Stark
into
Zero,
the vision
Astralis, Xset,
of
and
Geo.
OXG
I
and
think the roster change
Sonics.
like this makes them stronger and closer to
For,
the meta 2. Around Geo, that's the sole core
NA
support.
for the 6
and then
Invitational.
4 flexible players with huge fragging skills. In overall, a revamp roster that's looking good.
The thing I personally love about this team is when you look at the game that they had against Eminem on the first day, and then a game against Black Dragons, they were able to improve their performance, not only personal performance, but also stress and everything, within 4 hours difference between those 2 games. If you're that flexible as a team, that you can come up with these new ideas and these solutions for problems, then there's a really good future ahead of you. I think indeed, like you mentioned, with those new players, obviously you have to think about 2 very high influential players leaving. The players even mentioned it themselves. These might be the 2 most influential players on the roster leaving, and that's a big change going into stage 3. Then still being able to qualify for the major, that is very impressive.
Now, let's look at TSM for just a moment there, because this squad, earlier this year, won the Invitational. They're world champions, currently reigning as world champions, right? Everybody was expecting, oh my god, they're going to make it to Charlotte, they're going to bash everybody in Charlotte. They didn't even make it there.
I guess I should change my
title. So that's one thing. Going to Berlin, same thing. So they went from, what, 9th then to 8th, and then we're thinking, okay, there's a big hubbub on Twitter about all of this in August, and here they are, now at the top.
There's a lot of downtime, but it also is like, this match wasn't supposed to start until 10:30. They're an hour and a half early.
And then the period afterwards, there's a little bit of a dip
So-
coming after. Like you mentioned, 9th in NAL the first stage, 8th in the second stage. There needs to be a change in that regard. They did that. They brought in Snake, they brought in Gasher,
They're
whereas
super early because
you know,
every
these
game
two
has
players
gone
have been helping
2-0.
the roster a lot.
They haven't had
Gasher
any
plays a little bit more
any
the supporting
overtime
top line
matches.
role. Snake is picking up more of the frag and roll, and with these 2 roster changes, they're back in the top 4 of NA, and they're not just back on a major, they're in the playoffs. Bolo mentioned it. That's where it started last time for them as well in Sweden. Playoffs, onto the finals, and winning SI.
There is a funny thing about that roster change too, is that I'm starting to see a pattern in removing 2 support players, bringing 1 new, and then bringing a fragger, so you have 4 fraggers and 1 support. What's up with removing support players? Come on, guys.
The ultimate Mira player, the Mira Thermat player in here that's talking about it. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. The game has shifted. The old guard has had to step aside. The game meta game has changed, but also
Haven't had
it
any
just
long
seems
tech
like
pauses. That's
you
good.
Need to adapt more. Yeah, we were talking about this over the past year on EWA
It's
broadcast.
unusual.
That when it comes to roles in Siege, everybody has to be flex. You know, there's no, even the supports are flexing harder than even entries were in the day.
Remember when you saw Empire dominating the game? That was one IGL, one vision, and like everybody just following that one direction step by step. You cannot do that anymore. The IGL cannot see everything. Everybody needs to be able to take their own decisions and find out a little hole or an opportunity somewhere.
You just jinxed it. Yeah, now this game is going to have a long one.
That's new, and you need
And
to
then we'll be on
flexible,
schedule
abuse
again.
the attacker repick too. All of this makes sense for the new meta to bring new fraggers and remove a little bit more of support players.
It's been really fitting the playstyle of TSM well, because if you look at their attack and runs, I personally think that their win factor isn't necessarily planted in the diffuser because it doesn't happen that often. It usually comes down to very high player performances, like 2Ks, 3Ks. If you look, for example, at CGG, if you look at their matches, it's those huge
So like this, the grenade thing in the middle of the screen looks cool.
So it does really
the like encased in ice thing, and then the Valkyrie cam on the left side, that looks cool too.
Stepping up and popping off, because if it doesn't happen, if
But
you have a day where you don't get your gun
the
fight,
actual Azami
really
statue thing
difficult
looks
task
so weird.
Maybe having, you know, a flexitarian diet where, you know, you have some plant-based options within your team is something for you to have. This is what Jack was talking about earlier today, so we'll give him credit for it. Anyways, but on to our maps for this series, as we got us behind the entire squad. Force big veteran of the NA region and competitive siege. First up to ban is TSM. They remove Skyscraper, and well, for the first pick, it's Villa. Next up, Sonics picking up Theme Park. Finally, our decider is Clubhouse. Surprises?
Yes.
a few surprises.
I said yes, absolutely.
Yeah?
I think this is one thing that I know best, because I know that I initiated this in EU United and they kept doing it. I think Sonics is going for what I call the BO1 strategy. They made two huge changes, right? Geo comes in, NAL is 2 play days per week. You have to have a really strong but shallow map pool, right? So what they do is they focus on main maps. They can take any team to that map, but they're so good on it. But then there is other maps that they don't play. And coming into this major, and even out of groups, Sonics managed to hide 4 maps out of 5. That would be Bank, Cafe, Theme, and Villa. Oh, well, look at the surprise. Villa and Theme Park are the two maps that are being picked, and 2 maps that
Yeah, I got us as a coach now.
I mean, if you look at Villa specifically for TSM, right, it's a map that they've been banning for a little while, but it was one of their most important games during the group phase, because that was the game that they played against Liquid, and they had to show their absolute A game, because that was the game that was going to determine whether they would make it through to the playoffs or not. They specifically played well on attack. It was the only time they actually played Villa in the past few months, though. Theme Park, if I can touch on that still as well. TSM banned this map quite a lot so far during this tournament. They have a 50% win rate on it. Sonics does not play this map at all in recent history. Like you mentioned, they have been hiding something on that. It could be really good for them to show it later on.
We're going to have to figure out what actually happens in the server, because yes, we're running on limited information. They don't really play the map, so this is the perfect time to do it in the playoffs. So, how are we expecting very quickly? Who takes map 1, Leo?
I think Sonic should take map 1 as a low preference map for TSM and something they've been hiding and preparing.
And?
Would be a really good revenge throw for Geo if he's able to beat his former team with his new team with some maps that they've been hiding.
All right, very much looking forward to this. Theme Park is up first, one of my favorite maps in the game. I know some people might disagree, but hey, it's a bit of variety, a bit of spice of life. Thank you very much, Anne and Alfama. We'll toss it to our casters. We got kicked, well, Intero and Pango. Enjoy.
Damn.
Don't blame me for that at all. It's born into your skull after all of these years. Welcome aboard, everybody. It's time for our very final quarterfinals of the day. It's the North American, can I steal this word? Can I say derby? Because they called it the French Derby when it was BDS versus Wolves, and now it's Sonics versus TSM. We've got another one of our inter-regional matchups.
God.
Why are all of the same regions playing each other? What happened there? I don't know why. Who did that? Who's responsible? I don't know. Sonics versus Whoa.
Damn, Sonics was 73%?
Nah. Sonics 73%?
That's illegal.
That's gotta be wrong. Stop the count.
They're not at fans of the major. They're at the DreamHack something or other. So yeah, he almost said Kickstar and Intero.
I thought it was going to be. We go to Villa. This is TSM's map. Sonic starting on defense. Operator bans Sledge and Dokkaebi. All right.
All right. So starting with the target ban onto Achieved, of course, his most played operator. Dokkaebi, a very common ban for TSM. They've used it in 4 games in the group stage against various teams on various maps. Valkyrie, common information operator. You always gotta remove that if you want to play in the shadows. And Miro follows Troop as the last defender to go off the board. On Villa, a very stable operator to extend out around the map, and that will be taken away from both teams when they're on the defense. It's going to be TSM
from
attack,
years of saying
defending. Round number 1.
Glass.
Kitchen dining. Could we see a bit of a change up here? Statistically, we always see AVG first. Doesn't matter what team, what region, but this time around, tertiary bomb site is where we start.
Do you consider this the tertiary bomb site? Because I feel like a lot of teams use Kitchen and Trophy interchangeably.
I would agree with you. They do use them interchangeably, but I would always say that when you have 2 floors above to play out in a similar fashion with a similar pick rate as the, so to speak, tertiary Kitchen bomb side, yeah. Also, if you want to look like long-term, since Villa first came to Pro League, that's where you saw AVG and Trophy, you know, very hard statistically being the #1 and #2 preference bomb side. So maybe I'm just an old dog. Maybe I'm like kind of sticking to what used to be the norm. But I would agree with you, Parker. You could use it as a secondary bomb side.
In your defense.
Okay.
If we go to Siege GG and we look at the pick rate of bomb sites on
For just this event?
For just this event.
Okay.
It is the tertiary bomb site.
There it is.
You may fist bump.
I may fist bump myself, but
in terms of Villa, if you're looking at the actual round-by-round breakdown, this map has been played 6 times, 70 rounds in total. So you're looking at about 11 to 12 round average for Villa, which means that this is not a quick map. We tend to see teams go as far into regulation as you can. There is no unlimited overtime for those of you that are following at home. So when you go to OT, it's just a simple 3 rounds that we are accustomed to outside of the major. 56% of those 70 rounds have been won by the defense, which means that that is a fairly defender-sided map, but not as defender-sided as some of the others that we tend to see. This bomb site, Kitchen and Dining, has been played 16 times. And its win rate on defense matches the overall win rate of Villa. Villa, 56% of rounds won by the defenders. Same with Kitchen, 56% of the rounds played on Kitchen down below, won by the defense. That means that Sonics, just in terms of basic numbers, should have a small advantage.
TSM starting on attack can be troublesome for them. Want to get as many rounds as possible. Every single round here matters for them. One thing that's going to make that harder is that sledge ban, because the Chief is going to be out 2 grenades every single round, and those often find opening kills for TSM. And vertically speaking, I mean, Buck is equally good to sledge, but it's going to be comfortability taken off the board. And Sonics, they open things up and they take down Snake as the opening kill.
TSM fighting against the numbers on this bomb site, but now also staring down a small deficit. Achieved on the Buck is a familiar sight, though. That's one thing to note. This used to be his staple operator back when Achieved made his debut in Pro League, playing on that Accelerate Gaming roster. People remember that all the way back in the day. And he did so when Buck had grenades. At one time, there was a very real discussion as to whether or not Achieved was the best Buck in the world. And I mean, obviously, Buck's pick rate has fallen off significantly after losing those grenades, but you still find him on different bomb sites because of what he can apply in terms of that vertical presence. And the one thing that Sledge can't do is he can't really do any damage from below. Buck is going to be able to make some significant noise when the bomb sites do go upstairs.
TSM right on the clock right now, 35 seconds. Sonics again to these strong aggressive positions.
I generally rooted against Sonics because I didn't like Yeti or Super.
His former team and former teammate in Bolos.
And now neither of those people are in this team anymore, so now I don't really know.
Gasher holding on to the case will need to be escorted in. The 2 big guns from TSM, Merc and Bolo, right now have not made much progress getting on in. Bolo softened up Merc as well.
Yeti went to SSG,
back,
and Super is still with Sonics, but he's like...
But it's the Capkin traps to do some serious damage. Gasher with Diffuser will get picked off by Kansan in the dying moments.
I don't know, he works in like the
Sonics
staff
start off with a victory on defense.
somewhere.
The thing is, you're always going to be fighting the clock when you're on the attacking side, and that's when Capkin makes...
I forget what he's doing now. He's like,
especially on Villa, there are so many doorways, multiple floors. Even in the basement, you can put down those Capkin traps. I mean, when you talk about starting sides, defense or attack, I always make the argument.
Oh yeah, he's the general manager for the team. He's not playing anymore.
There's a slight advantage, to me at least, on starting on the defense. You can get comfortable in your chair, on the setup, in the server, set up the problem for the attackers to solve, and just watch them how they approach it.
He's the manager.
I mean, look at that
Goddess
round.
is the head
Half
coach,
battle
and
for
Joe
TSM
Bro's
was
their
being
analyst.
Fast enough and proactive enough to get to the bomb site with enough time to spare to actually get something done. When they got to the bomb site, it was sub 10 seconds. Chaos ensues, and as you saw, Capkin traps, they blow up. 2 of them that round, in fact, taking off half HP from 2 different members, and, well, it ended Bolo's life entirely inside of that memo room.
The fact that you can stack all the cap cans on like one door is so funny to me now.
Obviously absent from the lineup from Sonics on this particular round, Nick, is the prevalency of Capcan against TSM. They had to deal with TSM, or they had to deal with Capcan in most of TSM's group stage matchups.
Yep.
And the one that really jumps to mind, of course, is their match against Team Liquid, when they were dealing with Capcan traps, and they were just struggling to find that info on where they would be. There's already been one EDD kill so far when Bolo didn't check the bottom of the door frame inside a Memorial. You think that's just that TSM are a bit too sluggish, as you talked about how strong the EDDs can be in the later rounds? Or do you think there's something more to it, with TSM just maybe not being the most proficient? Oh my, hold that thought for a second, because Merc's gonna hold that L. Rexon picks him off over towards Study. A grenade was tossed in by the Yana, and Merc is 0-2 to start off this match.
I will say Sonics are so good at just applying pressure towards TSM at every single chance they get. And I mean, TSM, they're storming in top main, but Sonics, they've surrendered this ground, and Geo has a nice angle on this Bartis to hold top main position.
Rexon and Geo holding similar positions. The three separate players from TSM can very easily fall in. In fact, the whole team is in that part of the map. Gunner's the one to take some damage. Bolo reads on to Geo. He's yet to die. Gasher in 2. Both players from Sonics who were holding Aviator in games, which is not the bomb site, but is where they were playing. That's great for TSM. They managed to push off those Sonics players that were holding map control outside of the bomb site, and they have an advantage now because of it.
That's exactly what you want to be doing. The risk when you extend as a defender is
Yeah, it's going to be 76 today. Holy shit.
Deficit.
It's hot outside.
Early on, but you lose 2 members and half HP and Gunner to trade it off. That's not good for you. I imagine the Sonics, they're going to be aggressive here. Gotta try and leverage back the numbers and find an advantage somewhere on this map. You have no C4s, no impact grenades, no smoke. I mean, frankly, all you have to work with right now are gunplay. And Grixter, he whips every single bullet and takes so much damage himself.
Gunfire being exchanged, and TSM trading out a lot of HP. Bolo with 3 kills, 5 and 1 so far. Kansan's pulled off.
Damn, 2 rounds, he's 5 and 1. Holy shit!
Back at the top of the stairs, and he might turn his back to that window at the top of Astro. A drone goes by, but does not see him. Oh, Kansan somehow manages to get away. Does damage to Snake in the process on Repel. Doesn't see the elbow of Achieved. They started off the round strong, but TSM falter through the mid-round, and TSM end up gaining their first round.
TSM playing a very nice, slow and calculated late round on that. With 40 seconds left on the clock, they didn't need to push anywhere without knowing where Kansan would be playing. So they started droning it out. They saw he's on Astro Staircase, and sure, Achieved had been slipped by there in towards Bathroom, but he's still going to be stuck in that location after that fact. And worst case for TSM, they lose a member as they just did, but the plan goes down, the crossfire is there, and Kansan not in a position with enough room to get those final 3 kills. That means TSM, they take the round. Just gotta change things up. Why go trophy again? Because you got more places that you have to go to. Library, that 4th bomb site, we have not really seen it being played out, I believe, at all this major so far. And that's not uncommon. But if there was a time to bring it out, it would be in those high pressure moments, like the quarter, semi, or grand finals.
Their attacker repicking or whatever. He did the same thing the first round. He picked Glass and then switched to Ash the last second.
And the roam game as well, if you want to assist that.
They all switched up.
Opting for the Frost. No deployable shield and
They only have the one hard breacher on this one. Although some of the characters have secondary hard breaches now, so. But they're not bringing any. So never mind. They have a lot of soft breach.
The previous round, we saw the extension up towards Study. It was a offsite hold. Because of the bomb site being that Aviator game site, as you mentioned, you're going to want to hold on to Study for as long as possible. You might fall off of it if you feel like that's where the main focus of TSM is going to be, but Sonics don't just have a single point of focus on Study, they've also got some players over towards Bedroom. Gunner, who was playing in that position, now finding some safety with the Kiba barrier. TSM gets their first pick of the game, and it's onto the roaming Rexon that we'd seen before.
The first pick of the game, Parker. What?
That's why this time he's so strong from the roam.
First pick of the round, I guess.
Look at this. A single Kiba barrier.
Bolo on 6 and 1 in the first
and they did
3 rounds
already. The door location, so the Kiba barrier stays alive. Because Bolo found that opening kill, though, They can now take their time and slowly progress through Master Bedroom, and Bolo finds another onto Kansen.
Jesus. Someone stop him!
Now.
Just kidding, don't.
Round number 1 went so well for Sonics.
His,
They've lost the plot at this point. Grixer decides for an engagement against Achieved. They both lose some HP in the process. Nobody from the Sonics above half HP. Gunner
Bolo and
down below.
Achieved.
Achieved still holding in this position. Geo and Grixer the last 2 left. Grixer must have made a call.
There's only 15 possible kills, and Bolo has 7 of them.
Whether it was or wasn't relayed, doesn't work out for Gunner.
Didn't seem like it was communicated at all because he's sprinting towards that area, and Achieved did a good job of just playing really passive, waiting for Sonics to come to him because you don't want to throw that man advantage early on.
This is a waiting game at this point for Sonics. 5v2 favoring TSM, looking for their 2nd round in a row. It's their map, remember that. Geo finds the Gemini, shoots it away, but intel as to where one of the 2 remaining players from Sonics are is now given to TSM, and it's Bolo in the hunt. 7 kills. That's a big tally at this point. That's the real deal, but Bolo trying to refrag does so successfully. Last one is Grixer. He was engaged with Achieved a minute before. Took a while, but finally Achieved gets his kill. And with it, TSM take the lead.
It's worth note that TSM, statistically, throughout this entire tournament of groups so far, they don't really have like an outstanding performer when it comes to like the pure plus-minus in terms of KD. Snake is +5, Achieved is -1, Bolo is neutral, he's on 0, -4 Gasher, -2 Merc. It's not like you shut down one member of TSM and now they're gonna fall apart. No, it's every single member being so close to one another statistically on the scoreboard that it's a full team performance. Whereas when it comes to Sonics, you got Rexen, he's +10 in KD. He's also in rating, the 3rd highest rated player, 1.29. In terms of clutches, 3rd most clutches with 3 on the board. So there is an outstanding performer from the side of Sonics. Grixer, of course, 2nd on the board, then Gunner, then Geo, then Kansen. Kansen in particular had a really tough time during groups, so we gotta keep an eye on him. Right now he's doing just fine. 3, 2, and 1 on the board, not bad at all. Top gunning for his team, but also just round number 4 is about to begin. Anything can happen, but as we continue on, that's where my eyes will be on the side of Sonics.
Bolo on 8 of 15 possible kills.
Lineup for Sonics, lots of trap operators, lots of ways to slow down TSM. They like this Nook play. Nook obviously having a strong presence on maps where a deep and late entry can work effectively.
That's wild.
You look at Bank, for example. You can look at certain parts of Clubhouse. You can look here on Villa, where the entire bottom floor of this map is unused by teams more often than not. Yeah, you might see a pulse down there. The odd time you see a Caveira, there is a very real ability for her to work the basement and pounce upon an unsuspecting attacker. A Nook works the same way, but for the attackers as well. You can sneak in through the basement, walk up Astro stairs, and as long as there's no Capcan traps, Gumans,
well,
or
15
board,
as like there's 5 players
undetected.
and 3 rounds, right?
Sonics,
so the
you got
max
all
number
3
of
those
kills that
operators.
one person could
Plenty
get
of ways
would
to
be
stop down
15.
Achieved. Plenty
5
ways to
times
slow
3.
down and stop Achieved. Ultimately, should he
I'm not
choose
counting
to
out
get
of the
into
actual,
build
like the
quickly.
number of
Grixer,
kills
the
that they
first one to
did
take
get.
some
I'm
damage.
counting
He's
out
on
of
a roam by Memorial.
how many there
Kansen
are.
spotted by
Oh, there's
Bolo,
another
who's
one.
now in the middle of the bomb site.
And he's dead.
Cap
Can again. That's the 2nd time.
Bolo really needs to check those door frames.
2nd time,
It's
Bolo.
his 2nd death to a Capcan trap so far through 4 rounds.
It does make it, yeah, if you don't count the fact that they lost the first round, then yeah. Because then he has, I mean, his team has 12 kills, and he has 9 of those 12 kills. So if you only look at the amount of kills they have, then yeah, that's even...
I mean, Sonics
It's even more intense.
weak, and Bolo knew that from that drone information.
Or
but
assuming
when
you'd have no
did
idea
not
there was an
check,
R6
did not get
tournament?
drone for
Yeah,
him,
there's,
was the
I mean, it's in
doorway.
Sweden,
And
so
he
the
got hit by
time
the
zone
first
is
Capcan trap,
really,
and then was under
really
fire from a
bad.
member of Sonics on the dining bomb side. Couldn't take the time
There
he
were
needed to check
4
that
games
second doorway.
today, and
Gambled
2 of them
50-50,
were before
is
I
it
woke
clear or
up.
not? Well,
The 3rd
it
one started at
wasn't. One went off in
6:30
each
for
doorway,
me.
He got taken down.
It'd be a lot easier if I were East Coast, because then it would be 9:30.
It's forcing TSM to change how they play the game because Achieved is not on the sledge, so he has to get frag grenades to utilize his positions as normal, but he's on the Nook instead, going for flanks. He's not with the main roster and the core members of the team.
Trying to think about how I want to play my day today.
Great start, 3v2 with 40 seconds.
Gasher and Snake,
Because this will probably be the next like hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, depending on how many maps they go.
For Sonics. It might just happen. Snake goes down.
2v1.
Geo getting his revenge.
Don't hit a
Gasher's
Capcan
way into the
again.
bomb site is cleared because of Bolo taking out the EDDs, but the Capcan, whose traps had been so effective in that spot.
West Coast streaming's better for prime time.
The final kill.
Maybe in
For
general.
Sonics to go perfect on this kitchen bomb site. We won't see
I don't know.
the defense
Maybe.
come back here and be locked for the remainder of this half. And right now, for Sonics,
I don't have
it's
any
the
idea, to
only
be
bomb
honest.
site that they've been successful
But for this event
Has been
specifically,
so
it's
far,
tough.
And kind of for the same reason as well, Capcom traps are just shutting down Bolo. And if we look at the scoreboard, that's kind of the name of the game right now, because I think Bolo's on 8 or 9 kills. Yeah, 9 and 2. So if Bolo keeps walking to Capcom traps, that's an easy done deal for Sonics. But on the AVG and Trophy bomb side, it's less common to see Capcom as an operator being played out because there are fire doorways. We're talking about staircases, window repels, and of course, the main breach either in study or in the room of master bedroom, as we saw last time this bomb site was defended. So I want to see TSM try and get more together as a team.
I mean, they don't need an
because
IQ
Achieve
for that.
on the nuke, he has to do it, right? He needs those,
They just need
those
to
frag
check the
grenades, but when
doors
you play
before
the
they
nuke,
go.
You don't want to be with the main roster. You want to be off on your own, going for flanks. It's not working
Those,
out
like,
whatsoever.
you don't need an IQ
So
for
I
a
love
Capcan
the
trap. They're going to be
fact that
attached to
Gasher
the
right
left
now
or the
is
right door
hovering
frame.
instead to
That's
try
it.
and enable the members of TSM
You can see
to
them before
stop
you
that
run in there. It's
execute.
just, he's
'Cause
not
if-
checking
unless
before he
Bolo
runs
walks and
in.
just kills people,
Yeah, just
they're
look.
not really going anywhere. Merc has been
Just
unsuccessful in the opening
look
kills
at it.
entirely. 0 and 4. Hasn't won a single gunfight. That's uncommon for him, but if he starts winning those instead, or if TSM can change their approach to these rounds, that could easily be the way back in to get this last or not.
That was
the last
weird. We
2
heard somebody
attacking
shooting, but we
rounds.
didn't see the
Both
person
would
that was
be
shooting.
Very important for them as Villa favors the defenders.
It's only 6 p.m. and this is the last game. Yeah. Well, I think it's because it's at it's like at DreamHack. It's not like a separate event like they normally do. They normally have a
Aviator
separate
shows up in the rotation
thing
earlier.
happening.
Yeah.
I said, why do you think that is? Instead of going to Trophy Statuary as their secondary bomb site and using Aviator as the tertiary, Sonics have decided they want to go
Yeah,
back to it.
it's
sooner
during
than
DreamHack
before.
winter, so
Why do you think that is?
Why do you think that is?
What do you think that is? Do I need to say it?
it's probably a lot
Sorry, I
cheaper
got
for
you.
them.
I think it's not easy to hold AVG naturally.
But that's also
speaking.
probably
Bolo
why
tank
it's, like,
goes to his
earlier.
lane because you can extend out more comfortably. I mean,
Bolo
you
on
compare
double
just, like,
digits
the
in
bomb
round
sites
5.
themselves. Trophy, statue, not the greatest bomb site to hold, so it's all about the extending on the roam game. That's how Sonics they fell. Look at this bomb sites, right? AVG and Bar. It's a lot easier to play 2, 3, 4 members in this small box on your screen, and you can just hold this area. Toxic Babe, C-Force, Verticality, and Sonics, they got all of them.
To back up your point, the only bomb site on Villa that has a positive win rate for the attackers is Trophy Statuary.
Oh.
56% of the time, which seems to be a reoccurring number.
Yeah.
56% of all rounds played on Villa prior to this match won by the defense. 56% win rate for the defenders on Kitchen Dining. 56% win rate for the attackers on Trophy Statuary.
Yeah.
Aviator Games, 64% of all rounds played on this bomb site, and it is the most played bomb site on Villa in the major, and it's got a 64% win rate for the defense. That is pretty good. Explosive goes in from Bolo, final minute, but Akiba barrier immediately impedes his path into the bomb site. Gunner trapped in study. He's got a hole in the ground to look through, but he's got presence that might be on the balcony. Has to worry about the window. Yeah. And Bolo is on the other side of that door. Achieve just sees one and gets a little bit cute.
That's huge.
Nade. Big pick by Gunner. 30 seconds left. Another kill from Bolo. He's in the midst of the smoke, taking damage.
It's too much smoke. You're not gonna be able to do that. He looked like he was gonna try and stick it, and I was like, that's not gonna happen, man.
Down, bleeding out. Still a human drone at this point. Able to make some calls. That leaves just Kansan and Geo. Geo looking desperately for the recovery. Won't be able to get it. From inside of study, Kansan doing some damage, but he's picked off. Geo's the only one left against his former team. Blinded by the Candela and pounced upon by Gasher and Merc as the diffuser goes down. TSM grabbed 3 of the rounds so far and in the first half have denied Sonics the possibility to win their first half.
I didn't hear what he was saying, but it sounded like he was saying you're scared.
The moment Achieve died on that study window rappel, because when that happens, it means all the 4 remaining members of TSM, they're all stuck on the same side of the map.
Oh no, Sonics!
Hits the wrong area, and a member of Sonics and the area of
not just one member.
Yeah, well,
They were making their rotates with their impact nades, and somebody hit
Looks like it hit Kansen first.
Two of them.
Because he took more damage, but Grixer was right next to him.
Holy fuck, they're down. They're down the HP of an entire person before the round has even started.
Damage has been removed entirely.
Excellent change.
Excellent change because moments like these.
Whoops.
I mean, you can argue it's a player mistake, sure, but it's not really fair, is it? And they've done the Thunderbird knockdown. You've been laughing.
The amount of times that we watch team kills occur at this level, it seems like the lion's share.
Yeah, that was like,
I
think it was Charlotte, where it was like every time you could hear them like the like repeated like looping audio of them yelling.
There are teams that don't bring enough soft destruction, and it necessitates a nitro cell to open up a rotation or a certain part of the map early on. Doesn't happen that often, but we've seen team kills from it. We see team damage done with impacts, even though they don't directly kill. Kansen and Grixer are now at the point where most of these guns on TSM
well, I mean, I feel like again that's just one of those situations where it's like just look around before you do it, but they're moving so fast that they're just
with that same level of confidence if you were at full HP. Additionally,
you'd be lying if you said that you never did something like that before. Obviously, at a pro level of play, they should be a bit more careful, but shit happens.
Depending on what gun it is.
At least nobody died.
So that's a damning blow for Sonics, and not where they want to start off this very pivotal round.
You're right, especially how they play. I mean, look at Rex. If he was half HP, would he take those initiations? I don't think so. Impact comes out, it shuts down that Selma charge. But TSM, they're storming up the main stairs instead. This Roam extension, they gotta fight for their lives.
Look at Bolo, there he is again, but the proximity scanner will give his position away. Alarm goes off. Wasn't too far away from Gunner. Kiva barriers denying entry to that same window. Bolo long range. Trying to deal with Gunner in that spot by 90, but instead will go on to drones. Sonic's firing away. Geo had not very much intel. Gets the down onto Merc, but isn't successful in taking out either player from TSM. Gasher's able to get that first pick for TSM and get Merc back from the dead. That's a major win for TSM on their first engagement.
I bet you're there. Geo said, I got one, I got two, but then right before he gets that confirmation, he gets shut down instead. And as you mentioned, Merc gets up on his feet, 20 HP, but Geo, such a blow in that round. And Kansen and Grixer, they're still alive, but they're such low HP from that impact grenade earlier. It's troublesome for Sonics.
Merc with his low HP, spotted on a cam, sees the Azami of Gunner. Gunner wins that, walks away with 30% of his HP gone, but still standing. Nade from below, does it successfully clear out the Kiva? We don't know. Great shot from Kansen on Astro Stairs, down goes achieved. Grixer and Kansen with that limited HP are still in dangerous position, but TSM are just walking into their doom. Bolo with 11 kills is the only one standing. 4 players to find. 30 seconds to go. Not a wealth of time at his disposal. He doesn't have a lot of intel. Sees ahead, but he cannot outduel Grixer. Low HP, I guess it doesn't matter for Sonics because neither of those injured players fell during the entirety of the round. And the first half goes 3-3, both teams taking their rounds for themselves, and we are, again, like we've said so many times, no closer.
The trophy, is it the Azami thing? Is that what the actual trophy looks like?
It appeared to me
because
like
no, I don't like
pace in that final round on the attacking side because they weren't actually ready setup-wise for any sort of execute on towards the bomb side. Nobody Astropel to shut down a couple of angles. Nobody a Master Bedroom balcony to
take
control
DMR
over
on defense.
Bathroom itself. It was all members on the top red staircase walking through a single door.
Was that Azami, maybe?
Moments before that happened, Merc had just swung deep on trophy
it looks
side, and he got shut
if
down
that's
by
what this, the actual statue looks like, it's pretty gross looking.
Without having a man advantage. At least
looks almost like it's made of ice.
Somewhere, which right now it appears only
I don't think that
able to do
is
that, at least on the attack.
Oh, was it a Rooney? Okay.
As Sideswap comes through, he himself has been playing
I don't think it achieved quite the effect they were going for with that. It looks more like it's covered in some kind of like barnacles or something. I think if it really looked like it was made of ice or like encased in ice or something, that'd be really cool. But the way that they did it, it's oh god, Capcan again.
It seems to be a common problem for players at this event. One, because time is running low because of how aggressive defenders are playing. And two, not every single team has as big of a priority on droning out those areas when you clear a room. Whenever you go through a room with a drone, check the door, check above the door for the trap, check every single corner for Valkyrie camera in case Valkyrie isn't banned.
You're bored.
She is. don't gotta worry about it.
Why not go in the window?
I like the Jackal here being brought out because the roam game from TSM should have some presence, but
yeah, the sledgehammer is the
right now
invitational trophy, so
45
they had a
seconds into
Jaeger
the very
bust
first defense
for
TSM,
Berlin,
attack
which was
for
pretty cool.
Sonics. With the bend of this map, you would have expected Sonics
Hard to see with the spinning
prevailed on their
animation.
defense.
Yeah, I haven't seen the
4-2,
actual like
that would have
statue,
been
the
in
physical
line with what we
statue,
see
but that
out of
graphic
Villa, but
looks
these are two
really
evenly matched
it
teams.
looks gross.
And I mean,
it's covered in like
56%
warts or
in favor
something.
of the defense. Rounds
It
one
looks
isn't a
infected.
huge difference. Capkin Trap. 3v3 is definitely possible. Capkin's traps are very much the story against TSM, and now it's Sonics who find out just how much fun they can be to deal with. First half, Sonics got the first blood in rounds 1 and 2. TSM got first blood in the remainder. Despite that, they weren't able to fully convert. Not a lot of objective play whatsoever, and 3 bomb sites seen in rotation. Living Room
clicker,
Library
yeah.
has only been played
Not a
a
fan.
single time here at the Major, and we have not seen it in this matchup. I would be shocked if we do, but don't hold your breath. Crazier things have happened.
It's true. And then I guess they lost that defense because the bomb set is not good to play on.
Oh no, they won the defense.
They did win a defense?
100%.
I'm hungry. I guess I ate really early yesterday. I ate so much food yesterday,
I mean, statistically, it is
but I
the
ate at
best
like
on
5
Villa.
o'clock, so
Yeah, sure.
Not
now
a
I'm
big
hungry.
sample size though whatsoever. Aviator Games being the bomb site that we see right now in the defense with a small advantage in terms of numbers, gets pick number 1, a second follows up, but Gunner is able to do some damage for Sonics, taking quite a bit of beatings in the process.
Also taking so much time again, 40 seconds, we just got to top red 90, and sure, Merc, he was holding that top red position, but it shouldn't take you this long to problem solve, and now, what a great grenade, oh my god!
Asher doesn't know it, but he actually stepped back into that as Pixar used yet another nade from below. No explosives remaining in the hands of Sonic. Still the smokes from Jackal. The diffuser wants to go down if there's some objective play.
That's risky.
Bolo decides to take the engagement. Down he goes. Grixer falls next. Rexon holding the diffuser in the midst of the bomb site. He gets something working, but it's the Nitro Cell from Achieved, and TSM win their very first defense.
I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. It's, again, TSM, they're kind of stealing these rounds, and Bolo, he's just going on the offensive time and time again, and really is the hero for his team because he has 12 or 13 kills now after that round, and I mean, Merc, he did such a good job staying alive in itself, massive value, but it's Bolo's really making things happen for TSM. The lead is good. You said it, Parker, to your point, 56% favorite defenders. You would think Sonic should have gotten that 4th round, but in round number 5, it was Bolo and it was TSM stealing that AVG attack to make it a 3-3 tie. They're just gonna keep on taking what they can get. No Capcom on the board this time around. So hopefully, every single member of the attack inside of Sonic should be healthy once that execute comes around.
Nook's prevalence so far in this matchup cannot be understated. Using those grenades from below, we've seen both teams get some success at least being able to open up sight lines into the bomb site, if not get a pick with it.
Yeah, I like to watch
It's Gunner with the
I like to
knockdown
watch competitive Rainbow
on his
Six. I
side
don't play
of
very.
things.
I mean, I basically
If
never
it wasn't
play.
for Bolo's performance, oh no, he can actually be spotted from that panel where he
Yeah,
is. Look at that.
that was scary. I
He's
was
out.
like, why is
It's
he
a
sitting right in
dangerous
front of
game
it?
to play for Snake.
I
do
people
like
watch
that
others
he's
play
going
and they don't
for
play it
that gamble.
themselves.
I do
I feel
like
like,
that a
I mean,
spawn peak is on the board.
that's for me. That's
for
true.
TSM.
Yeah.
Good confidence in getting
I think
under
that
skin
the
of
player
Sonic.
base
Why
of
not?
Rainbow
We'd like to
Six
remind you that this
has
is TSM's map pick.
gone
So
down
with it being a defender
in recent
sided
years.
map at the moment, and with it being
But I
picked
still
by
enjoy
TSM,
watching it,
TSM now
like,
having
play
the advantage on
competitively.
defense. According to plan, we should go to 11 or 12 rounds and get TSM the win. That's if nothing changes.
Okay.
Sonics knows that. They come in with the stats. The coaches have prepped the win rates for certain bomb sites, the win rates for these maps, and the win rates against their opponents, because while Villa might be 56% in favor of the defender rounds, it's possible that TSM have a poor defensive win rate on Villa, as we see teams in North America, some excel at attacks, excel at defenses, and this is information that Sonics will have at their disposal. Still, the point being made, TSM are in the favorable position from here on out. They are on the better side to close out this matchup. And Sonics will need to dig deep if they want to be able to not just keep pace, but possibly overcome that hurdle and take the win, pushing us to Theme Park, which is Sonic's pick for map number 2.
Merc playing top red instead of near the breach is a bit of unfortunate for TSM because he has 2 spare impact grenades in his pocket that could have been used to deny that summer charge, or at least part
yeah,
of
there's a big community of this on console for sure.
Balcony and Merc's position as well as Achieved, they're bad now. What was such a strong position is now, well, it's been broken apart. And Gunner could make a huge play either with this grenade from below. Yellow ping is there. Gash, you gotta move, buddy, otherwise you'll go flying.
This is the second time
that
Dash
grenade,
has walked into that.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
You still hold on.
Second nade goes off. No target this time. But Sonics, excellent play from down below. Frost is dead. Mats will still be up. Similar to the Capkin that we've seen be so successful up to this point. Even if the operator is dead, those traps exist until the end. And Frost gains greater strength the longer that this round goes on because you're not going to be checking for Frost mats because you're going to be in a hurry. And you're not going to do that due diligence and figure out where a mat might be.
Speaking of speed, I mean, Sonic's gotta knock down that door on the bomb site because 20 seconds left. Gunner gotta walk up that extra staircase, has to flank for now, but Gio, he goes first.
Oh my, Bolo looking the wrong way, and they'll breach in. What can Achieved accomplish? Absolutely nothing. Merc, the only one to get on the board so far. Snake sequence.
Nice, wow, that flank.
Nobody watching Astro Stairs. Kansan's in
oh
a
boy.
favorable position,
5 seconds.
but he's got
He's
to
gotta
grab
plant.
that diffuser.
He's gonna go for the
go
fight.
For the pick. Kansan decides to
1
go.
second.
Oh my god, he got it. Holy shit.
Well played by Kansan.
No
and
way.
Just by the skin of his
I
teeth.
thought the other dude was gonna run up the stairs. I don't know if he heard him
I was
drop.
talking earlier, the one member to keep our eyes on from Sonics who statistically did not perform during groups was
Yeesh.
Kansan. He started strong, he was like 4-3, top ranking for his team. But that moment right there, that's a full-on round that he can add to the scoreboard just from that play. I didn't think there was enough time for to drop the hatch and go for that kill. And it's such a 50-50
I didn't think he had enough time either.
Either you
That was
go
crazy.
up the stairs and you risk getting peeked early, or you walk too far away from the bomb site where if the plant starts going down from Kansan, you don't have enough time to get back there. I would make the argument that in that particular position, because it was Oryx last alive, you can actually jump up the Astro hatch. You could have fallen further back towards kitchen dining or towards that shoe locker room instead. Because if you hear that plant being enabled, you can skip the Astro stairs entirely and go up a hatch right next to the bomb site and then shut down the plant. These small details between which operator is alive can make a massive difference. But ultimately, Kansan, he steals it for his team. It's a great start for TSM though. Burning down that clock, holding down strong. They fell apart, however. In the flank, it almost paid off. Wasn't close enough though.
That could have been a heartbreaker for Sonics. TSM going up 5-3 again. Winning out on defense, picking up a victory on Aviator, and then picking up a victory on Trophy. But yet it is denied. With that win on round number 7 for TSM defending Aviator, that means that the 3 main bomb sites shown on Villa have all been won by the defense at least one time.
A little bit disappointed that no Capkins on the board for this round on this dining defense. Neither is the pulse. Damage goes on to Snake instead though. Gunner on that top red window repel. He had the rotation.
I'd be kind of miffed on that one. I'm failed to see how Snake was able to walk away with his own life. Oh, Bolo's getting real tricky right now. He lost the deployable shield on the bedroom bed. Bolo steps up to fill that void himself. He's been exceptionally good for his team, though. He's slowing down a little bit. He might get pre-fired, but he engages. Gunner takes out
That was
Merc.
close.
Gunner just missing out on that opportunity to kill Snake earlier on. He had a slow start for his team, but now Gunner's picked up the pace and is the closest player on Sonics to break into double digits.
Yeah, Bolo not just playing well, but playing aggressive, right? He's the only real stopping force for Sonics. He's always slowing them down wherever he is in the map, whereas, well, where Merc is, normally he just kind of falls to the ground and buys Sonics time instead. Gunner, the only member with grenades on the board, is across the map from his team and cannot help them break anything. But Sonics, they've gotten map control. They can start doing that vertical damage destruction on towards the bombs. That's going to be Kansan on the buck. But because he's not the sledge, you can't use any grenades. Because Gunner is the lurker, so to speak, again, you have no real utility to use.
When it was Sonics on defense, Memorial was the playground for TSM. Walk right in, get a pick or two.
Oh.
Nitro Cell from Gasher connects on to Geo, and that's Diffuser down as well. Foot just clipped through the floor there. Another Nitro Cell goes off quite so successfully. Bolo picks up lucky number 13 on the stairs. Sonics got that first pick onto Merc, and they have nothing else to show for it. Rexon has to retrieve the Diffuser. He's playing up top. Grixer's in the basement. The bomb site, however, is in between the meat of the sandwich, if you want to continue on with that pun. Top four being the bread, bottom four being the other side of it. Only 15 seconds left. Rexon will have to drop through the hatch into laundry and then get into the bomb site if the play is to get that Diffuser down. Maybe a pick or two to start off with. TSM lose Gasher, but down goes Rexon. Grixer will need to find all the kills. He gets one, but they're just going to wait out the time. Bolo and co hang on, and well, this has been a back and forth for these teams. TSM regain the lead.
Round by round, one at a time. The flank right now for Sonics is a big problem. 2 rounds in a row now. Sure, can't clutch that trophy attack, but the flank is what enabled Snake to get into that clutch position. And in this round, dining attack as well. Bolo flanks bottom red stairs, wins a gunfight, gets bomb site control, gets a second kill afterwards with the execute. Nomad might need to be brought, more flank drones, or just more priority from Sonics to focus on that area of the map that is going to be the flank. TSM, they're changing operators quite a lot on this defensive side. Gasher, the only really stable operator and consistent pick throughout this match is Smoke. Then Achieved, play some Castle, play some Capkin.
Wolves are out. They lost this morning.
Usually on utility duty right now, always picking one area of the map that he cares about. Top red for this bomb site last time, just sits there, waits. And then it's Snake and Bolo. They get more freedom, right? Bolo wants to play Warden this round, we give Bolo Warden. Wants to play Jaeger, give him the Jaeger. Snake has had not a quiet game, he's 6-6, but it feels like we haven't said his name much because he's just kind of there, floating around. But he has found those kills for himself. Geo has brought out the Capital, the first real execution-based operator for Sonic so far. Was Gasher and the Ying for TSM. It's gonna be the fire from Geo instead. Good drone work from Sonics. They know the whereabouts of one member. If you can get as many drones as possible into the building without losing them in the process, you can create a network. This is clear, that is clear, etc. They can practically guess that Snake has to be inside a bathroom or living room because of that drone work earlier on. He figures it out, he runs away, but he kills a drone in the place instead.
They're going to drone out the bathroom where Snake is playing on that bottom floor. Spoke of Gunner and how he's picked things up on this second half. He's a relatively inexperienced player when Sonics took a gamble on him, adding him to the roster to replace Yeti. Well, I suppose Gunner was actually replacing Super.
Yeah.
And then Geo ended up replacing Yeti.
Technically speaking, yes.
Technically
just not in roles.
That was the series of events, obviously. Yeah. And Gunner had some issues at the start of this stage of the NAL with being a bit too ballsy and getting picked off early with nothing to show for it. Snake to do it this time. He'd wanted a spawn peek earlier in this second half, couldn't find it, goes for the jump out, gets punished.
Well, I like the aggression. I have to question, when time is on your side, 5 versus 5, and you're the supportive roam cast from TSM, is it worth throwing your life away for a 50-50 without any proper information? I'm not sure. Either way, Capkin Trap goes off again. It's an injury onto Gunner. It just keeps on happening. What should they do, Park? Is it IQ time? Just scan every doorway? What do you do?
Develop eyes.
And drones, yeah.
Develop eyes. You have so much time left. And yet you're just not looking at these door frames. Is it possible that Achieved never got droned down? They just weren't aware there was a Capkin on the board? I mean, that's entirely possible.
Yeah.
Even though Gunner had been down by that, he wasn't killed, so... Oh no, the man who'd gotten him up and got the very first pick as well was Kansan. He goes down, trading out. Geo taking some damage. Gunner still Bolo playing around the door frame, takes out Geo, but TSM unfortunately get a team kill. Doesn't matter, they find 2 more in quick succession. Rexon is outside of study, hops in, gets murked, but that's info. They know he's inside a study, and those toxic babes could keep him at bay. Gasher has none left. A flash as Rexon's in the middle of the bomb site, but Achieved was in a tight corner, and that's TSM on match point on their map.
Nice.
Gonna say it was very
Good.
clutchable round in that 1 versus 2, but without any information to work off of. It's a guessing game. I mean, saw again the aggressive play from Snake. Must have had some sort of information as to the whereabouts of a member, but it was wrong. Bolo again, the star, gets 2 kills in a 1 versus 3 position while being taken damage from his team member's Toxic Babe, while getting flashbanged, has to force the gadget on, and somehow still makes it work with that SMG-12 with high recoil on a very far away target.
16 kills for Bolo. I know that you might get tired of us talking about one of the biggest stars in all of this esport, but with 16 kills against one of the best teams in North America this year. Sonics were actually the best team in North America last year. They won the NAL finals and then have been so consistent this year. Obviously not as good as they were,
hungry.
but still near the top. The fact that Bolo can just absolutely flatten
I need to decide what I'm going to do with the rest of my day, because it is 9:30.
I think now's the time to do it, because when it was 5-4 in favor of TSM,
I need to walk the dog because she didn't really get her walk this morning. I started to walk her, and then the Wolves game started, so we didn't go for a walk.
Most critical, I would say, at this point in time, the stage of the matchup.
I need to eat. I'm very hungry. I would be down to play some God of War today, I think, after this.
I would say from Sonic's side,
So do I want to wait for this to finish?
I feel like if Sonics would have been Villa, it would almost guarantee them to win the series.
Go walk the dog,
TSM, not
and then come back?
Great theme park team in the NAL.
Do I want
They
to
lost it like 4 times in a row.
walk the dog while this is on,
Sonic's best map at this event and overall, which means historically they're the ones
then
to win
play?
that map.
And
So
just keep
it's
going?
almost like the quote-unquote expected outcome for TSM to win Villa. At the very least, if they don't, it's trouble for them.
Do
This
I
means a
want
close
to
series. I mean,
end the
6-4
stream and
is
go walk the
close
dog
as
right
it gets
now?
almost before entering OT.
Or do I just leave it on?
Merc has really struggled to find
You're
success
meowing
I
over
would say,
there.
though, on this map of
I
Villa.
hear you.
And it's a map which is a playstyle where Merc as a player typically thrives. It's a big open map. You can take gunfights left and right. You can either fall back or fight for your ground. But he's 3-9, and he was playing those kind of like you stay here till you
What's
die
the meow
positions
about?
on top red stairs, etc. Now he's been given
You
a little bit
tiny
more
cat.
freedom on the visual. A very stable and comfortable operator for him. We all know that when TSM plays bank, which Sonic's banned against him for this match, by the way, it's always Merc on visual, running around, activating the scanner, keeping them guessing as to where he might be. He's in that basement that you spoke of, Parker, waiting for his time to go for that flank, which they know that Sonics, they aren't typically watching. Merc could be the star player for this match point round.
This is the lineup that we've seen these teams bring. Hasn't really been a dedicated flank watch operator. When you look at the ops that can fill that void, I mean, the newest operator, Grim, is quite literally a flank watch operator. Hasn't been played here yet, but then you've also got Nomad being the most prevalent. You've got Zero, who shows up on a couple maps with those Argus cams designed specifically either for entry or to cover a flank, and then you've got Gridlock as well. These teams foregoing that, instead bringing this Nook as a largely flex op, and instead they want to go for direct action. Why do you need a flank watch if you just kill everybody on the bomb site, right? I mean, that's how it works.
Sure. But it's cost you so far. I mean, Nuke, again, you need that second set of grenades. This grenade could be the difference maker, but no, it misses. No clear information gave, but now Merc knows someone is down here.
Oh, Merc just missing out, but he might not have a lot of kills, but instead providing high value with that one. 4-9 on Merc is a tremendously poor result for him. But what? Rexon decides to go onto drone. Achieved reads that one out so well.
Nimbus, thank you for the gifted sub. 2 gifted subs.
Now it's Kansan to go
Nimbus,
on, but it's going to be
you're a
a
legend.
fear in the
Thank you.
hearts of these SQ players.
Thank you, thank you.
If you go onto drone, are TSM going to swing you because of it? That is the question.
It's very simple and small mistakes being made from Sonics, but TSM are capitalizing so well upon it. And now Kansan, Gio, and Kirk, so we gotta clutch it up.
Well, Sonics get on the board. No
That might be
flawless
it.
round to be had. None yet that we've seen. A stun onto Achieved, still prone on the ground.
Oh.
He gets swung on. Grixer pouncing on that opportunity. Now walking into the bomb site. Bolo will be called into action. Losing it. Grixer hits that shot. Merc had gotten one on the Kansan as well. 2v2. Time not on the side of Sonic's. Geo going for the plant. He's going to be vulnerable. Grixer will need to watch, and with how good Grixer has been before, you can bet on him to watch so safely, but Snake on the flank takes him down. Grixer shouldering off a lot of damage. Timer running. Crowd starting to chant TSM. Can it give some power towards Grixer? Sitting inside of the bathroom. He's looking in the wrong direction. He's downed. They just need to hop on the diffuser. The smile on Snake's face tells the whole story. And TSM will win their map 7-4 and go up 1-0 in the series.
When Grixer and Geo are in that 2v2, I mean,
it's music
Geo's
every
got his
time.
job. Hold F and hope that Grixer can just stay alive and make something happen. Being shot from 2 different angles, it's too difficult for him. The plant goes down, sure. The first one of the series doesn't make a difference though. Post plant, not good enough.
It started off with Bolo toying and playing with his food. And despite how close that match ended up being, it was still TSM finding that supporting cast to help out Bolo and to help out the rest of the team. Sonic's had some good performers as well, but time and time again, those first bloods breaking in favor of TSM would often shake things up for Sonic's and put them in a bad spot to then recover either on defense or on attack. Either way, we got 11 rounds out of Villa. That seems to
Bolo
be the
is 16.
norm with what we've looked at statistically over the 6
just
now
loads
7
of kills.
That has shown up. So everything going according to plan, really.
I mean, except for the Capcan traps, the flanks, and the opening kills.
Except for the Capcan traps.
Besides that,
I mean, things going according to plan for the map.
Sure.
Not for the teams.
Sure.
But I mean, whether are you trying to misinterpret my words?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But I mean, even if you're in Villa, it's like you're not supposed to get hit by 5 or 6 Capcan traps throughout a map. So by map standards, that's also bad.
Use your eyes
and drones,
and also drones.
Communicates with your
words. Them around. Do whatever you need. Look down. That's all. Just look down. I urge you to do so. Well, there's a lot to talk about in that matchup, and good news is we have a desk to go over it. But before we get to them, we have a break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with our final quarterfinal.
I don't really know what this is. Like, what are we...
There really is nothing like a land.
I guess it's just the trailer for the Invitational. 17th through the 19th. Okay.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Okay, chat. I'm going to go walk the dog. It's 9:45, so I'm already like an hour, 2 hours late to walk her from what she's used to. I'm gonna leave this up, and we're gonna do just like an abbreviated walk, but at least she'll be able to get to go outside, and then maybe after that, then we'll just jump into some God of War again. I'll have to switch things up in my setup, but I'm gonna leave you here. Everybody behave, and I'll be back. Let's see, I'm gonna do a text thing. 1 second. I'm gonna put that there as if anyone's gonna actually read it.
Victory over the Sonics.
Maybe I should make it bigger.
Take it up.
I don't know. Whatever. I'll be back. I'll be back, chat. Probably like half an hour or more, I would guess. I'm gonna be gone for a little while because I gotta go walk the dog. So. Bigger, more bright. Should I do like that?
Your host with me are Anne.
No one can possibly miss it if we put it over the thing, right?
Sonics before we got started about
Hang
all
on.
the strategies that we've been doing, you know, micro, macro, and all that. It looked like TSM had control over quite a few rounds in this matchup.
I mean, most rounds, yeah, really. It really showed that I think Sonics weren't really
Right
comfortable
here.
on the map because they were.
Then they'll be like,
doing
move the text, and it's like,
for the
she
easiest
can't,
takes
she's not
was
here.
Direct takes or vertical play.
Okay, I'll be back, chat.
As a lurker on knock, the rest of the team working the bomb site, and all the time in defense, they were just trying to waste time, not being proactive, not being the one aggressive, and that was the biggest key difference maker. TSM was controlling the pace.
I mean, in those mid to late round parts, there were also kill feeds that were all of a sudden turning orange, whereas there's a lot of TSM players just stepping up to the plate, getting those kills on the Sonics players, and I feel like the main thing that happened was that the Sonics players were a bit unaware. They seemed like they were getting killed when they weren't even looking at the TSM players. They were getting shot whilst they were from behind. They were shot or getting run out on whilst being on a drone, for example. Like, that player must have had a heart attack when the player came jumping out the window against him. It feels like a little bit uncomfortable on the new map, maybe, as you mentioned, for Sonics. TSM made really good use of that by playing the Capcan, playing the Frost, just making sure that if the players are unaware, if they're not checking corners, if they're not checking these angles, not being aware of these flanks, well, then you can utilize that very well by playing traps.
Yeah, I think Sonics really tried to play this the right way, right? It was perfect siege, like step by step, we're doing this, but every time before the execute, when the comms are getting a bit loud, when Geo is gonna call the execution, you're trying to hold your angle, but you're thinking of the execution. At this precise moment, every round, TSM was able to aggress and get the kills.
Is this something TSM can use and abuse because Geo is on the team, that they can kind of predict how this will play out because Sonics might have been relying on his experience on the server?
I think it doesn't have much more to do with Geo, but more just in general, okay, things are a little bit slow here. It's the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
We know this is the timing we should aggress on. Ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go now. Boom. And then boom, 2, 3, 4 kills in TSM's favor.
What do you think about that sledge ban, by the way?
I love a nade operator ban on a map like Villa, because we know it's so heavily influenced with nades coming from underneath. Banning away an operator like a sledge might make that more difficult. You have to rely on those 3 other operators that only have access to the nades. And then it kind of bit Sonics in the back when they were on their attack in half, because then they were rappelled on the Astra window, meleeing the Calcium barricade, because there wasn't a simple or easy way for them to take it out. It kind of bit them in the back a little bit a few times.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm not really a big fan of these disruptive habits, you know, target operator bans, because in the end, most of the time, it kind of turns against you. The player that's been playing Sledge is perfectly able to play another sub-breacher and absolutely do the same thing.
All right, and now top players for all this matchup. Bolo on top of TSM, 16-8.
I think he played a huge part in those mid to late round flanks, whereas he was using the first name to pop up in the kill feed to get those kills on the unaware Sonics players. And he's had a really good performance. I'm hoping he can keep it up, because prior to this game, his stats weren't better than the top 2 performing players on the side of Sonics, but maybe this is the game where he can turn that around.
I think the real reason and the main reason why TSM was proactive was because of Bolo. He was the one and the deciding fighter. The opening kills were from him in attack. And the moment that they decided to aggress on defense was because of him.
All right, and if we were to turn our attention to our second map, I think it's the right time for it. Players are just getting back. They'll be sitting in their seats in just a moment. We'll put that map on the screen for everybody to see. We went through map 1, and TSM were able to take control. But what happens now on theme park is the big question. And we talked about teams kind of hiding strategies, hiding maps in the pool to use. Is this the one that Sonics can use to go to map 3?
Yeah, I think this is the real question, right? Are they going to be able to really master the map and be comfortable on it so they can take back that pace, take back the control, and be the ones that are proactive, be the ones that are aggressing, be the one pressuring the opponent? Because so far they're not able to do it on Villa, and I want to see them able to do it on their map pick.
I think Theme Park might be a really risky map for that, though. As an attacker on Theme Park, you always want to have the advantage when it comes down to man count. You want to be able to push from multiple sides at the map. But if you're so down to the basics, where you're trying to make sure your team is not getting flanked, and you're aware of the traps and everything going on, then also pushing from 2 sides of the map is another aspect of play that might make it even more difficult. Also, because it's a new map for them, you know, they might show the same kind of uncomfortableness, which we saw on Villa as well.
Map 3, yes, no? All I'm asking.
Oof.
Yes, I think so, yes. I'm trusting Sonics to bounce back from it and really abuse the pick that they've chosen. I think they've chosen it for a reason. TSM aren't near as confident on theme that they are on Villa, so that might be a deciding factor. And in the end, if it goes to Decider, Club is an amazing map for Sonics.
It could be fully turned around, but if we look at recent history, then we had an NAL Stage 1, it was Sonics to win, in Stage 2 it was TSM, and Stage 3 it was TSM as well. But that game was by far the easiest one, and that was the only one with their newest lineups. So if you take that in account, I think it might be a really good setup for TSM to take this in a 2-0.
All right, and Alfama, thank you very much. It's time for us to go into map number 2. Our casters are set and ready, so we'll see you after this short break.
Well, TSM won their map, so now we go to Sonic's pick of Theme Park. Now, the desk talked about how this map has been hidden by Sonics.
Yeah.
They haven't played here at all, so they know something that we don't. What we do know is that domestically, this map for TSM is a bit of a...
It's a bit of a miss. Not hit and miss, just outright a miss. They played it, I don't have the exact numbers, but like 4 times in NAL, and like they lost it all 4, even against Mirage's old previous roster, the one that wasn't major worthy like the current one is. It's not pretty. But TSM themselves, they've been quote-unquote hiding Theme Park at this particular event. So they've had time to figure things out on their own, so then at some point, get it picked against them. And this basically is a scenario where it's on the board, Sonics didn't ban it out, and we're here.
Teams do this all the time. They will go an entire stage without playing a single map. They will routinely ban it, and then yet, amazingly,
somehow
the pressure on them is the most that it has been, period. And I don't actually think the pressure for Sonics is more than they faced at SI.
No.
But here in an international major, you bring out this map when you think you have the best chance of succeeding on it. Time and time again, teams have done this all across the regions. And I'd say of all of the maps for you to hide against TSM, this has gotta be one of the best.
Agreed.
TSM keep coming back to Theme Park against other NAL teams, and they always seem to fall short. Can they get that proverbial monkey off of their back here at Theme Park and seal the deal, be at another 2-0 and go to the semis tomorrow? TSM are the only team still left in competition who have won an international major. They won SI earlier this year. If not, if Sonics can win the next 2 maps, then we would have 4 teams all vying for their very first international major championship.
That's exciting.
That would be quite exciting. Unfortunately for fans of Sonics, you've got some waiting to do because they will need to win the next 2 maps. Villa went 7-4 to TSM. It was TSM's map choice, so it shouldn't really surprise you any that they won it. And when you get to this level of competition, quarterfinals at a major onwards, it's believed to be that you will lose your opponent's map. You gotta win the tiebreaker.
Yeah. The thing is, the tiebreaker is Sonics' quote-unquote best map, so TSM, they would like to end things right here. And just to add another point on top of that is that if TSM can have a really dominant Theme Park run, that means that teams going to semis and possibly the grand finals aren't just gonna go, haha, they suck on Theme Park, and now all of a sudden TSM's drafting gets a lot worse. So having a confident showcase right here, right now, is actually bigger than just winning this quarterfinal.
7 rounds is all it takes for TSM to punch their ticket against BDS tomorrow. That would be an exciting affair. BDS defeating Wolves earlier on in the day. On the other side of the bracket, W7M and Liquid will do battle. Those teams have played each other just a couple. They've played each other just a couple times. Liquid, seemingly the better team in those battles they've had before. Liquid have made it to a major final internationally. W7M have not. And for many people at the start of the year, this was W7M's year. They're going to be able to accomplish in their matchup tomorrow. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though, because we got a game to play. TSM first pick on round number 1, and they will add a second to it. Grixer and Rexen impotent on their entry, and TSM finds themselves 5v3 with 2 minutes left in the round.
Every single Siege player who's played Theme Park knows how difficult it is to attack on this map. Clearing the map, roaming, getting the breach, all in 3 minutes. Now imagine how hard it is in your ranked or casual game, and then multiply by like 3 times, because it's even more difficult at this level of play where teams do not tend to make a lot of mistakes. It is so hard for Sonics to get a leg to stand on, and it shows in the first minute.
TSM have 2 players up above over by Cash. This is a throne defense down below. Half of the round eclipsed. Sonics have only 2 drones available to their name, but damned if they do, damned if they don't. They don't need one to find Merc. It's the first kill for SQ. Snake is looking in the wrong direction, by the way, but he'll hear the DMR from Gunner, and Snake will reposition. You can hold the parts of this map off-site for as long as you want, waste as much time as is humanly possible. Snake is repositioned, and Gunner is there to greet him. Playing this tight corner, Bolo under fire. Snake can come to the rescue, but Bolo is likely waiting, telling him not to engage. Gunner sustaining some damage. Kansan now to come into the action as well. Pre-firing around the corner. There's Snake to take Gunner, and he manages to get both of them. Bolo dies, but it's a worthwhile sacrifice. It's all up to Geo He's got Diffuser in his hands, 45 seconds to bring it into the bomb site, or 3 players on TSM to kill. Either or, and it's SQ to win the round, but that's a daunting task either way.
Snake and Bolo played that beautifully, just baiting him on in. And I mean, Bolo was quote-unquote stuck in the corner, and they knew that. But the thing is, he had something up his sleeve. It was an ace card, and that was Snake hiding in the corner himself, and they got 2 kills for the price of 1. Geo could go for this clutch or just sit it out on the roof, because that allows Sonics to talk it through almost like a tactical timeout without their coach available, of course. But the members can discuss what went wrong or what would change for this next upcoming round.
Solid start for TSM as they will win the round. Timer will expire and Geo will just kill as much time as is humanly possible. Yep, it was a formality at this point. 1 round off of the total that TSM needs to move on to tomorrow. They're going to be all smiles about that one. The one thing is that while TSM might not be the most practiced team on this map in terms of success, they do have a lot of game day reps on the theme park. Now, because of that, it cuts both ways. One, their familiarity with the map at a high stakes level is gonna be higher. Time and time again, teams and us as casters will talk about the fact that you can scrim a map for months on end, but that is not a proper substitute for an actual game day match. So you can scrim it and have tons of success, get to game day and ultimately fall short because preparation is great, but your opponents actually have the experience in game. The other thing too, though, is that Sonics have no tape on them playing this matchup for TSM to study, whereas TSM have tons. So if TSM have not changed anything up about the way that they like to play this map, it's entirely possible that they will make some small adjustments as we see the rounds fall round by round. Sonics can easily understand where TSM is going to be on defense and where they'll come from on attack and prepare for that. And even if they don't have, you know, the same game day performance that TSM has, at least you know how TSM is going to do it and you can plan around that.
It's also why Sonic expand out the Ying. They know TSM likes to bring this operator for that execute and for the utility. But the one thing it leaves on the board and on the table for the taking is information. Look at this, Gasher on Echo, achieved on the Valkyrie. The only thing we're missing is like an extra C4 to work with that information, but achieved, yes, one of his own. So that's something. But TSM's taking a much more aggressive and front-forward game on theme park than they do domestically in the NAL. So you asked, what could TSM have changed in the meantime? Well, this is it. Extension out around the map, deployable shields, setting up these really fortified positions that key members like Merc and Bolo, who loves to play in these kinds of positions, they can utilize. And Sonics, by breaking down the first window and door, they have a very hard problem to solve in front of them. You got a flashbang, grenade, time it, etc., which is why you see 9 grenades being brought, floors as well, and 2 frag grenades. The thing is, Bolo, 16 kills on Villa in that previous match. He has so much confidence in this position to just play with his gun skill, and this is the true test for Sonics. Can they kill him safely, or at least break this stronghold?
Drones go in, Bolo walks.
No, he gets both!
Just Bolo things. This is a full frontal assault right now. 2 for Merc, 2 for Bolo. We're 90 seconds in, and it's Gunner in a 1v5. We've yet to see a flawless round between these two teams, but we'll see one there. 3 kills for Bolo, TSM up 2-0.
Yep, I said it. TSM's playing more front-heavy in their aggressive roam. If we watched them just 2, 3, 4 months ago in the NAL, the second Bolo gets under pressure, typically he falls back and you play the numbers game, right? So usually, if anything else, you trade 1 for 1. You take those. You're like, yeah, it's fine. Now it's 4 versus 4. That favors defenders. But Bolo gets the double kill, sticks around, gets the triple, and while he gets that kill onto the balcony from the doorway, well, Merc covers the window jump in and gets 2 kills of his own as well. So TSM, they've really been studying and practicing playing more together. We don't need key members to pop off individually. We need key members to pop off individually with support from someone else, whether it's a camera or a gun. And in that particular round, it's both, because you have the Yokai, you had the Valkyrie cameras, and you had an active member of Merc right nearby if things got tough. It's a really good look. Sonics, unironically, they're really good at this kind of playstyle as well, playing together, playing off one another, trading, etc. But they haven't shown it that well in this particular matchup against TSM, and it's always tough with domestic matchups because you know each other's playstyle really, really well from all the practices and real games. But historically speaking, just TSM the org and Sonics the org, they've played each other 7 times domestically in the NAL. 5 of those 7 times, TSM, they won them. It was Stage 1 in 2021 and Stage 1 in 2022 where Sonics came out the victor. But the last time they played each other, that was Stage 3, just a few months ago, or like a month and a half ago. It was TSM who came out on top, 7-3 on Bank. But it's Grixer who finds the opening kill in this matchup on Theme Park to open up round number 3.
You talked about them being a more front-forward team through these 2 rounds, and I suppose Snake wanted to see if he could have some success.
He tried as well on Villa, remember? And same result.
He got punished by Grixer, so... Either way, I mean, you take a gamble. It's not always going to work out. In fact, more often than not, it's going to end up failing for you. Sonics draw first blood in round number 3.
Yep. And honestly, if you're up 2 rounds like TSM are right now, you cannot buy yourself the risk-taking because it's not that dire. You can play overly confident, overly aggressive, and the punishment is going to be 1 death, not 1 round loss. Rexen, he's going to step up the aggression as well, flying in through this prep room.
Oh, and he's far back of the bomb site. Geo is spotted. The shield is there. Merc does not want to tussle, so instead he runs away. What stops a Monty if you don't want to engage head on? Well, how about a Nitro Cell from below? Merc, the only kill for TSM so far. The Monty is in the bomb site, and he's going to take the engagement. Sonics win that one in a hurry. These are fast rounds so far. We're 3 in, and SQ gets on the board.
That also wasn't the bomb site, because that was bomb site that we just saw being played out. It was an office defense, but the entire round, all 10 members were battling it on that extended roam. And CSM, they really put everything into it. The jump up from Snake was punished, so you played the 4 versus 5. That's actually where Geo on the Monty really shines. When you have a numbers advantage, because you're playing the Monty, you don't have that 5th gun. Monty's almost always going to be having the shield up and extended. So by killing Snake early, you're playing 5 versus 4 with a Monty on the board. It's such a comfortable position to be as an attacking squad, especially on a bomb site like Office, where you can choose one side of the map and just walk on over. And you said Parker C4 could be useful there to try and take down the Monty, but it was only achieved to have one in his pocket, and Geo did a good job at walking on the area of the map that you can't see from below, and buying enough time for the members of TSM to rotate around the fact that Monty was pushing them, and then the members of Sonics could pick up those kills relatively freely. Monsieur Merc got 1 kill. That's not enough in this case, and it's actually probably why we're going to see Sonics try that same approach, because in the first 2 rounds there was no Monty being shown at all. Then we saw it in the last round number 3, and now because of that success, because how much TSM struggled against it, same exact thing got a Tagger repicked by Geo and Rexen, the Amaru and the Monty, to get in somewhere on the map fast and start establishing control.
Rexen's going to do the exact same thing. It's going to fly up into break room. Remember that while all of the altercations that occurred in the previous round were around that bunk site, again, it is still locked. They cannot hold it, so they might play off site. Bolo in particular, first to fall in this round. Again, Sonics draw first blood.
Yeah, look at the orbital lineup as well from TSM. This does not scream strong bomb site setup. It screams extended roam and flexibility. No wall denies, no impact trick. Snake used that on the roam, the second one as well most likely. Only 1 deployable shield, that's the only bomb site fortification. You live and die off this roam.
Oh, Achieve doesn't see that position, gets spotted from the main stairs, but Merc is the backup plan. He'll let his teammate die out as the grenade goes off. They'll link arms with Snake as well. The Monty still in play for Sonics, a 3v3 and half the round to go, keeping up with what we've seen through the first 4 rounds, which is this breakneck pace that both teams are trying to set. We are already well ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
We're trying to send all of you home early. I don't even know if the West Coast is awake at this point.
Sonics brought 2 different kinds of attacks for this round.
No, we're
the
not.
Front forward, that's the Amaru, and the side execution / late roam clear on the Monty. The Monty's still alive, so phase 2's there. Monty also has the hot breach.
Alright, chat.
That's what I was just going to point out. They don't have a conventional hard breach for the Sonics, so instead they're running with those secondary hard breach gadgets that are brought by the Monty and Geo. Can openers, as we call them. They don't have to sweat the denial because, as you pointed out, this is a rogue
I'm back,
setup from TSM.
but I scared you.
There's going to be a direct
Sorry.
site execute. TSM might actually play
I'm
for a
gonna
retake of
change
that.
my camera settings. I'm gonna eat. I got some McDonald's delivered. I've been waiting. I've been like craving McDonald's breakfast for some reason.
With his drone.
So
it stopped, did not turn around. He's still staying here, didn't shoot either, so I think he knows, but they're on the bomb side. Merc has to flank.
Two players from Sonics on board. Merc spotted, so that flank is not going to work. Instead, TSM compelled into action, but Cans in a perfect lockout. Sonics have now picked up their second round in a row, and these teams are tied at 2 apiece.
I am very curious and eager to see if Geo's gonna make the call to play Munji through these next following 2 rounds, or at the very least, play it until he gets punished and no longer works, because I honestly would. It has really changed up, A, how Sonics is approaching their attacks, but also B, it plays perfectly into TSM's defenses. It's a roam game, that's where Monty shines. You can help gain information, take map control, and B, the bomb site is so weak, you just walk on in. The best case scenario for Sonics last round was what happened. Monty stays alive, Nook and Amaro did down the roam clear. You trade 2 for 2, it's a 3 versus 3 open round for everybody. Monty has secondary hop breach, could breach any wall he would like to because there's no wall denied from TSM. But they don't even need it. You just walk in, hold one angle, the teammate behind Monty fights the other angle. If you win that initial gunfight, which Sonics did, you win the round. Merc was apparently droned out, at the very least shot down on that flank. That was the only real way for TSM to get back into the round. And again, there's no smoke for TSM. There's no yokai to counter the Monty. There's only a single C4. And some people
I don't know
might
if that's
point towards
achieving
the operator board
result
and say,
that I
but Bingo, they're
wanted.
playing
It's not. It just
Oryx.
looks.
And sure,
It just looks like you can't
let's
see me very
imagine
well.
for a moment that somehow, someway, Merc can get close enough to Geo to dash into him, knock him down, and someone else kills him. Not gonna happen, because Geo plays a very passive and safe Monty. He understands that his role right now is not to get a single kill, or to do anything noteworthy besides staying alive, granting information, and just applying pressure by being on the map. He doesn't have to ADS, doesn't have to melee anybody. He is
everything.
a walking drone that cannot be killed. And the
I went
other
to pick
members
up
of
my
Sonics,
headset,
they can just be enabled,
and my
find their
monitor like
comfortability
turned
and know
off.
where the enemy is, and then take that gunfight one-on-one.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got your answer to the question here now. Geo's going to park himself on the Monte, and there has been no answer from GSM
not do that.
when it comes
Don't do
to
that.
just leveling this mountain. They've brought some more tools at their disposal. Trap heavy operators.
All right, what
and
if
of
we
course,
do
people forget that while Oryx is primarily used for speed,
filter.
you can
What do
actually
we got?
dash into the Monty to get that shield away. So I mean, there's a solution here for these shield operators.
Sharpen.
With
There's
Terror
nothing
drones
for
going in
blurring.
flashes as well.
How do I
Bolo
blur my
is
camera?
in not the greatest of spots, yet he persists in this position. He sees the Monty, but is
Beep,
wary of
beep,
somebody on the window.
beep, beep.
This is where target prioritization
Yeah,
becomes a big
there's
deal.
no built-in. I
TSM
thought
are
there was a
killing lot of
built-in
time,
blur filter, but
Sonics
I guess
have
not.
to sort this one out. Bolo, one pick, hunted down by the Monty. Doesn't know where the other player from Sonics is coming. Down goes the shield from Geo. SQ are summoning all of their forces to take care of these 2 players from TSM.
Nate almost takes out Monty, but Bolo heat guys initially, or afterwards rather, from Grixer. Bolo, honestly, staying alive for that long, getting 1 kill, and Geo takes so much damage from his teammate's grenade. That's not gonna look good for Sonics. But again, there's no answer for the Monty. No C4 left, Achieved already spent his. No smoke on the board, no toxic babes. Geo can have 1 HP left, that's all he needs. No one can do any damage toward him. I mean, Snake has 1 impact grenade in pocket that could be the difference maker, but it's not likely.
Especially if Geo goes to get that diffuser down. An impact would deal substantial damage.
There.
Maybe enough for a down. Grixer watching the Monty walk in now.
There.
Mark takes some damage.
Oh,
Snake
boy.
sees him, and there he goes.
There's
the
a
impact works out
plug-in.
perfectly.
Yeah, that's
Geo
okay.
falls, the mountain goes down.
Might be something I could do in the
Achieved is
future,
denied
though.
from TSM into a 3v3.
It's not
Execute will
too
need
bad
to
of an
happen. The
idea.
diffuser out of reach for
It's just
Sonics
my
at the
lens
moment.
doesn't have
Snake
enough.
still sits on it, giving information to his team through the soft wall. He sees the bullets whiz over his there it is. Kansan
focus
to secure.
change
Last
for
2
that.
players from TSM just need to wait, but Kansan is having an absolutely
I'm gonna eat.
incredible first half. Merc in a 1v3. The top player at the moment for TSM. He just plays keep away. Have they spotted him yet? They push from the same direction, 2 pairs of eyes, and it's Kansan again. Kansan 8 kills so far, and is a huge reason why Sonics have been able to keep pace, and now with their 3 rounds in a row, have taken the lead away from TSM.
Yep. Now the question comes, are Sonics expecting TSM to heavily counter Monty and therefore they go off it? I'm just gonna try one more time because of how well it has worked out. The answer is a bit of both. TSM they change onto Echo, which is a counterplay to Monty. And Gio also keeps bringing out this operator. The one impact grenade in pocket of Snake was what they needed. And thankfully Snake was in the right position. And as Gio said in chat, caught me like a Pokemon. Yup. When you have less than 30 HP, that's what happens.
I feel like in the spirit of the new Pokemon games just being released last week, which big shout out to that timing. I downloaded it and then played it all the way over on my flight. So thanks for giving me something to do while I was suspended in the air for a prolonged period of time. Colloquially, those impacts are referred to as Pokeballs, where you throw it down and then if you get the kill, you catch them. So congratulations to TSM. They will now be playing 6v4 with Gio on their team. Ignore the score sheet because they caught Gio, of course. And Gio showing off some appreciation for that play.
Reunited once again, right? Because Gio...
It's a joke for those of you that don't know.
Yeah, you just had to point out, just in case somebody's like, that's not real, is it?
I mean, you got casual viewers who watch this who might not understand that, oh, is that really the case? Why does it show Gio on the left-hand side? It's a joke.
You're going to see everyone try and Pokeball catch someone else in the enemy team now in their games, being like, why are we not playing 6v4? It's not how it works. Gio, of course, was on that TSM roster previously.
Yeah, I've seen that they've been talking about
matchup for him. TSM and Sonics, I think, both benefited from those roster changes.
And
it's
supposed to be soon.
Kind whatsoever.
Theoretically.
It's a matter of both teams get on top. I mean, both teams and those members involved, they're here at the event in the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, against one so early on. But the point is, they made it here. Snake with the opening kill onto Gunner. Nuke is off the board. That's a big sigh of relief for TSM because now they know cameras grants true information.
There's still 2 nades for Sonic, so not all hope is lost when it comes to the explosives at the hands of the attackers. Sonics hid this map, so we didn't know what to expect with the way they would play it, but the Monty has been the biggest focal point for SQ's attacks. What'll change when they go onto defense? Because again, we don't have tape on Sonics on this matchup, on this map. Achieved is down below, but
I just don't really know, to be honest, how I feel about
Cafe.
I don't know how I feel about Tarkov anymore. What?
There it is!
The mark is
there. They don't know that he's playing in that position, and he can dash away his Oryx.
But on the side, it's a big bait from Gio. I mean, Kanson's in with Diffuser. They can actually stop planting. No one is here from TSM.
And there's been no hard destruction as well, so you're going to have to trickle in through the single doorways. Kansan, who is 8
Do I look different?
Phenomenal on attack. Now also
I felt like that was a pretty good,
under his belt.
I feel like that looked pretty accurate,
7 players
to be honest.
Upright in this server. The 3 from Sonics can very easily watch the remaining entry points in, and TSM will have to trickle on in. This is going to be a near impossible retake for Sonics. They should have no problem clearing it out, and they read it so correctly. The site is free real estate. They walk in, get Diffuser down, and TSM lose every single player as they walk through the doorways to try and reclaim what they just lost.
That is probably the hardest thing to do in Rainbow Six Siege. Retaking a bomb site, even though it's 5 versus 4 or 5 versus 3, with no hard destruction being done. You have 2 doorways to choose between to walk in. There's a crossfire on both. And it looked like Gio was like kind of throwing his life away inside a cafe, but it was actually thought out from Sonics. Gio did not have the diffuser like he did every single time previously. He walked into a cafe, he had 2 members' his attention, and because the Monty is usually where Sonics will push from, well, when they spot out the Monty, every single member they came on over trying to take him down, and you had 3 members on that maintenance window. They droned the bomb site, and when Gio walked in, they jumped in and took the bomb site instead. Retake occurred. It was not successful for TSM. 2-4. Now, Theme Park is a heavily defender-favored map. 66% overall before this match started. Armory Throne, the most successful one at that, played 13 times. And TSM, they played Throne 3 times. They only won it once. Statistically, this is a bit of a nightmare for TSM because they should have won this a lot more. They should have won a lot more rounds, rather, than they did. You can still show up on attack. It's not impossible. It's just very difficult. And Sonics, they're bringing their own aggression. Alibi, Vigil, Lesion. Drone work's gonna be hard. It makes sense for Bolo to pick the Jackal to try and narrow down where the enemies might be located at. TSM themselves, they ban Dokkaebi so frequently. They're used to playing without it, but I feel like right now they kind of wish they had it available because it would make their lives a lot easier. Merc had a hard time on attack on Villa in that previous map. Had a great defensive side, 7-5 to his name, but he has to go huge right now to bring TSM back into this one.
Well, first half now in the books. The tale of the tapes. Why don't we? TSM drew first blood 4 of the 6 rounds, and yet they still only got 2 for it. 2 of those rounds, even though they got the first blood, those are rounds 5 and 6, SQ stormed the bomb site, and the retakes from TSM fell short both times. Diffuser went down in round number 6. Bomb sites, 3 of them have been played. We have not seen a lab play yet on that bottom floor, Nick. That is a bit odd for the way that we tend to see these 4 bomb sites happen. First battle goes off between Sonics. Grixer's the one. The crosshair from TSM pointed squarely at. They know they've isolated a player from Sonics inside a cafe. Snake is able to finish off Grixer inside of Daycare. But there's 2 big picks from Sonics. Add to it, they are making mincemeat of TSM at the moment. It's just Gasher and Bolo left with over a minute to go. The only one to die from Sonics was Grixer, as we'd mentioned. Kansan breaks 10 kills. What a feat that is right now. As for TSM, Gasherin achieved combining for just a single kill through 7 rounds. That, at this level, is unacceptably bad for a quarterfinal. And it is absolutely hurting TSM at the moment.
It is. Bit of a wasted opportunity for TSM as well, because Bolos on the Jackal did not do the entry job, only used 1 scan, just the second one just went out in that roam clear, and that's where the round kind of died out for them. They could not successfully pick apart the roam, and now they're paying the price. Sonics, they've all fallen back to the bomb side. They're just waiting for something to happen. They know TSM should not have a chance for this. Do have 1 member roaming out of Dark Lab for a possible flank later on. Might not be needed though. TSM, they have nowhere to go, nowhere to go in.
This might just be a formality at this point. It certainly seems like it. Gasher not able to get a kill. Swatted away. 11 for Kansan, 0 for Gasher. That is quite the opposites. And they did say opposites attract, and they were attracted just outside of the bomb site. Sonics stretching their lead. They've won 5 rounds in a row. Is it time for TSM's timeout? Oh. The answer is yes. Right as I was saying that, TSM calling a timeout.
I mean, it makes sense. It's rather now than a match point, and rather now to get ahead of the problem than to find yourself too deep to fix it. Podiuman, a former pro player himself, should have plenty of things to say watching this. The worst thing about this, I feel like there could have been some worth in focusing on the defensive side and taking that time out to discuss how do we deal with the Monty problem, because you don't want to go 2-4 starting defense. Now you really got to pick up the pieces and do the hardest job the hardest way possible, finding 4, 5, 6 attacking rounds, depending on how we go in regulation overtime. It doesn't happen very often. Theme park attacks are incredibly difficult to pick apart, as we saw in that opening round for TSM. It wasn't even close. See what they can do. I mean, my expectations going into this was if Sonics win Villa, it's a 2-0 for Sonics, because they should, in my book, take Theme Park. Playstyle-wise, been hiding this map for a long time. TSM domestically, not the most success on it. So I'm not surprised if Sonics did take it here, but I'm surprised at how they got there at so far. The Monty pick from Geo, I did not expect it to work that well, not 4 rounds in a row, but it did. It's a very justifiable pick for him. Now, if we go 3rd map, if Sonics wins here in Theme Park, it is going to be Clubhouse, which honestly is a bit of a middle ground between how Villa plays out and how Theme Park plays out. So these 2 teams should square off quite well there too. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need, when I say we, I speak for TSM fans, Gasher and Achieve to wake up. Achieve, you know, slept was banned against him map number 1, so he's still warming up this operator. L85, he hasn't used it in a bit. He was on Bok previously and Nook after that. Gasher, when you're anchoring on defense, if you go 0-4, 0-5, it means that either the bomb side doesn't work out at all, or the roam game fails exceedingly hard. And sure, the roam did fail, but Gasher has to get something going for himself. He plays that supportive role, Echo on defense, now Floors on attack. We gotta get a kill somewhere, at least an assist on the board. Especially against Sonics, and how aggressively they're playing.
One of the things that you bring to the table by being somebody who's played at this level before is talking from experience about what Gasher and Achieved are going through right now. Achieved in particular, Gasher is a bit understandable because he's not usually one of those, you know, the 3 points of the spear that we talk about.
Yeah.
TSM, we like to focus on Bolo, Merc, and Achieved as those 3 main weapons. Snake and Gasher often in that supporting cast. Of course, TSM have changed things up right now as you look on your screen. There's no real dedicated support amongst this 5-operator lineup. It's how they want to play it out. But what do you do midway point in this match to find your footing and get back to a point where you haven't completely lost your confidence? And does that timeout that TSM take help at all?
I mean, the timeout always helps. You can talk to your teammates, and of course, Pojo Man himself should be that defining factor, saying, Gasher, don't worry about it, buddy, etc. There's 2 ways to go about it. Either give Gasher the freedom to play other operators that he wants to play, or just accept the fact that he has to support and enable other operators, or other members rather, because he cannot find that success himself. Right now, he's trying his hardest to enable other members of TSM instead of becoming the enabler himself.
God damn it, I need to like remember to
There's a repel
touch
up,
something
the
else before I
same
touch any of my
ammo play that
electronics.
we saw
I don't
from
know what's
Sonic's
going on.
round
My
done
hair is all
by
staticky
Bolo.
today.
This
What
is
is
the first
going
live
on?
defense that has appeared
Why is
for
everything
us.
shocking me
In terms
and
of the
electric?
we didn't really go over the
Christ.
win rates
All right.
here on Theme Park.
I'm
Prior to
sustained.
today,
I
played
have eaten.
4
I feel much
times.
better. I was
61% of all rounds won by the defense.
not
That is
feeling
a much more
super hot.
lopsided number than we saw
I was starting to
at
get really
Villa.
hungry.
Every single bomb site has a positive win rate.
So
for the
I got
defenders.
a
There's not a single one that gives an
biscuit
advantage
sandwich.
to the attackers.
I'm a big fan of
Lab is actually
hash
the
browns.
most overwhelmingly defender
At
favored,
McDonald's.
but it has only 6 pick rates. 67%.
Tarkov is really
of
tough
those
to enjoy
rounds
mentally.
have been won
I haven't been playing
by the
it.
defense.
I haven't played it in
4
like
of the
2
6
months.
times. Again, small sample size.
I went
so
from
not a
playing
ton
it
to
every
go off
day
of.
to I have not played it.
18 times that Armory throne room
And
bomb
so
has been
I don't know.
defended.
I don't know how I
Something that we can
feel
talk about a little
about.
bit more. Defense working out well. Look at that. Now the kills have to come in. First 2
I don't know.
for Sonic's. Gasher
I really don't
finally
know.
gets
I
on
know
the
that there's a
board,
lot of
gets
hype
removed
around
from Geo
streets.
shortly thereafter,
I just don't know
and
if
Geo
I
continue
really
to fire
care.
back. And guess what gets the final kill? Sonic's run a Capcan, and it's TSM who run into it. 6
Like I
in a
enjoyed
row
playing with
for
my
Sonic.
friends.
They're
I
on
enjoyed
match
having
point.
that routine of like
The
playing
lab
with
bomb
Baz
side
every day.
is
And
phenomenal to defend because you can quite literally have just
But,
one member
I
on
don't
the
know.
side itself and 4 people roaming scattered across the entirety of the map. Sonics kind of did that. They started out very aggressively, fell back room by room at impact rotations. TSM, they were at the bomb site with 17 seconds left on the clock. Not enough time to, again, figure out the proper approach into the bomb site. That's also why Capcan traps, they start doing a lot of damage.
I don't know.
and
People are
getting
saying
kills
sometime in
because you
December,
don't have enough
probably.
time to check for them.
Which, like,
And
I
then
also
too
am not
much
gonna be here
pressure
for like
just
half
rushing
of
into those
December. So.
doorways. And now you're staring down that
Middle-aged David, thanks for
situation.
35
TSM
months.
fight for a comeback,
Nightmare, thanks for the 19 months.
and they
Have an
will.
Uncrustable. Have you guys
But
ever had
4 rounds in a row
Uncrustables?
to go into overtime. And then you gotta
I
play
had a
those
friend
2
in
or
high
3
school
rounds out as
who
well. It's a
our
very,
like
very
high
tall
school
task
lunches
ahead of
would
them.
have them sometimes.
Yeah, this might even be
and they would
an FF Go Next situation.
I was gonna say
they
it
would
might be
take
preserve your energy, go
the
Clubhouse,
like
'cause it's gonna take
the
a lot of
ring
mental strength
off of the
to even
Uncrustable.
make it through these rounds without falling apart.
It's like it already doesn't have a crust, and then they would take
that
that thing off, the part that like crimps together. They would take that part off.
Villa is the middle of the pack.
Like, just fucking eat it.
In terms of play rate. Theme Park is the least played map here at
Just
the major
eat it.
in terms of play rate, and Clubhouse is the most
Such a
played
baby,
map
like,
here at the major.
Look at that.
So we've
God.
gone from some teams play it to no teams play it to every team plays it. Nothing really more to be said about whether that favors
I think that's my,
Sonics or whether
like,
that favors TSM, but
my toxic trait is not having a lot of sympathy or like understand. Did they just misdrone him?
For the first time, they've concealed it, and for good reason.
I don't have a lot of like patience for people who are like super picky about food when it's not like a dietary thing. You know, like if you can't eat a bunch of stuff because you're allergic to it or you have an intolerance or whatever, like that's, I don't know, that's fine. But people who are just like picky about food just to be picky about it, I don't have patience for that.
No.
And it's very apparent, especially on these attacks, that Sonics were able to pull off. But now, these 2 rounds in a row on defense, too, showing that Sonics were prepared for TSM, and TSM's woes with this map have not gone away. They are still fighting.
But at the same
for their
time, like,
lives.
it also doesn't
matter the
really
opposition,
affect me.
and
I
would
just
not be
find it
surprised
kind
to
of
see
annoying,
TSM
but I don't like,
ban out theme park.
I don't know.
Should they prevail in this best of 3, of course, semis and potentially grand finals.
It doesn't change anything for me personally.
On should they even make it past this quarterfinal?
Oh,
damn.
I mean, the thing about Villa is that it was a 7-4 victory for TSM, but Bolo dropped 16 kills and had moments like those every single round. That's not the story right now, but Merc follows up with another. So it's again, the duo making it work.
SQ is on the edge of greatness. Kansan picks up his doesn't kill. Geo side by side botches the smoke. Tries to go overhead. These two are in the same place.
Oh, Jesus
Kansan
Christ.
fighting for his life. He can't do anything with it. Geo swings onto a
thought he was gonna die.
Bolo to find the last target.
Don't eat food on your plate if they touch each other.
That 6-round streak that Sonics were on.
Dude, Thanksgiving food is the best because you just like you can eat all of it with all of the rest of it pretty much, except for like pie.
For Sonics.
Yeah.
So
You
SQ
know?
now get to go back to Throne, and if they lose that, and TSM continues onwards in this map, then Lab opens up, which is yet another bomb site that Sonics won just before.
Also, I hate critiquing when teams they win around because it's like they won, they did a good
pie?
job. So what's
Yeah, I don't want to eat
what's bad about it? But
green
let's
beans
rewind
with
the
pumpkin
clock to
pie.
how that opening kill occurred for TSM.
Keep your mashed potatoes and your gravy separate?
Bolo jumped in a window, unaware of the member of Sonic's roaming.
Isn't the
and he
gravy
had to win
for
a
the
50-50 1 versus 1
mashed
gunfight,
potatoes?
which he did. After that, Bolo had to drone for himself, give himself a yellow ping for the member on that staircase.
You don't expect something much, so you just end up eating the food that you don't like?
That is how
I mean,
TSM built 2-man advantages.
Then I feel like
Bolo
you're,
with
I don't know.
no support and no help from anybody else, making what we call a
I feel like you're
hero
not that
play.
picky if you'll just eat it
Bolo was also
anyways.
making hero plays very
That doesn't,
successfully,
to me,
so
that's not
Munition
as
did
much of a
but
picky
with
eater.
support of his
It's like
team.
people who will
TSM
refuse
right
to
now,
eat
they're scattered
things.
across the map a little bit too much, I would argue. They're not getting that reliable help between one another they need.
Or like
And it's
people
also
who
like the
won't
wide
try
receiver
new
members like
foods.
Gash and Chief being 2-6 and 1-6
I understand.
because they're not
I don't know.
really
I have
able to
like a
help
threshold
those
for
injured players from
that,
the
I
team
guess. 'Cause
themselves.
it's like, okay, I don't want
Because
to.
ideally what happens is that Bolo
There's some
goes
food
in
that I've
and
never
someone
eaten,
else
and I
follows, and if
will.
Bolo
I know I
follows,
won't
somebody
eat
else
it
shoots him back,
either.
1-for-1, if all goes well.
But I feel like
The
some
backup is
people's
there just as a precaution, but you still get that
line
kill
for that is like way too
Bolo
low.
got spotted,
Like
opted
they'll
not to
just
shoot
not
the
not even
default
try
cam.
just like a
Teams
vegetable
do
or
that because
something,
they
like
don't
something
want to give their
very
position away.
plain and
Nobody's
common.
actively on
I don't
the
know.
camera. Then you can walk past it. And they'll say, oh, okay,
You can eat the
nobody's
food, it's
come
just not a
through
fun time.
Gong, nobody's come through Dragon.
Yeah,
Of course, the
that's
camera's
exactly
still up.
It's
Just a
there's a
small
difference
step
between
that you'll
like,
see
okay, if you don't
pros
enjoy
take
it,
from
that's
time to
fine. I don't
time.
expect you to enjoy
Just try
every
and
food. But
bamboozle,
when people will just like
confuse their
straight up
opponents.
refuse to try
Bolo
things
gets spotted all
because
the same, but just to explain as to why, well, why didn't Bolo
I don't know,
shoot
they're
the
just
camera?
like afraid of it,
Knowledge for
or
those
like
of you that
scared of
might now
the
take that and do the
scared
same.
of it being something different,
I would
you
like
know?
you to note that they don't always follow that rule outside. Teams
Someone snuck
sometimes
jalapenos
just
in
plain forget
stuffing.
about outdoor default cams and
Like somebody put rice in my stuffing. I don't trust it anymore.
A little bit disappointed that Sonics
Jalapenos.
didn't impact trick the wall.
I mean,
because you
jalapenos and
can
stuffing doesn't
absolutely
sound.
do it.
I don't really like
Geo Kansan
jalapenos,
spare
so.
impact in the pockets, but pre-fire comes through. It's 1-for-1.
But yeah, like
The
having
bomb
preferences,
site,
that's
despite that wall
fine.
being opened up,
I
is
don't
still
I don't
very
think that's
defendable
like
because of that throne in the
the
middle of the
pickiness
room
that I'm
provides
talking
enough
about.
cover for the defenders to hide behind, and Rexen took great advantage of that in that gunfight.
Oh, you lose Geo, who has proven his worth time and time again.
But I think
You lose Merc,
that for me,
who's
I'm a bit.
been the most consistent
I don't know. I'm.
force for TSM. We talk about supporting cast. Both of these teams have a strong one.
I think
They
I
haven't
also
shown
have
it yet from
to
TSM side of things. At one
keep
point,
in
they
mind
were
for
a
myself that
combined
I'm a
1 kill. Now
pretty
they've got 4 to their name
adventurous
for Gasher and
food
Achieve.
person, so like
Bolo
I'll
is a
try
superstar in map
a
number
lot of
1.
stuff. There's just like a
Still
few
not
things that
performing
are
up
on
to
my
that
like
same
never
standard, but now
list,
breaking
you know.
positive with his 8th kill.
I'm not
Grixel wants to
necessarily
retake
a
high rate of
I'll try
fire,
everything
softening
once
up
type of
Achieve,
person,
but heading back towards Split.
but I'm a
He
pretty
cans in deep into the bomb
I'm
site,
pretty
and in an
adventurous
act
in
of
general with food, I think.
Out goes an impact nade, all while the diffuser's going down. Bolo trades himself
But not
out
like
for Grixer. The
not
Zolf will
extremely
continue to bleed
adventurous,
out on the
just
floor, but Kansan
more
has
than the average,
quite
I
the
think.
mission
That was a
ahead
nice
of him.
shot,
Nice
yeah.
shot onto Achieved. Isolate these last 2 players. It's technically a 1v2 as Bolo is not able to do anything until he's brought back to life. But is he crawling over to one of the 2 players from TSM? Diffuser at the halfway point right now for Kansan. Pre-firing away, they know he's worked it over towards Throne. Bolo back up. He's he's got his secondary out. There goes the concussions. Kansan pushing up.
Ooh, almost.
Kills, and 8 goes out in front of him. 14.
They got Bolo back up though. It's he's not gonna. He's going for the kills, but he's not. Oh!
Kansan picks up the quad, but
Well, you got it for bragging rights, but they still lose the round, so who cares?
TSM prevail, and they've now won 2 in a row.
Like,
of
okay,
their
congrats, I
own.
guess.
They are depriving Sonics of a quick victory and making SQ work awfully hard for something that they will continue to sit on the edge of for the next 2 rounds.
I know Kenson had no time in that situation.
All opinions and stuffing
but
sounds
think
kind of
about the
good.
mental
It
game
doesn't
that
sound
plays.
terrible. It doesn't
You're
sound
1
like the
versus 4,
worst thing anyone
and
has
sure, like,
tried.
the time runs out, but you get all
But
4
I
kills.
just don't
Perfectly
personally like Call
wrecked the
opinions very
situation,
much.
Right? The stun came out, he dodged it. The nade came out, he dodged that as well. And he expected the
Yeah, I remember Twitch Sings.
to swing first.
They
Gets
killed that,
kill,
didn't
gets
they?
the read. Then he walks into the maintenance room and gets both kills. 1 member
You
prone,
did it.
1 crouch slash standing up.
job.
And TSM, they might go, oh, we got the round, but it's like,
Great.
you lost the 1v4. That's not a good look. And it's again Bolo getting those initial entries, opening things up. And
Yeah, they
there's
really
one thing that
they really
happened
thought
last
that they were going to
round
be able to make
I
that
wanna point
work,
out.
and then
It was actually Gasher playing Nuke and Snake playing Thermite, which is very uncommon for TSM. And look at this, it's Snake on Thermite. And
What's up,
it's
Courier? Thank you for the
Gasher
34
on
months.
Peace.
Hello.
Question mark? Oh,
Alright,
there we go.
Twitch
Slick. Okay,
Sings.
that's more like it. So we had that story earlier, part of that conversation where what do you do if you're Gasher, right? You're the support player. of
I'm really-
TSM,
I start
you
to
can't get
feel
into
like
it,
an ultra
you're not really able
boomer.
to enable all the members. Well, now Gasher
There's
is
so many
trying
people
to
right
get
there.
himself enabled and get confident and comfortable in this.
And there goes your heart breach. Oh, they still have
But
Ace.
Snake not used to using his drones because he doesn't play a heart breach typically. Walks out of spawn a little bit too fast, and now you're playing without your.
But I feel
primary
like
heart breach.
everything-
But it's not all doomed because Achieved, he's a smart man. Picks up a
is like-
secondary heart breach option in the.
I feel
Ace.
like Twitch
This
has
round is
generally
still playable
like
for
not
TSM,
gotten better.
but they gotta do it
I don't know.
4
It's I
versus
guess it's
5.
that's such a broad
I mean, not even
statement. I
Gasher,
feel like
he's
there's
gotta
some
play
cool
with 2 members
features
right
and
now
things
because his duo
that
who
they've
is
added,
allowing
but I
him to
don't
speak
I
of
don't
Snake
prefer
to
the way
Snake.
that Twitch is now over the way it was,
Gasher gives his position away, and then there will be
you know,
some
4 years ago.
through the wall.
Twitter is an absolute nightmare right
To the top
now.
of the roof he goes.
Absolutely, just
do
a
find it
fucking
funny that even
nightmare.
though they
Especially if
subbed
you're
out some
someone like
players,
me
TSM still
who
has
relies
very
on Twitter
obvious
ads as like
on
part
this
of
map.
my
You can see
income,
what even one roster change
because
can do to
that
revitalize a team
has been
and increase their odds of success.
like actually
on a
like
map
Elon
that
Musk is
maybe
actually costing me money
always their
by being a
strongest. And I think
fucking
what this really
just
speaks to is it's not the players,
complete
it's the overall
moron.
strategy and idea of how to tackle this map.
And I'm not a billionaire like him, so I can't lose half my net worth and be okay, you know? So it's like that's a nightmare. And also like does you know there's like that thing where products cost the same. Oh, that might be it. But they are like significantly worse than before. Like I always used to buy I've bought the same kind of toilet paper and the same kind of paper towels for years. And I notice that the quality has gone
I
down
think you said it very, very well. Every single map plays out differently with the fundamentals.
because
and
I've
play
been
styles
buying
and
the same
whatnot.
one
And the
for
way TSM
forever.
plays Rainbow Six
Like
Siege just
the
doesn't
quality
seem
is
to work out
definitely
on Game
worse.
Park, and it comes again back to how
It's
they
not just
play
like
the defensive
shrinkflation, it's like
side against
quality.
Monty. That's where I see
Whatever,
the
I don't know.
issues lie. They've done a decent job on attack. They won 2 rounds so
So
far.
now I understand why old people are so grumpy. Everything is worse. Everything gets worse the older you get.
3 players from Sonics,
The planet's
either
worse.
in split or one by the door. That is
Inflation's
Well, I mean, I guess
worse.
you can have 2 off-site in
Everything's
that
worse.
case. Primary
This is
heartbreak
why.
Snake had died earlier.
This
As
is
you
why
noted,
our
there
grandparents are
was
just like
backup.
grumpy.
Even if Ace is not often
Everything
used
sucks.
as a primary hard breacher, you could still get that wall open if you need to.
Didn't get the transition between Musk being a billionaire and the toilet paper. Oh, I was just talking about how things in general feel like they've gotten worse. So like Twitter has gotten worse. That's one topic. Separately, just things in general, like in my life, I feel like buying things is worse. Oh, I thought that was an alibi, and I was like, damn, he's putting a lot of bullets in that like alibi hologram.
Geo goes down to Merc, but he's the only one.
Right, and I mean it makes sense. Like I understand why they're doing it, right? There we go, map 3. The first map 3 today. We are old now. Yeah.
It was the best player.
It's like in order to make more money, they gotta cut stuff in general, right? Like they gotta make stuff less, like cost less, which means that it's generally not better. Jacob, thank you for the 3-month resub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 3 months.
Flexibility as operators, or just face it, head first.
That's absolutely correct. What a showing from Sonics. There were some small warning signs there. The first 2 rounds breaking in favor of TSM. It's really easy for you at that point to say, oh no, did we screw up by hiding this map? Did we screw up by going to a place that we know TSM are at least comfortable on, even if that comfort doesn't necessarily get them the results that they want? And then Sonics came alive and just started winning round after round after round. There was really nothing
hard to maintain a bottom line. It's always increasing. Yeah.
Until the very final round, and then
it just feels like we're,
their entries really did seem to lack
as a species, constantly clawing for more of everything. And there like is nothing more to get, you know? Like we're just trying to suck the last drop out of a bottle of water, and it's just not there.
We'll be right back.
It's like, yay, the population of the world crossed 8 billion. That is... I saw that trending on Twitter, like, whenever that happened, I don't know, a week ago or whatever, and I was like, that is actually, like, a nightmare. Like, I feel like I'm gonna have a depressive episode just from that information alone. The anecdote of an airline that removed an olive from their salads and saved millions of dollars. Yeah, I mean, and then they see that and they're like, okay, well, why not just remove all the olives? Why put anything in the salad? Just put lettuce. Just put lettuce and like a crouton and call that a salad. What are you gonna do? You're on a plane. Fuck you. Remember when you used to be able to book plane tickets and choose your seat as part of that, and now you have to pay extra always. You do not choose your seat anymore unless you pay more money, pretty much. Unless it's like Southwest's weird thing where you just like choose whatever seat you want when you get on the plane, you know? But I distinctly remember that I used to be able to book plane tickets and choose a seat without paying 60 bucks, 90 bucks, whatever it is to choose a seat. And now it's like when you go to get on the plane, holy fuck, it's so annoying. They're like, hello everyone in the boarding area. We're going to begin boarding for this flight to San Francisco. First up will be all of our Emerald members. First boarding. All Emerald members. And you're just like, okay, I don't know what that is. Next up, we're going to have all of our Ruby VIP Delta customers. Okay, then they board. Got it. Now the women and children. Those needing extra assistance. Right? Up next, we will have all of our Diamond MasterCard customers. The credit card pitch. That's what I just said, MasterCard. It's like anyone who has a net worth of over $3 million, you are now welcome to board the plane. And you're just standing there as like fewer and fewer people are there. And there's, I mean, it's like every time they do that too, it's like 3 people or something anyways. So I guess it's like not that big of a deal, but it's really funny how many groups they go through. And then they're like, okay, group 1, you're now welcome to board. And I for some reason always have like group 4. I don't know why. I'm like, I don't know what people do to get group 1, group 2, group 3, whatever. I am always like the last group.
We tie things up here and take it to a map 3, but before we talk about said third map, let's recap and debrief.
I always get the last group, and I don't know what people they're doing that's different, because I always check in like right away, like 24 hours. I am checking in.
Alphama, I distinctly remember that
Group 4.
Sonics have what it takes. I believe in them.
Every time.
Worked out, gotta say.
So when you check in, I always check in like early. Like I always check in early. I'm always one of the first people, like not one of the first, but I'm always like checking in right when I can. And I'll check in the minute that I can, and I get group 4.
NAL finished in.
Do you usually sit in the aisle or closer to the front of the plane?
6 weeks to prep for a new app. I'm not surprised they were so good.
If I'm traveling by myself,
6 rounds in a row.
I always pick an aisle seat. I get
momentum
claustrophobic if I sit by the window because I feel like I can't get up if I want to. So I always sit on the aisle. And then I either I don't know. I usually sit like middle front of the plane. If I'm with Fromage, we usually try to get seats that are over the wings because she gets anxious on planes, and if you sit like where the wings are, it's more stable.
Preventing Sonics from getting in the building. What's the answer then? Geo picks Monty, 4 attack wins.
Makes sense to take the people on the window first.
Smart. And they played really well.
Yeah, I guess so.
And TSM had no answer.
I mean, I don't feel like they're seating people
It seems like the easy fix. I'm not
in a way that makes sense though, based on because like shouldn't they just board from the back of the plane first then?
I mean, it's in the game. Why not abuse it?
Shouldn't it just be like the very last row should be the first people on the plane?
Just get that ground, force defenders back. And then the next time they played Theme Park, Monty was
besides like people who need extra time, you know.
Significantly worse. The main thing I fear for Sonics is if they were to pull this map out in, say, finals, if Mayday come through, then they have to rely on something else because they have to keep in account.
That's what a lot of European flights do. It makes the most sense.
If you're able to pull this map up against BDS,
makes the most
later
sense.
on after tomorrow in the first semifinal. So yeah, there's a lot of things to kind of worry about in that case. But again, we're looking a bit too much into the macro because we still have a map 3. And just to wrap up, map number 2.
So a very in-depth video about why airplane seating order sucks and what's the ideal way to do it.
I think
I don't think they care about like what's the ideal way. I think they just want to make the most money out of every, like they want a nickel and dime every single thing.
Maybe it was a little bit too confident as well, the last round as well, where the Thermite just walked towards.
I think if airlines could, man, they would make traveling just like the most painful experience possible. They're gonna install a toll booth in the middle of the plane, so when you go through it every time, when you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta pay.
Teamwork, because it's a map that naturally benefits from teamwork, right? You have to be playing together to win on this map.
People pay for that feeling of status.
Forces them to play that way now.
All right, let's put up that map summary and look at all the players and their performance in this matchup. You'll get to see that over here as
there's that pitch to get rid of seats and make us stand.
Absolutely rolling over. I mean, come on. When you're winning 6 rounds in a row, there's got to be something.
Just lay us all flat on top of each other. Just stack us.
When we were trialing him, I think he proved to everyone internationally that he had what he took during that clutch 1v4 at SI. You remember this SMG11 clutch?
Oh, yes. I think Demon Kia fans out there will remember that very well.
Ideal method doesn't work because people never listen to directions. Yeah, people people lose their minds at airports. I don't know what it is about airports,
mechanically skilled and he's
but people forget how to, like, any semblance. I don't know if it's that they forget or if people are just that bad and I didn't realize, because something about being in an airport brings out the absolute worst in people. And I'm just like chilling. I am going to my gate. Whatever, you know, I'll get there. That's fine. The plane, as long as I'm in the right place at the right time, the plane's not going to leave without me, you know. Me getting on the plane first is not going to make the plane leave any quicker. You know, like the only time that I'm like rushing is, you know, if I have a connection that I'm going to miss or something like that. But I don't know what it is. People are just, they're unpleasant at airports. Something about that whole thing is like, yeah, and I understand some people get stressed out about it because they want to bring bags that they want to put. People try to avoid paying for luggage. That's the other thing. Like, some places you still get a bag free. Some places to check a bag, you gotta pay. Like, one bag you have to pay. Depending on which one of the, like, 14 different ticket types you buy, where it's, like, economy, basic economy, economy plus, premium economy. And I'm just like, just get me to the fucking place. We just need trains, okay? This place that I'm going is like a 6-hour drive away. I just need a fucking train, okay? If I were in Europe, I could take a train and be there in 2 hours. I wouldn't have to deal with any of this shit. Fuck America, honestly. Like, just, our public transit is so fucking stupid. It was so funny because, so Fromage, for those of you who don't know, Fromage is my partner. She is French. We went to France and took the train from Paris to Lyon, which is like a 6-hour drive. It's a 2-hour train. It flies. The train is so fast. And I was like taking video as we were on the train because I was like, look how fast it is. I was like, this is crazy. We're zooming. And then we took the train here in like the LA area. And Fromage was also taking video of the train. But she was taking video of how slow it was and the cars that were passing us as we're in the train. Train in France is a nightmare? I don't think so. What makes it a nightmare? It was pretty easy. I mean, the train from Paris, like the airport has the train go directly to the airport as opposed to how it is in LA where you have to be on the opposite side of the entire world to get a train. You just get off your plane, go to the part of the airport that has the train station, and
Nice.
It's super fast. It's great. I love it. The train in France is so much worse than other European trains. I don't know, they just said it's a nightmare. I can't fill in the rest of the blanks by myself.
Number 3, it's Clubhouse.
I have to go clean Nova's litter box because she just made it smell bad in here. So I'll be right back.
After the break.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember.
Okay.
Remember me.
Talking slowly on my, it's expensive, strikes, late trains, etc. I think I mean, okay, yes, there were strikes. But I think you don't realize how good it is because you don't realize how bad it can be. I think that's the issue, you know? It's like, I don't think she's like super in love with the train either, you know, because she's used to it. That's normal for her. Her standard is for the train to be like that, and therefore, if it, you know, falls short of that, then, you know. But let's see. Yeah, it's all relative. Okay, so I will give you an example. We have a lot of airports. Yeah, but we just described how the airport is a fucking nightmare. And like, okay, I mean, you said you're French, right? So if you want to go from Paris to Lyon, you could fly there. That's fine. Okay, let's say you live in Paris. First, you have to drive an hour out to Charles de Gaulle to go to the airport, right? And then fly to Lyon, which is probably, I don't know, like an hour flight, something really short. Or you can just take the train. Right? Paris to Lyon, never take the airport. Yeah, because you have a train! That's what I'm saying! Because there is a train! And I mean, you could drive there. It's a 6-hour drive, right? Or you could take the train, which is 2 hours, okay? It is a 2-hour train to go from Paris to Lyon by train, right? Okay, distance, 400 kilometers. Trains per day, 55. 55 times a day is there a train that goes between Paris and Lyon. It takes 2 hours. Okay, let's say, okay, I want to go Wednesday. How much would it be for one ticket from Paris to Lyon? One way. A one-way ticket. $100. $76, depending on what time. $50, depending on what time you're going. It's the cheapest is $37. Dollars, not euros. Dollars. Okay, so let's say $40 to $60. Okay, Amtrak. Los Angeles to San Francisco. LA to San Francisco is also it's like a 6 or 7 hour drive. It's about 600 kilometers. Okay, so it is further, but it's approximately the same amount of time to drive, I think, depending on, I don't know, depending on a lot of stuff. You know how long the train takes to get from LA to San Francisco? 9 hours. 9. It takes 6 hours to drive. It takes 9 hours by train. 9. Okay, so let's do Los Angeles. Let's see how much it costs too. Los Angeles to San Francisco. I'll choose the same day, and we're doing one way. Okay, it was what, 40 to like $80 on the other side, right? This one is okay, so coach, there's coach and there's business, which I imagine are both the same. The price is $70. It's approximately the same. It's like $70 to $100. So it's a little bit more expensive. 10 hours and 17 minutes. 10 hours, 32 minutes. 10 hours, 47 minutes. 12 hours and 54 minutes. Mixed service. You have to take a bus for part of this one, because the train doesn't take you all the way there. Well, let's see. There's not even one train that takes you directly to the one that I selected. It's just San Francisco. I don't know where this stop is exactly, because you have to take the bus. Let's find one that we can do just the train.
I mean, there was also a lot of discussion about the Sonics team being extremely
11 hours to Oakland, from LA to Oakland. Yeah, no, I'm gonna check. It's just that one was like buses and I mean, even this one, there's a train at 9:51 a.m. that takes 11 hours to go from LA to Oakland. Mixed service. Mixed service. These are all like train bus combo things where you have to take the bus for part of it. Connecting bus. So you take the train to San Joaquin and then you have to take the bus. Okay, so what if we just go to San Joaquin? So I can just look at the trains.
They've proven to be quite a hurdle. Yeah. At TSM are just not able to step over as they've been stepping into them.
What? Why is this so complicated? Segment 2 of 2. Oh, is that the bus? I don't know, I'm confused. Oh, because it's trying to leave. Wait, no, that's right. Huh?
So now the rest of TSM are going to have to find them on their own. Sonics holding that garage position.
I'm really trying to figure out how I get just a train. Departs?
TSM obviously not the start they wanted, finding themselves in a 3v5.
Departs from LAX, arrives at Oakland. There's only one just train option that leaves at 10 a.m. And all the rest of them are mixed bus. Oh my god, they make you take the bus from LA to Bakersfield? And then you take the train? What? That's why it's so horrible. Oh my god. Anyways, moral of the story. Rhea? No! Someone left a package and that's why she's barking. Wait, do they need a signature? Are they waiting? Oh fuck, they're waiting.
I mean, now's as good a time as any. 20 seconds left, 15 seconds left. Snake walks in through blue, he's down in the smoke. Achieve tossing in a nade, a drop from both him and Gasher. Gunner pulls out the shotgun, Achieve denies a flawless. TSM double up, but they're running out of time. It's all just up to Gasher, who gets an exit kill, and with the diffuser going down, silenced at the last moment by Geo. Sonics take their very first round.
I just want to say that Gasher really tried. He's 110% to win that round. He walks in, tries to get the kill, and at 0.5 seconds, he starts planting in a 1 versus 3 with 2 members staring at him. I mean, if that doesn't scream, I believe in the clutch. I don't know what does. But TSM starts off that round in the worst way possible. And I have a big question mark next to a note I have on my iPad here. Bolo on Ace. Bolo map number 1, key member on the entry. That's how TSM, they found success on their attacking rounds. On Villa, Bolo did not show up until the very late, last 3 rounds or so. Before that, he was pretty quiet. Merc had a hard time himself in map number 1 as well. Now, Clubhouse is one of those, every single operator has an incredibly high value kind of map.
Anyways, so moral of the story is our trains suck ass. They're really horrible, and I wish they were better. And I mean, so this is one of my grievances with Elon Musk is that they were gonna build a California high-speed rail. Yeah. And then he basically sabotaged that project by being like, we're gonna Tesla's going to like build something, whatever. I don't know what the fuck it was. And so the government was like, oh, okay, well, if he's gonna do that, then why would we spend our money on it if he's gonna spend his money on it, you know? And then he never did it. Because he doesn't do anything that he says he's gonna do. He said he was gonna put a person on Mars by like 2030 or some shit like that. Yeah, he made that up to sabotage the train project so that he could sell more of his shitty, cheap-ass cars. And then he didn't do it. So, yeah. But yeah, I agree, like, we're not saying that the trains couldn't be better in France, it's just, I think you don't realize how good you have it, because, I mean, that's like anybody, right? Like, everybody's got, you're blinded by what you have, because you're just used to it. And I'm not saying that you have to love the trains in France, it's just that I love them, because ours are so shit. And I just really wish, I mean, imagine if you lived in the LA area and could just go up to San Francisco for the weekend. Like, it would open up so much. And like, our country is fucking gigantic. Like, France is smaller than a single one of our states. France is smaller than Texas. And we have 50 states. And to be fair, like, Texas is one of the biggest, but still, like, France is so small compared to the US, and your trains are like actually functional, like they you know. And our country is so big that trains would be such a boon for everything. Everything would be improved.
Trying to be a sneaky boy, and Achieved says no sneaking for you at all.
Oh, close.
From below, hits cans and does a lot of damage. Follow up.
Little in size, big in history. I mean, you're not gonna find anyone, you're not gonna find an American who's like more of a fan of France than I am. As I mentioned, my partner is French. I've been there a few times. I mean, I'm not like, I don't know everything about France, obviously. But I would not, I have very few negative things to say about France. Fromage has more negative things to say about it than I do because she's from France, so. Never been to many places in the US because it's too hard to travel around. It's so hard.
Snake has 14 left before a reload. Those numbers will continue to
It's so difficult, and it shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be this hard.
pistol out. Geo wins that engagement. So good on these defenses.
Is your house full of baguettes? No, because our baguettes aren't good.
Clubhouse 2-0.
It's a very, very difficult.
Our baguettes aren't good enough. Every time we go, Fromage finds a baguette, and she's just like, I want to try this baguette. And every time I'm like, you're not gonna like it. You're gonna be disappointed. And she's like, yeah, but maybe it'll be good. And then we get it home, she tries it, and she's just, this is what happens. She breaks it, she takes a piece of it, she puts it in her mouth, and she goes,
when we speak of top tier teams in the world, we often talk about stuff like BDS. Why are they so strong when
it's
they
not good.
Really strong?
Just like, I know. Now we're not gonna eat this baguette because you don't like it. Every time. And I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, we just got it from like the grocery store. We didn't go to like a bakery or something. And every time she's just like, the grocery stores in France have good baguettes. I'm just like, okay, well, the grocery stores in America have bad baguettes.
So far, whether it's bringing the Montium theme park, being one of the last members alive in Villa, even though they lost the map, and then now in the first 2 rounds, he's 4-0 as a support anchor player, holding the bottom side, keeping that alive, finding kills, and just, you know, playing down the clock.
It's not good. And we can't even have real cheese in the US either, because all our dairy products have to be pasteurized. So Fromage just thinks we're weak, basically.
The no DU is there to pick them back up. Doc actually being played from Grix.
Only way to get anywhere is to drive yourself or to take a plane, yeah.
Haven't seen much play in a couple of years, but with that addition to the stims doing 120 HP or whatever, basically if one stim is full HP from injured, he's slowly starting to see more play at the tier 1 level. TSM with these
plenty of time before Fromage gets home to become a master baguette maker. I'm still working on the floor. I'm still working on the grout.
Time to open up these walls. But we are looking at
it's a lot of physical effort to remove grout using that grout saw. Ooh, nice shot. They're canceling bus lines around your area. The train the train between LA and San Diego, which is a 2-hour drive, so it's probably like a, you know, like a 7-hour train. It's
Merc has been ineffective so far on this map.
It had there was some warnings about it for a long time where people were like, this needs to be like improved basically because because the erosion of the coast is going to cause problems with the train, and San Diego never fixed it. So the train, the train between LA and San Diego, right before TwitchCon, which was in San Diego, right before it, the train line is like not functional anymore. It's not safe for them to use that train line. And it was like, when are they going to fix it? They don't think they're even going to bother fixing it.
20 to 30 seconds can start to blanket the entrance points.
2 of like the 3 most major cities in California, the highest like GDP, one of the most populated states in the US. The train between 2 of those major cities is broken, and they don't think they're going to bother fixing it.
Bolo knows where they might be. Kansan picks up 2 in a row. Sonic starting
we have blue cheese.
3-0.
Oh boy.
We have certain types of blue cheese.
Isolated members, as we saw, they fell both to Kansan. He found both of those kills himself. Grixer on the dock, I mean, that was no better time to be that operator. You're 1 HP instead of Jim. You get the kill onto Snake.
How much would it cost?
Stim,
I don't know.
To full HP. You get the 2nd kill because of it.
How would I know that?
And then,
I have no idea.
Eventually, you die to Bolo, but it doesn't matter. The bomb site again from Sonics is fortified. Unlike TSM, they have 2 roamers and 3 members on site.
I mean, the problem is that so much of our country is built around cars and around like car companies. So any type of public transit gets
early tactical pause from
shut down.
You and I, Parker, we questioned, did it take it too late on theme park? Should it have been taken earlier on, try and get ahead of the problem? I like to see Pokeman calling it after round number 3. Especially given what is happening.
It's all lobbied against, yeah.
Rounds by any means.
And it's like,
and things like just
electric cars are better for the environment, but they're still cars. They still cause traffic.
No support.
They still, it's like the same, like it doesn't move more people from one place to another.
nothing really going their way. And it seems to be
Cities even try to
these
ban
talks
cars from
approach
entering the
them,
city
and one
center.
thing seems to
Yeah.
always be that
Yeah.
common
That's one thing
factor,
too, is that
and
like
it's
you can actually
Dasher
walk
going
around
from
in
the
your
more
cities.
supportive
LA
role
is too spread
onto
out.
more
You
of a
can't walk
flexibility
anywhere.
role. The Ying right now
I'll never
being
forget
showcased
my
for
mom
execute.
when we left.
Snake
We went
getting
out of a
what to do
movie
to
theater
bring
one
down
time
that more
in like the
successfully
center of
than
LA, and she was like,
Merc
"Let's just
getting
walk around
all
and
the
like see what's
hot
around
shots of
here."
Maverick
And
to
me
get
having
himself
like,
enabled on the
I was
map
living in
those
LA at the
fights
time, and I was
because
just
Merc,
like,
he is that spearhead for TSM typically. And while he has
walk
had a tough
where?
time in this quarterfinal,
And she was just like, I don't know, like there's just stuff around. And we went like half a block before she realized that there's nothing to walk to because of the way that our cities are designed. I was like, where are we gonna walk to? If you wanna walk somewhere, it's gonna take you like 30 minutes, 40 minutes to get anywhere interesting. There's nothing around here. Like that's just
being flexible enough to successfully play those roles. And that's not just TSM. Most teams have that problem. That's why we have people who are locked into a support role. Some players are locked into an entry role. I like the fact that TSM are trying to change things up, especially now that we're halfway through their attacks.
like there's
Something has
no
to change.
walking.
This could be the answer.
I loved
Also,
when I was in
Capkins on
Paris.
board, so let's keep
Uh,
our eyes peeled. Keep
I
the
went
count
from
back in round number 1. If you
there's
recall,
a
there was
like a
Capkin trap that was
cathedral or something
activated.
at the top of a
Bolo is
mountain
that
or top of a
EDD
hill
magnet, as
that
we
overlooks
talked
Paris.
about,
It's called
finding
Montmartre.
all of
And
those 5 EDDs along the way.
I walked from
For
there
those of you that might be
to
returning to the game after Capkin's buffs, there are
Champs-Élysées, which is like a big touristy Sacré-Cœur. Yeah. I don't know the difference between the names. I don't know which one.
But Bolo is having a really rough
I
start
don't know the point of the
to
difference
this
of the names.
matchup. Folks, you are hitting the Capkin connection.
Which is like a shopping, like touristy thing to the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower, and I walked like 10 miles or something.
So if you've got 5,
it's like I basically crossed like most of the city just by walking.
doorways and then a single trap on the other. Without Bolo
Fucking loved it. It was great.
on 0 kills,
But I realized too that probably is like a big contribution to why Europe in general has lower rates for obesity, because people can actually like, you can actually walk places. You walk a lot.
Time to get into the bomb site from the
It's the name of the building, and Montmartre is the name of the
lead for the first
okay.
90 seconds. And now they can consolidate with all 5
Okay,
down below
that makes
and
sense.
anchor up without that ace on the board. The only other hard breach comes in the secondary gadget in the hands of Gasher, and there's one
Grid
more
load
to
for
go.
electric cars is one of the
That
biggest
means
things.
they're
You're
gonna
in
be able
Quebec
to open
and
up
you
2
evaluate
matches.
current
That's
rate of
about it.
adoption
That's
will
not
end
a
up with an
great
issue for
position for
power
TSM
delivery
to
to
be
even
in,
homes in 3 or 4
irrespective
years.
of the numbers
Jesus.
that they have.
I also think Achieve just ran through a Capkin
And like that, there's, I mean, the U.S. is supposed to be like one of the best, like one of the most wealthy countries in the world, and we have cities that just like don't have clean water or electricity for weeks, months.
Snake follows up onto Gunner, but now they've got that attention. Is that a nade that gets tossed out? It might do some damage. A second kill for Snake.
I can't believe that after what happened with the electricity in Texas, I can't believe they reelected that Greg Abbott guy. That is absolutely like mind-blowing to me. People actually died as a result of his failed leadership. Snake nade? No, I don't think so. I think it's just Snake. I don't know, to be honest. I'm just like, what? How? And by like a large margin too.
Runner of that because he got that opening kill onto Bolo, again targeting the isolated members of TSM to gain an advantage. Then Sonics, they slow things down. They just play the lead. The TSM
Immediately blamed wind turbines. Yeah.
Droning every single inch of the map for the roam clear, and then when the execute comes through,
you gotta deflect that frustration somewhere. Ranked choice voting would be great. Yeah. I agree. I would love ranked choice voting. I swear to God, we're gonna get like fucking. It's gonna be Biden versus Trump again. Your choices are like the oldest person on planet Earth versus Trump.
It was played beautifully by TSM. They even came in through blue. They had every single angle.
Poor innocent wind turbines. But they look scary and they have blades. Gorvar, thanks for the 75 months. Nimbus, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you all. Raymond, thank you for the gifted sub. Galasol, thank you for the 88 months. Paris is great to visit, but living there is horrible. I don't think I would want to live in Paris. I agree. I've only been there twice for like an extended period of time. I really like visiting it. One of the best like vacations I had was actually when I met Fromage, and I was there for a few days in Paris.
Your main points of entry are all failed.
And that was like one of the most soul-fulfilling vacations I've had. It was wonderful. But I agree that I don't think I would want to live there.
Still, there's work to be done here for TSM. Sonics have been masterful so far on defense, and with 4 rounds in a row on defense, they have won this first half. Now an early pick could spell trouble for TSM. Snake engaging in about a second.
If I was forced to move to a new country, I mean probably France.
Hard breach going out. Rexon is yet to die in this matchup. That is also
you know, Fromage.
to focus on. He's the only
If not France, maybe Canada.
And I cast first. My apologies, Rexon.
To be honest, I don't know.
I'll take that one. Teams trade back and forth. TSM coming out ahead with Merc on the top of red stairs, picking up 2 quick kills. Cash and CCTV have been for the taking for TSM for about 20 seconds. They grab them, but now to transition over towards the gym and bedroom component. Diffuser in the hands of Gasher. Can he be escorted in?
Merc really showing up with a double kill. And
but to be honest, I really don't know. Fromage has only lived in Lyon and like here.
Storming in through a door, just taking a gunfight with a drone.
If I were gonna live somewhere else in the US, it would probably be like Washington.
TSM have 8 drones at their disposal and over a minute to go. There's no real good reason that Merc is being so cautious.
Live 35 minutes
by that logistic wall.
by train from Paris, so we have access to everything except for the
Persian life.
It's funny because the first time I went to Paris, I thought everyone was super nice. And I know that there's like the stereotype that people from Paris are not nice, right? And then I went again many years later. Not many years, but like 3 years later or something like that. And after I had learned more French and had more experience in other French cities like Lyon and like a couple others. And then when I went back to Paris, I was like, oh yeah, they're kind of...
If there's any operator that can pull it off, it's the
they're kind of a little bit snooty, looking down their nose a little bit. But I think also it's like the product of it. Oh, nice. The product of it being such a large city. I feel like bigger cities, it's always going to be like that, you know. I don't know. I don't feel like anyone was like outright rude to me, but I do feel. Nice. Nice. Damn. How does it compare to New York? I have not been to New York since I was like 7, so I don't know. London was the worst. The most rude people I've ever encountered outside of the US, it was London.
Top of main stairs. Can either go right and go towards gym hall.
Yeah, that was an evil. He killed him with the evil eye while he was planting. But I think that's also a product of it being such a huge city and like there's just too many people, you know.
Him who survived with 20 HP, who's injured in construction, and that evil eye behind the television inside a master bedroom. It could see him, so they had information, they had the red ping, and they got the saps to go along with those.
Even though their French can't stand them? I mean, you're telling me Fromage is... she's like always shit-talking people who live in Paris. She's like, ah, they must be from Paris. I can tell by their accent and the way that they are and stuff, so... Yeah. I don't think everyone is like that, of course. You know, there's a lot of people that live in Paris, but Fromage is very. She's from Lyon, like I mentioned, and she's very like. She's heavily biased. Oh, you missed him.
From Sonics, so you don't know where they are. And as the defenders, they have map control. You need to take that away from them by taking.
She's experienced. But she's also biased. But I don't even know, like, I don't know if Fromage would want to live in Lyon or if she would want to move. I know she wouldn't want to live in Paris. I don't really want to either.
Snake is now the ace player to enable
I don't know.
Bolo and the Sophia, but Bolo's 1 and 5 and Gash is 1 and 5 and
I could see Canada, but
only with those 2 kills in the previous round.
I could see Canada,
So we're really just trying to throw something
but I don't know where, and also I know that they also have a lot of expensive issues. Lyon's like the southeast of France, like mid-east kind of. It's pretty close to the border with Switzerland.
Battered around like a ship in a storm, and boy, oh boy, they are on the verge of capsizing.
Just on the edge of the Alps, like just on the edge.
TSM can do all at this point you can hope for as TSM is the side swap gives you
Lyonnais are some of the most chill and nice
life,
people in
because
France.
right now Sonics are crushing you on the road.
Yep.
Yeah, Fromage is pretty great.
They're not even beating you on the intel game.
French dude from the boys from Lyon? I don't know. I don't know where that guy is from.
But because TSM aren't playing up to snuff, and then Sonics are pummeling them because of it. Look at this, dry peeking.
Man.
Gunner walks away with it. It's another kill for SQ.
You live in Montpellier?
TSM
Cool.
can end
I went
his reign of
to,
terror.
the last time we were in France, I went to Les
Searching
Calanques
for their very first round
with
here
Fromage. That was pretty
in a
cool.
do
It was
or
hot as
die
fuck though.
map. Winner of Clubhouse moves on to the semis to play up against BDS tomorrow. And right now, if you're a betting
There were a
person,
lot of people there
Ronnie
too. That
has to be on
was.
Sonics.
It has to be.
It was beautiful though.
Dominant
I've never
every
like.
single way right
It was
now,
one of the
especially on
next to
Clubhouse.
Marseille.
Things
Yeah,
have slowly
Marseille.
slipped away for TSM, starting on theme,
Definitely
and
one of the
really
most beautiful
snowballed
like
here in the final
natural
map.
formations. I
TSM
think.
needs this round to then have a chance
It
when
was
the
just
side comes
really
on,
fucking
because
hot.
if you go 6-0 on your side, you can make 0 mistakes in defense, and you're always gonna make a mistake. And all Sonic's gotta do is capitalize one time in 6 rounds. That is not hard to achieve.
Some of Cash opened up, leading in from construction. Snake.
Man,
on that
TSM, are you gonna win a round?
The toxic canisters go out in front of his very eyes.
They're
Geo's
5-0 on their attacks right now, or 0-5, I guess, and it's not looking good for their 6th.
Entry through these doorways. You just need to wait for the rest.
Comeback of the century is gonna have to happen here.
Blows up Kansan. Numbers are equal. It's a good shout for TSM, and while some of these rounds have been absolute blowouts,
Yep.
this is an
Paris
opportunity
is
for
on the
TSM. They let
same.
it slip through their fingers.
Is it latitude or longitude? Horizontal. Latitude. As Seattle, I think. So, in general, it's cooler there, but there's more humidity than in California.
Series point for Sonics.
All right.
I'm better than you. Just heard somebody yell.
Nasty defensive setups, some confidence-filled players, because right now you have nothing to lose. I mean, if you lose this round, it's over. So you can play like it doesn't matter at all, because you gotta bring out every single trick in the book and
fucking
more,
match point.
just for a chance to go to overtime.
Jesus
And then
Christ.
still win 2 of the following 3 rounds. Season gonna go basement. I mean, I was gonna look at the numbers and say like, oh, is this the better bomb side for Sonics? Well, Sonics
This, yeah, whoever wins this goes to the semifinals tomorrow, and TSM have to win 7 rounds in a row. They have to win 6 rounds in a row.
CCTV has seen
In a row. They can't lose a single round. If they lose one round, that's it.
Oh no!
There's.
Gio, please listen. You can't do this at TSM, right?
Oh, he switched to the Monty.
He's back.
TSM struggling to deal with that Montaigne round after round after round.
They switched to Monty, and they don't have a smoke. They don't have a Legion. They have Vigil and Malusi with impacts. 2 C4s. Ooh. Okay, why are you barking now? What's happening? What?
Rounds and not be in this position, so maybe the Monty wouldn't
Why is she
matter as much.
barking?
And Sonics, I mean, they can play things super aggressive.
Rhea!
They can play things safe. They're
Stop.
gonna go through dirt on a basement roam.
Oh, this is a
Oh
quick
lord.
one.
Oh lord, they're just rushing. I mean, they don't have anything to lose. Like, they lose one round, who cares?
They're out. And they're out. It's a magical disappearing act.
Jesus.
Sonics
Oh,
get the
Malusi's
target
dead,
they
so
want.
there's
It
2
did
impacts
cost
off the
them
table.
Quite a lot of HP from both Gunner and Kansan. But they get a pick. Bolo's taken some damage as well. But he's in this
We
prime
visited
position. There wasn't
Fromage's
much
family
left to
that
Gunner, so
live
single shot of the dog in the hands of Elias is
in
good enough.
Aix-en-Provence.
Oh,
And that was also, it was very
Attacking
beautiful there.
downstairs, TSM's attention was towards that dirt tunnel. As they escaped, they got caught.
That was the most like
Rex,
picturesque, like their house was
raid
like,
player in the Sonics.
looked like it was out of a magazine about the south of France.
Guess who's taking up space inside a dirt tunnel? It's the Montaigne. Rexon's found by Bolo, still on the roam
Why
on the main
is
floor.
my-
Finds his way
happening?
back downstairs to blue. The Monty knocking at your doors, but the Montaigne's value decreases the more of your team dies.
Yes.
So right now, Kansan and Grixer are really the only two active combatants for Sonics when this engagement happens. Gio also has the diffuser, so the goal is going to be
Most
to
expensive
shepherd
areas
him
to buy a
in,
house.
get
Yeah.
that diffuser planted.
I don't know how long
You've
we've
still
had that
got,
house, but
historically, two very good guns on TSM. And
greetings
even
from
if
France.
Bolo isn't
Hey,
exactly having
we're just
the
talking
best
about you.
series at the moment,
So many French
he
people
can
here.
still do some serious damage.
You gotta clear out the
Iceland
post
is
on the
beautiful.
kitchen.
I want to go to
The emergency force
Iceland.
there, so Kansan has
Fromage and I
come
both want to go to
kitchen, or Grixer
Iceland.
has to use those breaching charges to eliminate Chief. Once your Chief is down, that's when Munty can walk in from dirt and start planting that diffuser with cover from the hatch.
Just a matter of like actually finding an opportunity.
He gets hurt. You run away.
It was tossed a little bit too short, it looked like, as well. So even if you hadn't had SQ get out of the way, I don't know if it would have been successful. But Achieve doesn't really have any pressure from the attackers. There's no drones on him right now. There's no soft destruction that's happening. Kansan eliminates Bolo. Things falling apart. TSM, could we see the first 7-0 happen to them? Achieved wants to make it happen, but now it's down to Grixer and TSM.
Hey, they got one! Yay! Not a shutout, but you're still in a really bad position.
Perfect on this second half, as Sonics were in the first. That is quite
That
a
what's
hill to
bothering
climb. But if a
my
comeback
dog?
is going
Is
to
it
happen, it's
the
gotta
cat?
start with this first round, and TSM at least have made it work, even if it was by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, the first of
Maybe the cat's trying to break into the kitchen,
has to be
and
the only.
Rhea's upset
And
about
it
it.
all was onto Achieve there, playing below the kitchen
That's
hatch.
usually what happens.
Sonics did not capitalize correctly by my standards. I mean, you rotate over the sledge, you do the verticality, you force him out, then you can actually approach that round rather simply, as there is no toxic babes, there is no yoga.
Yeah,
no
Nova
Mind,
thinks
nothing
it's
of
time
the
to
kind.
eat, so she's
No
trying
real plan
to...
deny.
She ate a little bit earlier today than normal, so she's trying to also eat her lunch earlier than normal.
It is a tough start to the defensive half, but they made it work. It's gonna be a gym secondary bombs.
Yeah, Nova, we have to
no room for error,
we have
no
to
room for
put the
mistakes.
butter in like a
Bandit being brought to the
cabinet
occasion.
now because
You gotta trick the
she'll eat it
CCTV side,
otherwise.
deny the initial breach, or stay on the
And I've spent
jacuzzi
way
side
too
and
much
keep
money on that
close
cat
and locked
and
down. Of course,
medical expenses. Both her and Rhea. I spent so much money at the emergency vet this year. So much money.
For this particular bomb side.
Happily, everyone's healthy now, but Jesus Christ. You put your butter in the fridge? Most of it, yes. We keep like one thing out so that it's soft, so you can spread it on bread.
Because it could be Rexon and Gunner leading the charge in the heartbeat roll. This also means you don't need the Thatcher. The secondary EMPs gives you more flexibility.
And we used to leave it in a thing on the counter,
free up one roll,
in like a container. But our cat
Sonics, I think they're gonna take that same approach.
would eat it.
Try and jab somewhere, get a reaction from TSM, and take things slow. The only thing Sonics kind of failed at in the previous round was that they were playing at two different paces. Two members playing aggressive, and then you had Gio and the supportive cast playing rather passive.
Yeah,
and
no, you got
far back.
gifted a sub
So if you
15
get on
minutes
the
ago.
same page, like
Butter
we're on theme
spray.
park for the Sonics attack, that's when TSM are going to be in trouble. They
That
have
sounds
no
horrible.
real Monty counters. Bandit only C4, no smoke, no echo. Same story as theme
That
park.
sounds
Gio
horrible.
Can get so much value with almost no effort.
Yeah, Starry, so you know,
General
she went
viewers seem to
crazy.
get quite unhappy when we use the
She's
term
like
abuse to describe
psycho
them.
about butter.
But this is Sonic's absolutely abusing Montaigne right
Yes, I mean 100%.
It is horrible. It sounds horrible.
Monty as an operator. But because TSM can't seem to deal with
My
it,
grandma always
and
used to
you
use
have realized that
margarine
there is a
on everything.
very significant weakness that TSM has. Their Achilles heel.
Oh god, he's
and
trying to
you're gonna
aggress on
continue to
the...
abuse what works against them. And look at this, Bolo being hounded by the Montaigne.
I think the Monty's trying to push up into the Bolo to get somebody to push behind, but it went the other way.
Cans and Gunner drops as well. Grixer on the entry from down in stock. Tries to keep those numbers close. Gio is still in play, but as we said in the previous round, the fewer teammates around you, the less power that a Montaigne has. Gio has shown
Cat
that he can
works
make
in
magic
mysterious
work with this
ways,
operator,
yeah.
even when the odds are stacked against him.
Butter and margarine? I don't know what the like technical difference is. Margarine's... I don't know, margarine's weird. Jesus, Grixer. He's laughing. He's like, I almost killed myself. Butter versus margarine.
Exactly.
I don't know how it's made.
Oh. No, you're allowed those mistakes.
Margarine's
right now
made
because you
from
got the big
vegetable
lead.
oils.
Sonics, I mean, their own clinician didn't work out, but the catch on the
So it's better
rotation
for
worked
your
great
heart,
for them.
apparently.
Now Gio will lead the charge in. No smoke in its pocket, keep that in mind.
Butter is made from animal fat, so it contains more saturated fat.
There goes the frost map by the window. It allows for a hop in.
Some margarine contains trans fat.
To call it. Sonics have realized that the problem lies over towards logistics, and now Gio will go.
But it also
tastes
different, so
SQ comes out ahead in that engagement, though.
I don't know. I just use butter.
It's Snake and
Whatever.
Achieve to just try to ride this out. SQ need to get in and do some serious damage, and they won't do that. TSM now streaking on their own, 2 in a row, in every single round that TSM wins is a few pounds of weight off
Butter.
of their
Butter is
shoulders
delicious. I love butter.
and onto the shoulders of Sonics. The crowd that's here is trying their best to get TSM into this matchup, and it seems like, at least for these 2 rounds, it's working.
Yeah, so far. I mean, the last 20 seconds of any of these defensive rounds from TSM, you gotta be
Not gonna
holding your
bring
breath.
the
It comes
Monty
down to
this
a
time.
1v1, a 2 versus 2, a 2 versus 1, etc. And it's anyone's round for the taking. Sonics, again, one tiny mistake costing that 3 versus 3.
New season gameplay,
The
probably
gym window
Sunday.
was still castled by TSM, therefore the bomb cover wasn't there for Gio. And eventually was why he fell. You need
Usually
one
they do
image
it
plant
on,
and
because
2
Sunday will be
people
the grand
cover Barry's
reveal,
ankle, so
or
Gio
the
had
sorry,
to be
the
one
grand
plant to
final.
resist the Monty. His gun doesn't really work for a
SI
plant
this
cover,
year,
just being that pistol.
yes, my plan is to go to SI this year. I don't know how to get tickets. I don't really know anyone who works there anymore, because they used to do.
The great thing about this bandit is that you don't have to do an
They used to
active
like invite
duty
us
when it
to
comes
go,
tricking
and then they
necessarily.
would
You
give
can
us
put
like
them down
tickets and
like he
all.
is right now and free yourself up to be a
But
roaming gun with a C4 while still
the
applying
people
value
who
to the
used to work
team
there
by
don't work
having
there
those
anymore,
bandit charges placed down.
and
The Dokkaebi from Gio now off the Monty
I also
is in
don't play
play.
Siege as much anymore,
TSM
so
have banned Dokkaebi in more than half their games at this major throughout group stage. They clearly do not like when teams
But
bring
my
this
plan is to go,
operator,
yes.
And now it's on the board.
Third time's a charm, Kansan. Yeah.
Gio, at this point, might just be trying to bother TSM, right? You bring the Monty, you bring the Dokkaebi, and Gio hasn't had much action for the scoreboard on the attacking side as of yet. He's still on 8 kills. And
well, there goes your
takes out
Echo.
Dasher, who's already in a
You
bad
needed that.
position, punished for it.
The first time that we've seen this bar stage bomb
Want to
site
go,
emerge
but with
in this
international travel,
matchup.
it's like you nervous
In terms of win rate,
Yeah.
it's pretty dead even.
Uh-oh.
But Sonics are trying to break it in their favor. Achieved and Gasher are no more, and that's bad news for TSM. They have notoriously
At this point, I'm
struggled
just
to
kind
get
of like,
kills, but the one
I don't know, if I get
consistency
it,
for them
then
has been achieved deep in
then
the
I get
clutch
it. Fuck
and
it,
on
but
entry
I'm
kills as well. He'll be no more. The Yokais
I can't
that
anymore.
still exist will
I've gotten
just
my
be there for
vaccines. I've been careful for like the bulk of it. I'm still more careful on like when traveling and stuff. I have I
some very valuable intel
am more
for
cognizant of what I touch and
Sonics are on the hunt to
keeping my
take out
hands clean,
Bolo.
stuff
They
like
know where
that.
he is, and he's
If I get
isolated
sick,
at this
like
point, damaged, greatly
fine.
damaged by Kansan, and now it's Rexon to get in on it too. TSM just down
I
to
avoided
2
it
players.
for
This is their entire playoffs in
3
front of their
years.
eyes. They're about to lose Snake, but no, he prevails in that battle against Kansan. They've got so much work to be done.
Took a lot of precautions for San Diego and still got it. My sister got sick, and then we had that dinner. A bunch of people got sick. I don't know how I didn't get sick.
Heartbreak with a god of your TSM. I mean, slowly but steadily.
Good
you're
job,
losing members, you're
vaccine.
losing
Good job,
health,
immune system, I guess. I need to get my booster, but I am scared because of how sick I've gotten from the previous boosters.
Here to do it, Snake.
But I'm gonna force myself to do it. Once Fromage is back, I'll do it. But I get like, I'm getting obliterated by the vaccine and by the boosters, so I'm just like, it's gonna suck. But we're gonna be, I have to go to Texas at the beginning of the month, and then we're gonna go to France. So,
I know Sonics are aware. Gunner waits for the pop-up. Gio walks in, diffuser in hand. There goes Flash.
oh, the flash.
Merc actually prevails in that gunfight, but Gunner has the
It's all on you,
insurance
Snake.
policy. Snake, one of the newest members, takes down Gio, but he doesn't get
Man,
Rexon. Sonics
not a good,
TSM in the third map. And they're going
not a good game.
tomorrow with TSM eliminated.
TSM is out. Tragic.
Will all search for their first international major championship.
So surprised. So many people got sick, and so many people like close to me got sick. But they're like yelling at them across the stage, and they're gonna go like fist bump them.
And it works for every region seemingly so. And
like, you guys fucking suck. Good game. Good game. Good game.
They're proving a point and sending a statement that the changes that they made were for the better, and they're showing up in great form.
Wow, this could be another opportunity for
all right, Sonics versus BDS tomorrow. W7M versus Liquid.
He won it with TSM here in Sweden to start off the year, and there is still hope for him to win more than one.
I don't know.
Everybody else, though, they're going to be searching for a victory for the first time. Tomorrow, the match.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
We know that on the one side of the bracket, Liquid and W7M will continue to fight for Brazil.
That's true, actually. All the remaining teams, none of them have won a major, I think. So I think it's like they're everyone's first shot. Yeah, Fromage is out. They lost this morning, unfortunately. Big Sag. I'm very disappointed for her. They really struggle against BDS. I always want them to do well. I had a really bad feeling because they got put up against BDS, and I know that they struggle. They struggle against BDS always. It's like every other team, they're fine, but for whatever reason, BDS is their kryptonite. So it's like, I did not have a very good feeling about it. It's not just that, I mean, BDS is like, they're good, but Wolves are also good. They have like a mental block. Fromage is a person. Fromage is my partner. She's the coach for Wolves, who played this morning versus BDS. Okay, well that's it for Rainbow Six. That's all the games for today. I'm gonna play some God of War. But that means I need to do a couple things. We are in the post-story. Let's see. Post-story stuff. God of War. Ragnarok. Done. Updated. Yes. Good. Okay, I have to switch 2 cables to play PlayStation games, and so let me just turn this computer off. I guess I should feed the cat as well. Yes, I'm gonna feed you, you crazy little cat. And everything keeps shocking me! God, why is this happening? Okay, when I get back, I'm gonna touch, what do I touch? Something metal? Something metal that's like not, can I touch my chair? Or something? To like, expend the static? Jesus Christ. I'm not even shuffling, I mean, I'm wearing socks is the issue, right? Like, socks, and I have carpet in my office, so do I have a shock nova? Yes, and I always feel like a monster. They're just normal socks. I don't know, they're just some regular ass like Nike socks. Okay, I'm gonna go feed the cat. I might make more coffee, and then I will return and we will play God of War. Thank you for your patience. I will return in a couple minutes. BRB.